don't know if it's mine, but I see you. I see you. I see you. I see you. I'll let you drag me to hell if you hold my hand. Tell me this is real and it will never end.
Oh, good morning, good evening, good day to anyone, wherever you are in the world, tuning in to the Rocket League Championship Series. This is day 2 of the Spring Open. We are getting action started off hot and spicy, folks. Welcome back. Get up and get loud. It's game day. Wherever you are, you can get up, you can get loud. Just if your mom says, "Why are you yelling in the house?" say, "Mom, the man on the TV told me to." I'm Wave Punk. Got Gibbs. I've got a Cheese. Got Turtle. Turtle, how you doing, man?
Oh, dude, I feel like getting up and screaming right now after that intro. I feel I might go just yell at my mom. She's in another house. I'll just go and
I did not.
I'll go knock on her door
to yell at their mothers. That was not.
People are getting in trouble. Yep.
Man, we're off to a bad start already, Gibbs. This is not how I wanted to open this.
Yeah, but I'm so excited. We're back. Spring split. Like NA's on the rise. FaZe is on the rise, making a grand finals at Major.
Well,
Oh, wait.
Gibbs.
All right. Well, at least we got Beast Mode and Daniel popping off. Yeah. Don't miss day ones, guys. Don't miss day ones.
At least we've got Drive Days, folks. Don't forget, Drive Days is Rocket League's biggest car extravaganza event to date. You can earn the new Red Line car for free by completing in-game challenges, as well as browse a full lineup of cars in the Car Show tab within the shop. That's now until May 10th. Rocket League Drive Days. Make sure you go check it out. I've already got my Red Line achieves. Are you a fan?
Whoa.
Are you a fan?
Yes, I think the red line is acceptable. It's no Dominus, but it looks nice.
But it is a hybrid hitbox, and I rock an Esper that's also hybrid, so I'm pretty happy about
I want that Octane decal though. It looks kind of nice actually.
Wicker?
Yeah, I might have to grind for that one real quick.
Chat, you gotta understand, being an acceptable car is very high on Achieves' car adjectives. So, so do understand. You need to go get that one there. It's a fun challenge too. You have to get saves to earn the buff stuff wheels that you saw kind of in the top right corner, and then you have to equip those wheels and get assists to get the car. So it's like a multi-step process, but you can get the Red Line for free. That car body you were seeing there, you can get for free. So hopefully everyone is able to get that one done before May 10th. Let's talk about our event here, folks. The Rocket League Championship Series is rolling on. We have completed the fall and winter splits, and now it's time for spring split action. We're here in the open, the very beginning of the spring split. If you're just now joining us, this is a great time to join us. We're going to tell you the whole story of the spring split here, leading up to our major in Boston on July 6th. All of this leading up to the wild card of the Rocket League Championship happening, the World Championship happening there in August. Can't believe that we're actually getting closer to that right now, folks. And there's so much action. That World Championship is going to have teams from every region competing at it, and all those regions. You can catch all that action across the course of the week. Obviously, we have First Touch, our midweek talk show with Dazzer and T-Bates and Roll Diz. That one goes down at 10 p.m. Pacific on Wednesdays. You're not going to want to miss that show. It's always a hoot with those guys. But then Mina plays, OCE plays. We have the South American teams playing. We have the OCE teams playing. Everybody from all the regions here competing. Make sure you're keeping the action locked across the rest of the week. You can see right there on Saturday. That's where we're at right now. We'll be having more action again tomorrow. Mina wrapping up their event today. So make sure you've got twitch.tv/Rocket League Mina pulled up on the side as well, so that you can know about that one. But before we get into the spring, this is our first big pre-show we've had since the Winter Major. So if you missed all the action that went down in San Diego, let's get you caught up.
Say it, but I've no other choice. The San Diego Winter Major is over. And honestly, the hardest thing about making this top 10 is whittling one of the best RLCS events ever down to just a few fleeting moments. Let's get top 10ing. Number 10, the rematch. At the full major, Gen G's thrashing at the hands of Oxygen dealt them their first real wound as a team. We even made a documentary about it, which you can see in full by clicking the link in the description. Of course, Gen G emerged victorious from Rotterdam in the end, but if the Oxygen scar still lingered, battling them in Group D would have ripped it right open. With a massive 26 goals in just 5 games, the first big rematch of the event was up there with the best battles of the group stages.
Jack has no boost here, and he's hoping he can get the product, but look, he cuts him off again, and it's a free goal!
You'll get him next time, Gen G. Number 9. One series, 2 unique goals. San Diego, like every major, had its fair share of wonder goals.
Leading to opportunities like this, Ahmad off the ceiling. Oh, no! Touching to the sky. It's tough for Liquid to challenge here. Matira, double tap, flip reset. Can he put it away? Oh, he's too good! That is insane, James!
Hunted for something.
Uh-oh.
Get the crowd excited. Of course, it's one.
Liquid and Vitality broke the mold though, with a pair of unique finishes in their blistering quarterfinal. First, Alpha 54 may well have just smashed the record for the fastest strike at an RLCS LAN. 98 miles per hour, or 157 kilometers per hour, for my friends on the continent. Even the Liquid boys were laughing as the replay went on.
Vitality boost meters in their favor. Alpha 54 from the ceiling has the flip and hits the ground pitch of his life.
He causes an earthquake with that one!
Never one to be outdone, Atto turned Radosin's bump into a one-of-a-kind piece of art.
Vitality, can they get control of this? Bump back from a towel as he takes control. What? Are you kidding me? Is it really happening? It's really happening! It actually happened!
And then Team Liquid really outdid Vitality by winning the series and knocking them out, so I guess GG's. Zen equals Zen? Speaking of Vitality, their apparently soon-to-be Zen-based selection headache did give rise to the best new meme of the event. Every time this guy took a touch, or didn't take a touch, or pretty much did anything, a sea of people in the chat would debate whether Zen and Zen were different people. For the record, yes they are, and Zen's awesome performance would have made their decision to replace him for Zen even trickier now he can finally play for Vitality's RLCS team at the start of spring. Number 7, content. You know the drill by now. Sit back, relax, and relive some of the hilarious freshly squozen content brought to you by the RLCS broadcast team.
Chicago isn't actually from Chicago. He's from Los Angeles.
It's nice to see you guys again.
Howdy, partner.
What did you do to them?
I heard like all OC players sleep with like teddy bears.
Between me and you, how much do you guys pay T-Bates to say some of the stuff he says about you guys?
It is
like 5 figures, 6?
If you missed any of these bad boys live, find them in full and give them a watch. 6.5, what bonus stacks as intros? Comedy's all well and good, but the RLCS is really about one thing: hype. The man at the center of it all was Sean Stacks Stackhouse. Take it away, Stacksy boy.
In a field comprised of 3 different regions, 2 teams take the stage. Only one will survive and advance. It's time for Championship Sunday!
Such is the man's professionalism, not even the piercing gazes of Dazarin and Rizzo could put him off his stride.
Here it is, your main event of the evening. It's FaZe Clan and G2.
Number 6, G1's Dystopia. G1 fans, look away now. 2-1 up against G2 and with a FaZe dub under their collective Cinturons, all seemed well for the scintillating Spaniards. But Utopia Coliseum, for whatever reason, just hit different.
Chicago, a slower shot is what breaks through the defense.
Now it's about getting the tie. Dorito lets it go, and Chicago ties things up.
Somebody just has to be downfield. There is a player passed out to the midfield from Chicago. It's marked off and then a miss.
Never mind. All they had to do was get past Crew, who at that point were 0-6 in games, to survive the group. Once more, they found themselves 2-1 up in the series.
G1, you gotta let him come at you now.
There's been a couple of times where Drox has been
What? So he pulls off, and then nobody goes for the ball.
No, are you kidding? This is hilarious.
What? To rub salt in the wound, even if they'd lost to Crew, they would still have won the group if only they'd held on against G2 when they were a game and 2 goals up. Better luck next time, I guess? Number 5, Crew v Secret. Credit to Crew, as after punishing poor old G1, they found themselves against their region's top seed in round 1 of the playoffs. When Secret took the first 2 games, all hope seemed lost.
They still got half a game left here in game 3. It's a good touch from Rafinha, and the pop. Brad's there. Can he drop it down off the crossbar post? And Crew double up their score. You can't sit and play defense with how great Crew's looking now. Or maybe that is still the plan. And another save. Oh my! Cannot break through. Crew the one setting up the brick wall. Which one are they? They're switching spots. Another save. Another save.
Crew unrelenting here. The challenge is going in their favor. This one pops out to Brad. Shot on target, and they'll walk it in again. Crew double up.
Crew's run ended in the quarterfinals against South America's former sweethearts Complexity, who just so happened to have a decent run of their very own. Number 4, Complexity's entire run. Complexity's tournament was so close to being the stuff of dreams. In their second split with Spaniard CRR and their first major with him, they went 3-0 in a very difficult Group D.
Does Red Bull have the angle?
Get the boost.
He doesn't, but Chronic, he does not have the ability to save that one.
Then, after the 4-0 Crew drubbing we saw earlier, their semi-final went right down to the wire.
Typical gets the follow.
Dick Costello still in the he misses the flip. He doesn't always have to throw himself forward, but you want him feeling comfortable and in position. Typical has been quiet, but not anymore.
Complexity in position.
to take this to match point. CRR on the wave dash, got another 50. Raiseball sweeps in. Raiseball, here he goes. Tomorrow strikes again! 20 seconds left. Still nothing for Complexity.
You feel like they have to score on this drive, and it's typical.
Even now, that loss is probably still stinging, but they stand in great stead to go even better at the Spring Major, which, just in case you missed it, will be in Boston. Number 3, legendary pair Cool Time. We're used to Torment and Turbo making explosive appearances on Championship Sundays, but in San Diego, T&T blew us all away in a very different, much more somber way.
Without RLCS, I would never be where I am right now. I don't know, I'm lost for words. It's been a good 8 years, and I'm sad and both happy I'm making this decision.
The 4-time world champions announcement came just hours after Season 6 winner Torment had confirmed that he too would be calling it quits. Thanks to both of you, truly, for the years of joy you've brought to our esport. Number 2, FaZe up. FaZe seemed to improve week on week, but until recently, 3 meddling kids just kept pipping them to every post.
It's not over. First killer couldn't get there. Nolly will make sure it goes in. The best record an NA team on Championship Sundays has ever had.
This might be
and
it.
they might get it. County Jack, another huge win for him.
Back in winter's online regional qualifiers, FaZe finally knocked Gen G off their North American online perch. Now, in San Diego, they've also avenged their Rotterdam land defeat.
How many times do they have to save their corners? Here's the box. Here's FaZe.
The win set us up for the NA v EU final we all predicted, as the world's heftiest heavyweights went toe-to-toe for San Diegan glory. Number 1, a winner is crowned. Finally, Vatira has his Carmine Corp major win.
Vatira dumps it back in now with 10 seconds left. He scored at 0 in Game 5 to put K-Corp in this spot. Wide open, right between the eyes.
We may have been robbed of the Game 7 we all craved, but that didn't matter to Itachi, Exotic, and Vatira, who put in a performance of true champions to go against the crowd and defeat FaZe Clan on away soil, as well as Carmine Corp becoming the first team to confirm their spot at Worlds, which, in case you missed it, will be in Dusseldorf, Germany. Vatira became the first player to win 2 RLCS majors, and he's reached 17 Championship Sundays in a row. That's just wow. So can he make it 18? Well, yeah, probably. But you'll have to wait a little while to find out, as the spring split begins and world spots, other than Carmine Corps of course, are secured from April 29th. We'll see you then.
What a day. What a weekend. A fantastic Rocket League. Thank you so much, Cole and Stumpy, for covering that one there. Chiefs, were any of those your favorite moment? Was there another moment?
Crew, 100%. Love scrappy underdog. I picked them day one of that major, and they gave me the run I wanted. It ended a little short, of course, but I loved watching them get to play. That was a lot of fun.
It was a great event, folks. You can go check out the VODs on this channel if you want to watch that action in full again. But let's stop looking over our shoulder and start looking forward here towards the spring split, and then let's immediately look back over our shoulder at what happened yesterday here. Gibbs, it's been some crazy events. Actually, you know what, Chiefs? Let's start with you. What matches were you impressed by?
Oh, Gen G Furia, gotta start off. If you're a Furia fan, you always knew it was gonna be tough, and Gen G obviously working very hard to reclaim that #1 spot in North America. Furia looking to find their way back into the majors. Overall, it's a pretty good fight, but at the end of the day, Gen G would not be denied. They outscored Furia 11-6 over 4 games. They got themselves one step closer, getting back to that regional grand final. So excellent start for Gen G.
And then we follow Gen G into the upper bracket round 2 versus NRG after a big win versus Dignitas. Like, hey, maybe they'll show something on a day 1 stream. No, it's just the same case. Chronic, 1.33 goals per game, shooting over 55%. Energy scored 2 goals in the series. It was a 3-0 sweep. Maybe we should stop showing Energy on day 1 because it hasn't been working out. I don't know. That's all I'm going to say. When at least they're playing Gen G, because Gen G is just a powerhouse of a team in North America. Top 2 easy.
Oh, but what about Furia and Dignitas? You know, I had the privilege of casting this one-sided matchup. Unfortunately, I was on the side of Dignitas, but Furia came to play. They looked so solid, especially on the defensive side. We had a couple of pop-off moments from Andy and Dries in particular, But overall, this Furia team, they look to be back in peak form. They didn't take that first series win against Gen G, but they look like they could easily make a lower bracket run with what we're seeing from Yan.
And of course, you gotta round it out. FaZe versus G2. No one thought either of these two teams were gonna be in an elimination round on Friday, but we arrived there. G2 getting reverse swept by SUP, FaZe getting reverse swept by Space Station, and it was an absolute knockdown, drag-out fight. Unfortunately, sometimes if you're FaZe clan, you run into a G2 that knows how to get the job done, and they played some tight games, but in short, it became a 3-0 sweep, and you gotta say bye-bye early. NA number one.
Number one. NA number one.
They're done. They're out, folks. I mean, it's crazy. Two upsets, huge upsets there. The G2 versus SUP. If we take a look at the upper bracket from day one, G2 versus SUP, FaZe versus Space Station, both reverse sweeps here, Gibbs. I mean, does this say more about G2 and FaZe or Space Station and SUP in your mind?
Like, I wouldn't be too concerned about FaZe. I think this is great for both, obviously, Space Station and SUP. But G2 has never lost to this low of a team in NA as they've had Atomic on the squad. So I think that they're the ones that really screwed up this entire bracket. So then FaZe goes down.
FaZe lost.
Oh, yeah, exactly. So FaZe goes down, and sure, like, it's a bad loss, and they get a 9th place. But they played Space Station, who now has Hoxer, who's looking fantastic. But then they go down versus G2. I'm not too concerned. As we go down to the lower bracket, we'll see where things got a little messy, like teams like maybe Dignitas, who was a top 5 team last split, just didn't show up at all, Turtle.
I mean, that just kind of leaves that spot wide open. Obviously, there's still a lot of regional left to play as well as the other 2 events. But Dignitas, they were the team that made it to the major. If they underperform, there's going to be a free spot open for another team to grab.
Man, it's SUP though, continuing their run here as they drop to the lowers against an M80, another team like Dignitas that had a really strong winter split, now out early during the first event of spring. That leads us into these matches today. We'll talk about these a little bit later on, but Space Station versus Gen G, Complexity versus Optics, SUP, Furia, and Rebellion. Shopify Rebellion, some big matches they had there as well. 0-1, they nearly triple Braziled them. Game 2 was 10-1. They nearly put up 21 to the 3 goals.
That hurts.
That they scored there. It was pretty crazy stuff. But folks, it was that's kind of the general action that happened yesterday. We've got 2 big tournaments going on right now here in North America, and also over in MENA. I believe they're in Game 7 of a lower bracket match between Twisted Minds and Falcons.
And that game is tied, by the way, 1-1 right now with 40 on the clock. That's it. So huge game going on over there.
Big game, folks. It would be this would be the Falcons' worst performance if they were to get knocked out at this point, right?
Absolutely, yeah.
This is huge.
So I'm half watching that, half doing this pre-show. That's what I'm
well, full watch the pre-show for a second. Let's talk about the top plays out of North America yesterday. Gibbs, take it away.
Let's talk about Shopify Rebellion. One of those teams in the top 8, a little bit of a surprise, but Parth putting up some numbers, including this amazing redirect. He doesn't get a 50-50 challenge, but he lands on the backboard, goes up to the ceiling, hits a brilliant redirect. A lot of times these will turn into passes for teammates. Parth's like, no, hold my bumper. I got this. Don't worry about it. It's all me all the time. But these are the plays we like to see. Like, out of these teams, no one expects to make it to a top 8. Making plays like that will get you there. Moving on to number 2, Optic Gaming. What a run they've been having. Reynolds, the air dribble bump pass to AJ. Wow. It's like a pre-jump off the wall. He knew it. He was ready for it. And Reynolds, he's coming out like a fullback here, just setting up the blocks, and AJ, wide open net. Look at that, clearing the space. Brilliant play by Optic, and they're continuing their hot streak. And finally, number 1, Fury is back. Yan is ready for this. Going off the ceiling. That is overtime versus version 1. A brilliant shot, but on top of that, he has 0 boost when he hits the ceiling. So he literally can't do anything else but come off that and make the perfect shot attempt with 0 boost. Yan, a phenomenal play. Furia looking fantastic.
Wow. My goodness. All 3 of those could have been number 1, to be honest with you. Those are amazing.
Those are some they were talking about like unique goals at the San Diego at the Winter Major. All 3 of those pretty special as well. Love those. But those aren't the only top 3. Again, we got MENA going on as well.
Yeah.
Give me a top 3 here of their spring open so far, Turtle. What you got?
Listen, I'm no Johnny boy, but I love me some MENA. All right. And we're gonna start things off with Mizixi. He was given some open space in the midfield. And at this point in this region with these mechanics, You can't do this. Don't give this man any space or he will absolutely abuse it. Lovely field awareness, clean double tap, and that's just the number 3 play. Going into number 2, we got O'Khaled, one of the kings of Mina, whipping out the delayed flip reset. I mean, this player goes up in the air. The defense has to make a move. You've got to challenge this early. And what does he do? He knows that. He's aware of it, uses the flip reset at the last moment, and makes your defense look absolutely silly. And then finally coming in at number 1, we got Hisoka using his Nen ability bungee jump to pull this ball back. I mean, this man pre-jumped every single play. How does this even happen? He's up in the air and he's thinking, no, wait, I can't do this. Wait, I could actually hit this? Hold on a second. Let me dunk. Let me dunk everybody. He was up in the air 3 hours before he even hit the ball.
That's amazing.
K290 in the net's just like, please, hello? What are you doing?
Man. I mean, he even boosted. You could see in that replay.
Yeah, he's like, I can go.
There's a little moment. He's like, maybe I should just boost a little bit here to see if there's an opportunity, and the ball perfectly lobs up to him.
He saw that bump. It was like, oh, free boost. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Get to the ceiling here. Gibbs, how's the game going there? 40 seconds left for that now.
2+ minutes into overtime. Game 7, 1-1 still.
Wow.
Huge game going over there.
Twitch.tv/Rocket League Mina. Have it pulled up. That was a crazy one. Rule 1's waiting in the grand finals for whoever is able to make it there, folks. So we'll see. We'll keep that one pulled up here as well. Let's talk though about North America again. This is a North American show. We are getting ever closer to that Sup versus Furia kickoff. That'll be our first match of the day. You can see it top corner there. And let's talk about our favorite teams. Who do we think? We've done this every split so far, Gibbs. We've had the very first pre-show of the split.
Just real quick. Falcons are out. Falcons are out. They are done. Sorry.
Oh my goodness. That's huge.
So going back to winter major predictions, we did this last time, and all 4 people got 3 correct, but no one got any of them exactly correct, except for Wave in 1 spot. It was a wild winter, so Wave Funk, he gets the win, and now we're going to do it all again in spring, and we'll see if we can get a little bit closer this time.
Which one did I get right?
You got G2 number 3. We all had G2 number 4, and they tied complexity, but they got the 3rd spot, so you win.
The gatekeepers, man. G2 has yet to be knocked out of an event by anything less than a grand finalist. I think they dropped to lower bracket on purpose this event so that they could get paid out earlier. If there's ever been a chance that they could possibly win an event, it's this one right now. We'll see if they can do it, folks. Well, let's just go down the line. Turtle, give me your top 5. Which teams are going to Boston from North America, and in what order?
All right, here we go. Ready? I got a fancy little tablet here. I'm going for it. Here we go. Can you see? Can you read?
Complexity number 2.
Okay.
Wow. Now, did you make this today? Did you make this today when FaZe was already out, or?
Not well. I don't want to answer that. I plead the 5th. Okay, I plead the 5th.
I can't tell you that.
That's my prediction right now. And you know, FaZe, they can still pop off, but I think this is a solid list. I'm feeling confident. I think Furia is going to make the major. I think that Dignitas spot is going to get taken away, unfortunately. I do have a little bit of bias towards Dig, but it's got to go away for Furia.
So can you pop that up one more time? I just want to know if you had V1, because I forgot if you had.
No, you did not have V1.
No V1. So you definitely made this after yesterday.
What? No.
Yeah, you definitely.
No.
Chiefs, who you got?
I also went for Big getting knocked out.
Wow.
Furia. They're also going to end up in that 5th spot.
You're so smart.
I think Gen G reclaims spot as number 1. You know, FaZe does good work, but what are you going to do? I think Gen G is working really hard, and G2 and Complexity, you know, you could probably swap those 2 around, but that's my 5.
Okay.
No V1 again.
No V1. No V1. No V1.
Wow.
How are you going to put V1 ahead of anybody else?
Yeah.
I had a Furia? I could easily see that, because Furia has been looking that good.
Furia, maybe, but they got to regain.
All right, here we go. So my list actually happened before Friday, as you can tell. FaZe number 1, Gen G number 2, Complexity 3, because
I disagree.
We have G2 number 4, and I was down on V1. I thought everyone else was going to have V1 a little bit higher, but I put them as number 5 because I'm not sold on Daniel just yet. We'll go into that more tomorrow.
You can't pick V1 though. It's like you know at least know Furia can make majors.
But Furia was the 13 seed coming into this tournament. They were going to have a hard road. They were going to have a very hard road.
So was V1.
Yeah, well, V1 had a higher seed, and they just picked up Daniel, so you would expect them to get a little bit better. So that's
all right.
All right, Wave. What do you got?
You're the only one, Gibbs. I tell you what, if V1 makes a major, Gibbs, you win.
And I thought I was down on V1. Man.
I was so torn, V1 or Furia here, but it was the same thing. It was that we've seen with the way that Furia looked in the off RLCS tournaments.
That's
between
fair.
the
That's
split looked really good. The way they've kept that consistency going here. It's a toss up for me because V1 is very strong on paper, but we just haven't seen it in any format other than a mix up format here. I do think FaZe they started off poorly in the winter as well and managed to take the #1 spot. Complexity has just had Gen.G's number over and over again, so I've got them at number 2, then Gen.G, then G2. Sorry, G2, I've still got you gatekept at this point. So
brutal.
Those are our predictions. Let us know who you think is going to win in the chat. Let us know who you think is going to be the #1 seed going into Boston, folks. And let's get ourselves set up for the day. That match is coming in hot. 2 minutes until kickoff. First place for this tournament, taking home $30K. Everyone walking home with $1,000 as long as you make top 16, $30,000 to the top team though after tomorrow. Here is that full bracket again. The matches we've got in the upper bracket, 4 teams still alive up there. Space Station versus Gen.G, Complexity, Optic Gaming. We'll see those matches a little bit later on. We got Rebellion versus G2 coming up as well. But Sup and Furia gonna be the first match of the day, folks. And those aren't the only matches we're playing. We'll be playing 2 lower bracket quarterfinals as well. So 6 matches, strap in, make sure you got your bowl of chopped up cucumbers or whatever you kids are eating these days. Let's talk about the first match a team no one thought would be in the spot. Sup is here and they are taking on Furia, a team that is tired of the doubt and trying to prove everybody wrong here, Turtle.
Oh yeah, this is going to be definitely an uphill battle for Sup, but at the same time, I don't know. There's something in the air. You know, I picked Fury to be the 5th spot, but a part of me, for whatever reason, I see that Octane come over in the hype chamber, and I'm thinking, wait, for some reason, this feels like an upset that's going to happen.
Would you like me to crush your hopes immediately?
No, it's not gonna happen, okay? Listen, Money and Expert have been playing together for a while. They just picked up Ajax. They revived Sup. Come on, man. Now is the time.
So did you watch any of the draw that we announced in the previous major?
I did.
Do you know what happened in the Furious Up match?
They got then they get swept, right?
3-0, absolutely crushed.
They got swept. But listen, that is the off season. This is RLCS, baby. I don't know how much copium I can infuse right now, but I'm trying. I'm trying, bro.
So real quick, I wanted to shout out like Expert and Money because they've played in 23 regionals combined, and they've had 4 9th place finishes, and that's between 2 players. So they both had 2 9th place finishes, and this is their first top 8. So this is the first time they're playing on a weekend RLCS. So they're on the big stream. They're ready to play. They have Ajax, who has history of success with United. So who knows? They are playing with house money. They're not supposed to be here. They're playing a Furious squad that needs every single win because they're a low seed coming into this. They need to get points desperately. It's possible because Furia, we see highlight goal after highlight goal. They only scored 2 goals per game. Their offense was actually not that good besides those highlight goals. So if they stop those, there's a chance.
We'll see, folks. Let us know who you think's going to win. Hashtag Sup, hashtag Furia. You can go ahead and just throw Furia up for Achieves here. I know that's where he's going. Turtle.
Dude,
what are you actually
I feel like I don't have a freaking spine right now because at the beginning of the pre-show, I was like, dude, Furia are back, bro. Lower bracket run. and then now I'm like, man, Sup looking
you put
pretty
them in
good.
there, they make the major. You can't knock them out right now.
I don't know. I'm getting a weird feeling again, bro. I'm feeling something. I don't know what it is. I think that Sup are going to take this one. If Dignitas got absolutely smacked, which I don't think they did, it was a sweep. I don't think they got absolutely obliterated. I have a weird feeling about Ajax right now. I'm going Sup. Give me Sup. Give me Sup.
Turtle, at 12:04 p.m. I'm going to shout you out. They asked for our predictions, and you said Furia. You said at 12:04 p.m.
I know.
Changed.
There's something in the air, bro. I don't know how to explain it. I had previously picked Furia. This is a Sup matchup, though. Okay.
This is a huge underdog in Sup. I can't pick them, so I'm going to go Furia.
Come on.
Wait,
VP. My Dignitas brother.
No. Let him swim by himself, Wave.
You were the one who was going, oh, V1. How are you guys possibly picking Furia for top 5 here?
And that was before Friday, to be fair, and so now they're looking good. So
all right, folks. Yeah, give me Furia, of course. Obviously, on this one. Sup has done some amazing things so far. Beating G2, you could call that a fluke. Beating M80 as well makes it a lot less of a fluke for me. So I'm excited to watch this matchup and see if they can keep that run going. But there's a lot of power there for Furia. I mean, it gives, if there is a recipe for victory for Sup here, what is it? What
he
do they
gave
need
it,
to
right?
do against Furia?
They wanted to stop those highlight goals.
Yeah, exactly. You have to hope that Furia is having a little bit of an off day, so those highlight goals don't come out as often. But you also have to put a hand up every single time they have the ball. You
That's
gotta
the
keep that
thing. The
pressure
best defenses
going.
in the world put a hand up, and no one keeps them out.
No, but again, Furia, they only put in 2 goals per game. So they didn't have that great of an offensive day, but they found ways to win with their defense. So at the same time for Sup, they have to crack that Furia defense. It's just a tough battle, but you got to hope that Furia's a little bit off, and that'll help a bit.
Do you happen to have Furia's shots per game in relation to the rest of North America on hand by chance?
I will.
That's a pretty specific.
Give me a second.
What? Listen.
I mean, Eternal, what you and I saw, we were casting that Furia Dignitas match yesterday. The problem wasn't really Dignitas's defense. It was a decently close series.
No,
it was their complete lack of opportunities on offense. It felt like the midfield was suffocating for Furia.
Well, it was all about the transitions. Like, it was very frustrating to watch a series against Furia for Dignitas because everything was there for Dignitas. They just simply couldn't put away any shots. They had transitions. They had quality opportunities. If we see better striking, we might get an upset. And if Ajax is on the Batmobile, it's over, bro.
And really quick, Furia was 11th in percentage of shooting end shots. So they haven't been doing that well on the offensive side.
Well, folks, you guys got Furia as well. They're the clear favorites of this match. Can Sup create another upset here? An underdog trying to make a name for themselves. A former Titan looking for redemption. It's time for match number 1 of day 2. Spring Open. Get up and get loud. It's game day.
We've got an elimination match. Furia down here in the lower bracket going up against some underdog Sup. But before we get into it, Crowley, I just have to, I'm baffled that Gibbs is calling out Turtle for covering both bases when that's what he used to do all the time.
That is the Gibbs special.
He would make a video predicting one team and then on the broadcast predict the other.
And then he would claim he's never wrong.
Yeah, exactly. So
it's ridiculous.
It's the pot calling the kettle black.
It is incredible, but focusing on the game here, a crucial matchup for Furia when you talk about overall points here in North America, because they're currently sitting 9th. They're they're tied with NRG. They're 2 points behind Optic. They're 4 points behind Dignitas in that 7th spot. A massive matchup here for Furia when you look at the grand scheme of things to qualify and get closer to that World Championship.
And another important thing to point out, Dignitas went out incredibly early. So this is wide open for Furia to really have an important event from that world's picture. So they have so much to play for. Meanwhile, Sup, they are definitely playing the role of spoiler, and they have been spoiling some runs and have been getting some results. But Yan is the one who puts up the first results in the series, scoring one here.
And the desk absolutely broke it down correctly. This Sup squad are going to be tested defensively. This Furia squad are going to be all over them with the weapons they have on offense between Yan and Lost, and of course, Kahard backing them up. And Achieves hit the nail on the head when he was talking about, the best defenses can't even hold this team back at times. And it really does take a good offense to kind of mute the offense of Furia. That pressure has to come out from Sup to kind of push back Furia and not let them into that flow state rhythm that you've seen with Lost and Yan up in the front.
Well, we'll see if Sup can do it right now. They do have the ball in Furia's half, but Yan's fakes are taking out player after player. Ajax does get back. He hits it off his own backboard. There's a demo by Lost, but Money trying to lead the charge, but you can see the height on the challenge from Card slows things down. Expert, low boost. Looks like he might have been able to get a piece of Yan, but Yan brings it right into a air dribble, gets the flip reset and a tip here. Will be upfield with Booth. We'll see what he does with it. Yan to the backboard, the double tap almost goes in. Ajax sweeps the line, but that shows you what Yan is capable of.
Yeah, certainly capable on offense there, but a capable defender there in Ajax. He's really been backing up all the teams that he's on, but at this time, this one's floating above the net. Money's got to get back. As Sup trying to stabilize, and they do. That's a very close beginning here for Sup. They've given up this first goal, but they've been able to hold back Furia, although they have been knocking on the door. Here comes Yan, a couple flip resets and a bump, and another great challenge there from Ajax.
Expert, flick around one. Did get the corner boost steal as well, trying to power this ball through, and he's getting some results with it. Lost. Trying to dribble it out. Out of boost, but still gets the demo. Lost getting a bump as well on zero boost. Will almost do everything. It is chaotic down there on the field. Demo after demo. Lost upfield getting bumps with no boost. Trying to make things work.
And SUP players getting demoed, rotating back. They're not even back to their own goal line yet. The Furia squad showing that pressure and that presence downfield. See if SUP can put something together here. Expert, he's poked it free a couple times. He just can't hold on to it.
Lost. Staying in the play. Will poke it and rotate out. Money dodging one bump attempt. Bumps Yan off the ball. Card going for the shot. Card! It looked like it was undefended. Card had so much space on that.
Listen, this is one of those goals. Somebody has got to go here. You can't leave it to Card at the top of your box like that. You got to put a hand up defensively. And I don't know if it was a communication thing, James, or if both players just were positioned poorly to make a play on it. But nobody going up after that one, and you leave it free for Card, you know he's going to put a dangerous shot on target.
And you wonder if there was some low boost with the player who was on the backboard. He just couldn't get out to it in time. Meanwhile, SUP trying to get on the board, but a nice block there from Yan will keep the score to 0 for SUP. SUP having some nice possession here. Good speed, but a double commit now, a numbers advantage for Furia. The passing coming out. Furia weaving. The bump attempt doesn't land. Expert in a 3v1 is able to make the stop that seemed like it was a hopeless situation.
I'm sitting here on Expert's cam, and my man was reacting to everything, trying to get a read on that play. But here comes Furia again. This one drops in front of the box. Lost, can he wrap around this one? It's going to be tough as the defense there holds strong, but great work there from Expert just a moment ago to stay with all that passing and make a save.
Oh, that was a legitimate 3v1. Somehow the save came out, so SUP still have a chance, but one more goal here might put it out of reach. A double commit from SUP. Expert trying to defend the backboard. It's too awkward. Card back to the middle. Nobody there from Furia, so Expert will possess. Pops it up nicely. But Yan, first touch is so nice. We'll be able to get back to it. Takes the quick shot. 0 boost for Money. Was still able to get there. Now Expert. Read by Card. Card able to get there. Now Lost pre-jumping, and he gets up and over Money. Card might have a shot. And there's a demo by Yan. So Furia, so quick. You're seeing that they're pre-jumping these challenges. They're getting up high over the ball. There's nothing really SUP's been able to do.
No, and the offense here has been suffocating from Furia. 10 shots from them here so far, and there's been a few shots from SUP, but not all that threatening. And it just feels like Furia have full control of game one.
Lost will dribble this back up on his own backboard, and that will seal the deal. SUP had a few looks, but overall, you could just see the firepower from Furia. Furia, Chief talked about it. You touched on it as well. They have so much firepower that it's tough to put up any sort of defense.
Well, and it's tough too, because when you look at the way SUP are trying to break out from their own end, it was very direct from SUP. It was an immediate air dribble straight down the middle of the field or from the side wall, and it was very easy for Furia to defend from that when they don't have to commit that many numbers to it, and they're just trying to buy time for players to get back. It's basically a 1v3 that SUP puts themselves into offensively and defensively multiple times throughout this game. So for SUP, I mean, listen, you get your chance to kind of get your feet wet. Remember, they have 2 players here who have never actually been on the Saturday weekend stream here before. It's their first time, and they get their feet wet here against Furia. A 2-0 loss isn't the worst thing in the world. They had to come up big defensively, but I think SUP really have to get settled in and get their offense going if they're going to have a chance here against Furia.
Oh, certainly. And Curly, one of the things you were talking about was just, you know, the speed that Furia was playing with and their confidence on the challenges, especially at the midfield. We saw multiple times where SUP was trying to take that ball airborne, and there was no respect from Furia. They just jumped up, immediately got the height, and shut down the counterattack. So it was well defended by Furia, who offensively, defensively had it all, and they'll start out almost with another goal. Lost, blasted that one high.
You got to look out. That Furia offense, it comes out swinging as it did in game one. And it's up to SUP here to change the narrative here in this game. They've got to put on more pressure. They certainly have to control that midfield a bit more here as they do find themselves on the Furia side. Unfortunately, it's Not able to hold on to it, taking a couple challenges here and a big clear coming up from Furia. Great stop from Money. That stop can't hold on to it.
Yan so quickly up to the ball. Furia getting airborne for these challenges, giving no space whatsoever to Sup. Sup still looking for that first goal. We'll see if they can crack this code of Furia. Furia so far having all the opportunities, almost scoring early in this one. Lost shot went high off the crossbar. And now you see Lost stealing that boost in the corner. Money trying to pass it to the middle. Nobody's there. And possession back for Furia. Lost going for a 50. Gets a piece of it. Money. First touch shut down again by Card. Lost. High pop. Will stay on the ball. You can see the bump attempt from Yan. Lost just waiting. If that ball didn't roll above the crossbar, Lost might have been able to sneak that one in.
Oh, here's a good look here for Sup. They're trying to put on more attack. They're finding a little bit more space here on the offensive zone as compared to game one, where again, they just kept giving up the ball. Now that this one dangerously coming across. Great clear from Ajax, but it can't clear the back line of Furia. Again, it's so crucial just to relieve your defense. Sup struggling to get through the third man. Great demo. Money, can he put it off the back wall? And again, spoiled by the Furia defense.
Uh-oh, this could be dangerous. Yan with the fake, and off the post from Card. Lost going for net, and Money stops it. That was a brilliant fake there from Yan. Yan zoned out the defense, kept everybody grounded, and that shot, you really feel like that one should have gone in, Krill.
Yeah, oh, definitely. Hit the post, went wide. The defense was in shambles there. Now Sup once again finding themselves in the offensive zone. They just can't hold on to that final 10%. Here comes Money. See if he can get over, but he has no more boost. Lost, that's a poor clear, but no follow-up there from Sup as they're trying to put on the pressure. Can they find their first here? Expert trying to barrel through, and the defense holds strong.
Ajax going for the 50, and that one blocked. Money trying to pinch this out. Now it finds its way to Expert. Expert shot easily saved. Sup have not really been able to figure out what to do against this Furia defense. They're lobbing some shots in, just hoping that there's a bad touch, but Furia is not making any mistakes so far.
And the defense on the goal line really hasn't been tested, right? We haven't seen any crazy shots come out from Sup that have forced anyone to stretch out or make a tough save. It's just been lob shots towards the Furia net or just off target altogether. And Furia have been unfazed by the offense of Sup so far.
This has been a very defensive game, sitting at 0-0 still. About a minute and a half left to go. Furia, they've had so many chances. If Sup somehow managed to sneak one by and close this out 1-0, they would have been stealing this game. Furia will be kicking themselves. Many good looks, but the shooting has been letting them down just a bit. And there's a demo from behind. Yan lets Card stay in the play. Card had almost nothing in the tank. Was running on just a single small pad on that play. We're starting to see Sup slowly get more possession, but did they overcommit here? Two jump up. Ajax tried to tip it off his own backboard. Lost. Down. Lost. How many times have we seen him try to make those zero boost plays?
He's been one of the biggest weapons for Furia when he's been consistent. That's one of the big question marks about this Furia squad is can they get Lost consistently in the rotation without overcommitting? And so far, I mean, Furia, in a game like this might be the chance hole for Sup. As Money, did he
hit that ball?
Did he block it?
Expert hit that ball. He got the demo, but as he was flipping through, he hit that ball. The angle I had wasn't good enough to tell if the shot was even on target, but oh man.
I got blinded by the demo. He must have blocked it. And a chance for Sup.
He certainly blocked it or hit the ball, but I don't know if the ball was heading towards net. It was tough to see, but that is potentially, you know, a life-saving moment for Furia. We'll certainly want to take another look at that one in the replays. Last second opportunity lost, keeping the ball up.
Oh my.
Nice touch. Has Yan in the middle. Yan
look out.
It off the backboard. No
look
way.
Out.
Yan. Really doing it. Who will? Yan with the 0-second thriller.
Oh, and Lost expertly moves around the defense on the back wall, and he's perfectly laid it out for Yan to let him go to work. And boy, did he. He brought home the bacon for Furia, and it's 2-0.
Oh my goodness. That was clutch. And Yan, he's just a clutch player. He is the player who you want the ball to be in their hands in those moments. And that is exactly why. Furia, this game, it looked like it was going to be theirs. You saw the miss from Card. There was the miss from Lost earlier that hit off the crossbar. That demo there, you see Expert hitting it. I still, from that angle, could not tell.
Yeah.
It looked like it might have been going post. It's tough to say. But regardless, Corelli, that was just a wild ride of a game.
And so close for Sup. We kind of mentioned it a little bit, where Sup were able to find a little bit more offense. They were able to spend a little bit more time in the offensive third. They put some pressure onto Furia, definitely more than in game one. They had their big moment that was spoiled, but still, this was a better game from Sup. I think really trying to feel out what it's like to be at this point in RLCS, and of course play against an offense like Furia, who I think they did a great job of slowing them down here in game two. You have to give Sup credit. Regardless of their offense, they were able to block away and push back Furia much better here in game two.
They were, but they still were not able to score. They were not able to win. And now they find themselves facing elimination against Furia. Sup has had a wonderful run. They need some magic here. Money with the shot. That one going top bins, but Card jumps for it. So did Yan. Card the one to make the save.
Furia still held Sup to 0 goals so far. Sup trying to change that. But again, the offense very one-dimensional and very predictable for the Furia defense. They've pushed them away every single time.
I mean, it really has looked, you know, like a boxing match where one boxer, all they're doing is taking the punches. They've had some glancing blows, but Sup has just been taking punch after punch after punch, have not been able to land one of their own. Furia so far has been outclassing them, even though the games have been close. Offensively, Sup really needs to mix it up and start experimenting. And you see Card trying to weave around the defense. I think defensively, though, Corelli, Sup has been standing up to Furia quite well. They just need to score. You can't win in Rocket League if you don't score.
Yeah, I mean, regardless of winning or losing, the defense from Sup has been great since game two. I think Furia have found it much more difficult to attack the net of Sup. Now here's an opportunity for Expert. He gets over the first man. Unfortunately, that defense from Furia is so quick. You thought he might have had a little bit of space there for Sup. But now the pitch comes across, and Card gonna put it away for Furia.
Oh, Card waiting in the middle, just circling, knows that there's a chance that ball will pinch middle, and Yan got that nice pace right there waiting. It was Card. So Furia again scoring, bringing the heat. Sup seems like they're running out of gas, Corelli.
In a game like this is one that can get away from them very quickly, especially if you know the writing might be on the wall as Lost. His shot goes wide as well, but look how quick Furia are to keep this one in the offensive zone. As Lost can't get through the backboard defense yet. Yan so quick up, and Furia unrelenting here. Yan somehow still staying on the ball. You can see how many opportunities.
This ball hasn't even left the third, Corelli.
Furia's players have on it. It's just an insane amount of pressure coming up from Furia. Look at this pass across the box, and Card's blocked away.
This ball still stuck in the defending third for Sup. They cannot break out. The speed from Furia. Expert tipping it up to Ajax. Will that be enough to finally get this ball past half? And it looks like it is, but barely, as that's defended, and Lost is right back in. Over half a tank to work with. Going for the bump. Yan will not be able to get there. Ajax nicely dodges the bump and tries to get the clear, but there's a demo. 0 boost for Money. Money can't defend the backboard, and that's an easy goal for Lost.
Money, he had no boost on the back wall, like you said, and when you see Yan go up to the backboard, you know exactly what's happening next. It's on your net, or it's coming back out to a teammate, and Money with no boost just can't make the play. 2-0 now for Furia.
Oh, and this is a beatdown. This is approaching a perfect sweep situation, and you know, for Sup, they've been able to take down some good teams. They beat a Crew twice. They beat Koi recently. G2, they took out. M80, they took out. But Furia is a different beast altogether.
It's a different day, and it's a different caliber of team here. That reverse sweep over G2 was something else from Sup, but they just couldn't carry it here into the next day. And with 2 minutes left on the clock, Furia, this is one where it starts to get ugly. They have taken over game 3. Things have fallen apart for Sup, and Furia showing their class.
And this is quite frightening. I mean, the fact that Furia was sent down to the lower bracket and playing like this.
There you go.
Hold on a second, but it doesn't go in, and no, it hit off their crossbar. Who was that? Was that Yan or Card who slapped that off their own crossbar? I think it was Yan.
I think it was Yan.
Oh my, Sup just can't score.
They walked up to the edge of the diving board, but they did not want to dive in.
Oh man, Corelli, there's a screenshot right there of how open that was. Finally, Ajax will break through. No perfect sweep today. And honestly, I think Sup earned that. They deserve at least one.
Yeah, they certainly did, especially in that last play. They got the fake on the last man and just couldn't put on target. Ajax says, I've had enough. I'm slamming it home. And the first goal for Sup here in game 3 as they try and fight back with 1 minute and 20 seconds left on the clock.
And that was a really nice pass there from Expert. Expert getting the lightest touchdown. Ajax trying to wall dash over to that one, does steal the corner. Sup might be turning the corner when it comes to offense. Having much more possession here. But there's a clear out. Yan up over his shoulder, trying to get a double tap, but it got by him. Now Ajax around Card. Ajax to Money on the flip reset pass. Money have put a hand up. Expert going to the backward. Money will stay in the play. And we'll send that over to the Furia corner. Now Yan up and over Ajax. Yan, what will he do with this? Takes it back down to the ground, going for the infield pass. It pinches off. Expert lost. Had Money put a hand up. Now, again, back to Yan. The double tap doesn't connect. 1v1 situation, but Lost is able to pinch that one off to the side. And time melting away. Sup on the brink of elimination.
Yeah, Money had no boost there on the counter. He used it all defensively with the flurry of attacks. Here comes, oh my, that was a huge whiff by Lost. And now Yan faking everyone out.
Goodness.
He finally puts it through, and it's 4-1.
I mean, you got to soak this play in, Corelli. Lost misses, Ajax jumps, Money whiffs, thinking Yan's going to shoot. Yan just says, you know, I'm just going to wait and see what happens. And sure enough, the net opened wide up.
He faked me out. I didn't even know what was happening. I couldn't even call it. Gave me the fakes. That's how good it was. And with time ticking down, Furia, I mean, James talked about it so much.
They're already down, Card.
It's like an unwritten rule.
This is just disrespectful. Card says, you know what? Just got to get this one for the road.
Got to pad those stats. And
I mean,
Furia,
whoever's got Card on their fantasy team, I'm sure is very pleased.
yeah. Probably asking for one more. And Furia, I mean, they look like they don't want to slow down anyways. Yeah, we'll just take it to the sky and carry this one out. Furia showing their stuff here against Sup in the 3-0.
And almost a perfect sweep. Furia, I think you can safely say, Corelli, Furia just outclassed Sup. You saw the pace at which they were playing offense, even the individual ability. There were a few plays from Yan where your jaw just drops. There was the one of the goals, I think it was even this game, I think it was the third goal of the game, where he gets that flip reset, gets the extra touch on the ball and blasted it in. Yan was out of this world. Furia's playing the way that they were playing when they were winning international events. You know, and when they're playing this well, Corelli, it is quite frightening. Sup wasn't able to stand up to the test.
Yeah, this is a work in progress for Furia right now, and they're trying to get Lost into the rotation. This looked stellar from Furia. We'll have to see what they do further on in the bracket, but we can see here in the Mobile One High Performance replays throughout the series, Furia have been all over Sup. They didn't overcommit, and their last man was strong when it came to challenges on the transition. That was the biggest weak point that Furia had walking into this split.
And it looks like there's, at least in this series, not many weaknesses in Furia's game. Furia were ferocious. They take down Sup. They only allowed a single goal, and they stay in the tournament. Next up, we've got the Shopify Rebellion taking on G2, and that's coming up right after the break.
Go on myself. I'm cold steel stainless. My glass half full. Always said don't suffer no fools. Serpents daydream. I bite, you call me lovely. Got a sweet tooth. Gonna get the sugar from you. When they say I'm a machine gun, I take it as a compliment. Honey, you should know I can be a weapon. I can be a weapon. Come a cold blood, selfish. Your words are painless. I like when I drive and feel so dangerous. They say I'm a red flag, 'cause they want it so bad. You should know I'm holding on to what I have. When they say I'm a machine gun, I take it as a compliment. Honey, you should know I can be a weapon. I can be a weapon. All I wanna do is to put my arms around you and watch these moments fall back into place. All I wanna do is to make you stop and love me.
Well, Turtles, hope was it was lovely belief, but it does not pan out here. Sup 1, 2, 3 drop their games to Furia, and Furia gonna advance here in the Spring Open. Welcome back, folks. I'm joined by Gibbs. James, you were on the call from that match.
Yep.
Anything we're missing here?
I mean, you might have missed the one goal Sup scored, but if you caught that, nice. But overall, the series wasn't that nice for Sup, but it was brilliant for Furia. And I think for Furia, it can't be understated, even though that game was a beatdown and so heavily in favor for them, it was so meaningful because Furia is trying to steal that last spot for North America at the World Championship. And they made up so much ground, and they're still making up ground if they can go even further. So that was a massive series. It's not just something to brush under the rug. That was very important for them.
And with this win, we see Furia continuing to have, at this point feels like their best performance of the season, Gibbs.
Oh, absolutely. And you can't say, that they had an easy road, because they had to play version 1 in lower round 2 as well, and they 3-0'd them. So Furia coming out strong. They had a regional 3 meltdown where they got last place, so they had a very low seed coming into this tournament. They were 13th seed. But as they get better and better throughout this tournament, they're going to up their seed to maybe a top 8. That'll put them in a much better bracket next time around. So even though that they're doing so well here, it's going to get even better Regional 2 and Regional 3.
Furia building momentum, yet to drop a game in the lower bracket. We'll see if they can keep it going. We'll have to wait and see who they're going to play, though. We got to play some more of this bracket. We got those upper bracket matches coming up a little bit later on. We can take a look at the schedule, show you guys what's coming down the pipeline. This is the last best of 5 we're about to play. Shopify Rebellion taking on G2. They're going to compete for a spot. One of them going to be eliminated here. G2 trying to make the full lower bracket run. Shopify, honestly, also trying to make quite the run, putting the hurt on some honestly some pretty one-sided games across their 2 matches there in the lower bracket, but trying to make a big run and build on that highlight goal we saw earlier in the top 3.
Oh yeah, Parth with a fantastic shot. He is scoring 1.4 goals per game right now, shooting 40% in this tournament. And Rebellion, the number 2 offense so far, 3.3 goals per game. On the other side with G2, it's an awkward tournament for them because normally they're the gatekeepers, as you say, Wave. But that's because they always beat teams below them and they lose to teams like FaZe and Gen G consistently. But this tournament, it's been complete opposite. They lose to a team they never lose to in SUP, and then they take down FaZe 3-0. So it's an awkward tournament for G2, but they survived day 1. That's all that matters, James. And now will we see the real G2 here?
I believe that is the question. And I think Direct or somebody had put out a crazy stat on Twitter just highlighting the fact that G2 almost never loses to teams that are not top NA teams. G2 incredibly consistent. They continue, and I think the consistency for G2, just looking back on the entirety of G2's existence, especially in this new era, they have been incredibly consistent as of late, maybe even the most consistent in a team. So I feel like they definitely are the favorites here. I had to cast and watch the devastating NRG loss to Shopify Rebellions. And in that series, I really was impressed by everyone on Shopify. So, you cannot discount how good this team is. I think Parth did a fantastic job of taking every 50 when that was the best call. I mean, and sometimes when you don't do that, you really put your team in a bad spot and vulnerable to counterattacks. Parth was incredible, and he set up Two-Piece, who is that young gun. Two-Piece, one of those players that, similar to Chronic, that was on everybody's radar, and you're starting to see why, especially as you start to get more results in these events. So Shopify, they're not an easy win here, but G2 certainly the favorite still.
Well, in G2, 8 out of 8 events this season, a crazy statistic they've been able to put up, been knocked out by a team that finished top 2 every single one of them, which basically means if Shopify wins this, they're guaranteed grand finals. So we'll see if they can pull it off, folks. Let us know who you think is going to win. #SR, #G2. James, who you got?
I'm still going to have to go with G2. They're looking really good, especially Atomic. When the going gets tough, Atomic gets going. So I've got G2.
When we see these underdog teams come in on a day 1 red hot, normally day 2, they falter a bit. We just saw it in that last matchup. I think that happens again here. I'm going G2.
Gatekeepers versus the discount code. I'm going with Gatekeepers on this one. Chat, who you guys got? We got 3. Everybody going for G2 up here on the desk. Chat is very heavily favoring G2 on this one as well. This is obviously their match to lose, but Shopify Rebellion didn't get this far playing by the rules. They're a rebellion after all. Let's see who's going to take it. The last best of 5 of the bracket. Shopify versus G2. Game 1 starts now.
Once upon a time, this Shopify Rebellion squad was not even invited into the invitational qualifier at the very start of the season. All they did was start taking names from then on, but they've fallen short of qualifying for majors. Now, one of their best opportunities against G2 underway now.
And that's something so crazy to say, that their best opportunity is against G2 of all team stacks. But the way we have seen G2 start this event off was not impressive. They got into the lower bracket early, and now they've got to try to claw their way out.
This is an org that has never actually lost to G2 in the RLCS. Only 2 appearances. 2-0 record in this circuit era. Chicago going top right, and G2 looking to right all the wrongs.
Like this control from Chicago, gets the ball in the hood, slows things down. Two-piece with the early challenge. Once Chicago sees that challenge, he knows the top right corner is available. First goal for G2.
G2 strikes first, a team that we've seen when they strike early, they can strike often as well. Good center though from Memory and two-piece. Unable to convert, coming in quickly. Parth taking off the field, that's going to be key for G2 as well. Parth and Atomic, both the leading scorers so far in this event, 14 each coming into this. G2 have done it with 3 more games played as Parth goes on a rampage. Only one to beat, but Chicago there. Good recovery from G2 as they fend off Rebellion.
This Rebellion team, you got to keep eyes on two-piece on the ball right now. Able to make an impact on every side of the field, as he's already had a couple shots to his name. Rebellion out shooting G2, but G2 still into the lead here. Looking at another, it's a good save from Memory as Atomic trying to keep that early G2 pressure, but look at the transition. Rebellion able to clear it out in midfield. We'll end up seeing what both these teams can do with that free space as this game continues on.
I don't know if Rebellion really wants to throw the ball down onto G2's half of the field because G2 is the better, faster, and stronger team, and Atomic converts here, his 15th of the tournament.
I mean, that's just a speed test. You got to be able to get there when you see that read off that corner. Atomic had it, and he challenged the Rebellion defense. If you're not going to be fast enough, it's going to go on target.
2-0 the lead then for G2, looking for plenty more. And they'll have plenty of opportunities unless Rebellion can quickly turn things around. JNaps intended for Atomic. He couldn't get to it. Parth lining up the double, and he'll slot it through.
It's a quick play, but it's an effective one. Two-piece lobs it up. Parth one straight down with the double. G2's defense not ready for that explosion offense.
Well, well, well. What an answer after giving up a couple of early goals. Now Chicago going right back to work. He's got Atomic wide right. And Atomic side flip, and that still threw off Memory, but Parth up ahead to two-piece, intercepted by JNaps. Chicago towards Atomic and well intercepted by Parth.
And you gotta start to watch this Rebellion team playing, especially when they know they can get past G2 if they hit him with a hard enough counterattack. We'll see how G2 tries to adapt here. You got a lot of Rocket League to go halfway through the game. Two-piece trying to equalize, and he does! It's 2 for two-piece, and it's 2 goals for Rebellion.
Look at this pick here. Atomic doesn't know what to do. He's trying to react. Not a chance. He who hesitates is lost. And Atomic got left in the dust by two-piece. Game tied right back where we started, just short of the halfway mark.
Two-piece, 100% goal participation this game. 1 goal, 1 assist. And now you're starting to see Rebellion move with a little bit more life. Meanwhile, on the side of G2, letting in a lot of these goals. Start to get a little concerned if you're fans of the team on the orange side here, but still chance to get back into this game. Everything all tied up. But you can see the momentum starting to build on that Rebellion side.
Oh, Parth just coming up empty there. Here goes JNaps. Two-piece back in the corner. Chicago, quick turn and fire! And G2's back in front.
And Memory doesn't really get the good read on this. Ball pitches out. He sees JNaps, he sees Chicago in front of him, and just not enough reaction time to get up there. Great reaction from Chicago, though. Knew where the ball was going and put that shot in.
Punch, counter punch from Rebellion and G2. Just imagine if this is a sign of things to come. Hard out of the corner. And Atomic's gonna turn and run away here with Parth. He's not able to get what he wanted. Memory now after Parth deleted off the field again by Chicago. He's got him a couple times. Two-piece down in front, easily cleared away by JNaps. Second touch not there, not needed, as it's Chicago booming it away.
Light touch out. Atomic has Chicago center. The pre-jump comes through. Two-piece though. Great save away. And Parth leading the charge, trying to get over everyone. Forces a tough save out of JNaps as well. G2 has not really found the correct response. for some of this pressure that they see on Rebellion's end, but they have been able to strike on their own end with just a little bit of off-speed plays. And that's been a key difference. A lot of the goals from G2 have been just slow shots from Chicago. Rebellion have not been able to really get in position for those. And all G2 have to do is hold on for one more minute, and they'd be able to secure game one. But we'll see if Rebellion have something left in store.
JNAPS going right at two-piece. Two-piece there to stop him. Now Chicago has to bring it all the way back. Well done to avoid two-piece. Memory up to meet Chicago. Got a piece of him there. And now Parth has to bring it to his own corner. Down to 30 seconds left now. G2 trying to hold on here as they scored the first 2 goals. And then two-piece and Parth brought it right back for Rebellion. But it's G2 in front now with 15 seconds. Oh, good touch by Memory, just getting a piece of that. But now Rebellion's got to dive in, and nobody is going after JNAPS at all. They let G2 burn a lot of time off this clock. Have they let him burn too much? Parth couldn't get there. Now Rebellion has to go the length of the field, and it's not looking likely as this comes towards the ground, and G2 hangs on for game one.
Hangs on. I like that. That's definitely a good way to kind of describe that game. It was kind of a back and forth. You said it, punch, counter punch. You could see Rebellion really start to surge. Lots of it, again, on mechanical ability. Two-piece and Parth both. And for G2, not necessarily needing to rely on that too much. As we take a look at our Mobile One high performance replay, it was just speed and sometimes off speed for G2. A lot of their shooting just having to, just being contributed to a lot of team play. And that's the big key difference maker as well. Even on the defensive side, they sat there with 4 saves that game, just able to kind of slow Rebellion down and really have to force them to get more creative in the air.
Parth closing in on a season best as far as goals in a single event. He's got 15 now with his goal there, but it's the strike from Chicago with about 2 minutes left that gives G2 the early advantage as we get ready to head on to the Forbidden Temple for game 2 here. G2 looking for its first win in the RLCS against Shopify Rebellion. It's the first matchup against this roster. Of course, Memory's been a part of all of the matchups for Rebellion, even in the grid as well. As Atomic out of the corner, leave it for JNAPS. Oh, the decoy play almost beat Rebellion, and we're off and running in game 2.
Oh, start to see how things move around the field. Look at that from JNAPS. That's a great, or from Atomic to JNAPS, I should say. Great clearance, and JNAPS able to turn that into a shot chance. Now both teams going back and forth, sharing that space in the midfield. A lot of respect on both sides, but I don't know if you want to give that to G2 for free. Oh, Chicago misses, but it's okay. The ball's rolling in anyway, and G2 will get the goal.
Have to imagine the defense was fooled there by Chicago's effort. Doesn't matter, they'll take it. It goes in the net, and a 1-0 lead for G2 again, early in a game as well.
If I'm two-piece, I'm a little mad at that. Chicago hit the ball, but guess what? He doesn't need to. Good bait out. Great work.
What you wish for.
And
careful what you wish for. He hit the ball and it's 2-0.
He was worried about it, and guess what? Now two-piece in the net once again goes up to try to stop the touch from JNAPS. Like you said, Chicago to the top right corner. Everybody from G2 getting involved on that play.
A 2-0 lead in game 1. Even quicker to go up 2-0 in game 2 as Parth again taken out by Chicago. It's like he's just had a target on his car the entire time. JNAPS couldn't get a shot off here, but he will have a chance at this in the corner. Parth beat him to the punch. And two-piece there to stop Chicago, at least slow him down a little bit. Atomic back in. Chicago's available, and this time Parth with the save, but G2 continues to smother Shopify Rebellion in their own zone. Finally, Memory breaks out, double tap, easily sent away by Chicago.
Man, Rebellion, when they get those clearances, they look really good, but too far forward, and the pocket is picked. JNAPS will score. Everybody from G2 gets a goal this game.
Well, Memory's got to be real sick of that guy, JNAPS. They've met time and time again throughout the RLCS. JNAPS only the slim margin here over Memory in his RLCS career. 5-4, his record against the former Set to Destroy member who, one could argue, ruined the RLCS once upon a time. Here goes Memory against JNAPS, and Atomic able to guide this out. Chicago there as well. Here comes G2 again.
Nice challenges from G2, but Rebellion seems like they're struggling to figure it out. Oh my goodness, he's a sniper. JNAPS to the top right. He is shooting lights out this game.
The hits just keep on coming.
What? There's two there, and he gets it past both of them. That is amazing.
You know when they say it rains, it pours, but there's an opportunity, and Parth will dunk one through. His second of the series, and at least gives Rebellion some life. There's still 3 minutes left here, and I don't think Rebellion are going to be too picky about how they get their goals. They're happy to get anything towards the net.
Anything is helpful. 3 minutes to go in the game. Still time for Rebellion to potentially surge. We know they have the ability. Wait, can 2Ps get this past Atomic? He's trying to force it, and he does! Back-to-back for Rebellion. Now they cut the deficit down to 2.
This is wild. Once again, Rebellion refuses to go quietly. They get another pair of unanswered goals. Can they continue, though? Because they've dug themselves an even deeper hole. Atomic now twirling through. Memory there to stop him. Boost available in the corner. Is going to be taken by JNAPS after that shot. And back goes G2 with plenty in the tank collectively, and nobody diving forward to deal with that dangerous ball by Chicago. And now Memory again, met by Atomic. Here goes JNAPS, who's been awesome here in game 2. Can he continue the scoring as Parth again bopped off the field? JNAPS around the corner, down towards Chicago, but not where he needed to be, and Atomic, the lone man back.
Remember, he had to fight for that ball. Only had 12 boosts, so couldn't really do much in the challenge. Now a couple of beats here from G2 in the midfield, but it's a good challenge there from Parth to get things back here on the side of Rebellion. They've got 2 minutes, down by 2. We've seen them score in bunches. Oh, but when Atomic is putting a shot on like that, what more can you do? 3-goal lead here for G2 after that goal.
Memory hesitated a little bit, trying to keep the offense rolling. He did not dive in when maybe he could have, and as a result, all that time and space given to Atomic and Chicago. They extend their lead. Parth trying to get it right back, and Atomic with the last stop. 2-piece, maybe a little ambitious trying to get over towards Parth. They do at least keep this alive. Out of the corner, 2-piece, nobody there to receive, and it's Atomic one-on-one with Parth. Now JNAPS, Atomic, pop it up, but Chicago's not there, and Rebellion can at least repel the attack briefly.
Yeah, only for a moment, though. Defense has not been the best here for Rebellion. You got to keep in mind, letting in 5 goals this game, and they're trying to see if they can strike hard enough to be able to equalize this scoreline. Rebellion do have a lot of confidence against G2. Of course, when you beat a team like G2, it tends to do that. But they have to understand that they got to be playing on all cylinders fired going forward here. As G2 can run away with a game easy. Look, this looks very uncomfortable. Parth will take his time, but gets bumped out the way. JNAPS versus 2 says he'll opt for the pass to Atomic. Atomic won't be able to get that pass. 2-piece defense is set here, but the final minute, G2 with a 3-goal lead, showing no signs of letting it slip.
Yeah, it doesn't look like there will be any joy for Rebellion here in game 2. But they got to get a goal quick if they're going to have a chance. Parth trying to pre-flip through just to get there a little quicker. It was not to be. This will drop down, and Chicago could have put this game away for good. Said he had to turn off. Now Atomic, just more time wasted here by G2, and it doesn't look like Rebellion's in much of a hurry at all here to try and chase this. Bank was not open, and Parth could not slip that by Chicago. Another Rebellion attack refused by G2. And JNAPS and Atomic will get on the same page, but not necessarily Naps and Chicago as they trade paint on the wall. But too little, too late here for Shopify Rebellion. The chaos they create on the G2 half is in garbage time effectively as the final seconds will tick away and G2 takes care of business through 2 games here on match point, trying to eliminate their nemesis here in Rebellion.
I want to see if they would let him have it.
No quarter, no mercy, no feel goods, just pain.
I will say there was a little bit of respect though. G2 stopped playing on like that offensive front towards like the final 30 seconds, realizing, we got a 3-goal lead. We can 50 the ball out here for a little bit, then go on to the next game. Very different than the last series we just saw for good reasons here. G2, like you said, all about business here as they end up putting the series on match point. Very effective on that offensive front. JNAP shooting 2 for 6, Atomic shooting 2 for 4. And even Chicago with 100% goal participation. That game, almost 100%. He was a part of 4 out of the 5 goals. But even then, still great work. When everybody on G2 is, on the same page and all playing great Rocket League, sometimes they just look unstoppable.
They have, again, had their struggles with Memory and his teams in recent history. But they are taking care of Rebellion here as we go on to DFH Stadium for Game 3. Looking like a sweep here, unless the Rebellion defense can pick up in a big, big way. Or maybe the offense. Maybe you just win a shootout with G2. Not many teams do. As Memory will dump one in. Dangerous. Chicago couldn't get there, but Atomic does. Just ahead of Parth. 2-piece trying to line up a double, and Atomic stopped that. Memory brings it right back in. That midfield boost not there for Parth. May not matter. He's still at least able to keep the attack alive, working with not a lot, and Atomic finally clears.
Light touch out. Get more space for 2-piece. Do they see Memory? 2 go up there. I think they knew he was back there. But Memory will still get that corner boost. A lot of early initial pressure from Rebellion here at the start. But we also have to see how they're able to handle on the defensive side. Again, letting in 5 goals game 2. They've got to clean up things on the defensive effort. Sure, they could get 2 goals a game here, but if they're letting in so much, it won't matter.
This is a G2 squad that it feels a little bit weird to say. We've never looked at them this season and said, okay, this is the best team in North America. And that really is the standard that they've set after a phenomenal season last year as Chicago lets one fire, and it's 2-piece with the save. We always know that they're as close to a shoe-in for a major as you can get alongside the likes of Gen G and maybe FaZe Clan. But again, it's not good enough for them, and they've been very candid and open and honest with each other about what needs to change, how they need to approach these regionals to get where they want to be, and maybe a team that could peak at just the right time here in the spring split.
I know a regional event where we saw a lot of teams that were predicted towards the top fall early. We're talking day 1 early. Just seeing G2 showing that resilience, being able to battle back, and they could even potentially go on a lower bracket run here. It all starts with closing out this game and closing out the series.
Pop by Atomic. JNAPS will continue the play. Memory just narrowly avoids Chicago, and he makes the stop there. Of course, Memory known for his defense for so long, especially early on in the RLCS. He was the defensive mastermind in the early seasons. Up ahead now, Parth. Not near the mark, as Atomic will again bring this away. Just the attacks from Rebellion, they have not been sustained other than that early surge at the very start of the game. They've just not made the G2 defense work, and what a save by Memory coming back into the play and keeping it scoreless.
4 saves for Rebellion, only 2 shots. They started off strong, but it's been a defensive game for them. But this has been very well done. Not being able to let in any goal after dropping 5 last game has shown a great sign of adjustment. They still got a hold on. Chicago's lining up a double 2-piece. Great reaction and knock it away and get the team some space.
They've been doubled up in this series here, 8-4, the total score line. G2 over Shopify Rebellion. Chicago and Naps both there. Nobody dove in for Rebellion on that setter effort. And now Chicago well ahead of Memory.
Yeah.
Almost like he's just trying to get Chicago to get rid of the ball rather than carry. Here's JNAPS denied by Parth, and again, Rebellion having to collectively stand on its head here to keep G2 out of their net. but they haven't been able to get anything on the other half of the field. JNAP's drop off to Atomic. 2P shut him down. And now Chicago, very patient play to bring that around and keep possession in the zone and let everybody else get boosted up. That pitches downfield, and that's probably about as close as Rebellion have come to scoring. Oh, a misplay out of the side, and 2Piece gives him the lead.
2P starting to surge here this game. He's got half the team saves. He played the mist on JNAPS and puts that off the post and in. Big time goal here for Rebellion. Life on the line, and 2P stepping up.
Whoops. Oh, that's just over 2Piece, and a chance now for G2 again. They've been all over Rebellion, and Chicago rolls it home. Just the threat of going netward. I believe it was Atomic running interference. And he chased Memory out of the zone.
He was so close too. Rebellion did so much work to get that lead, just for it to drop 5 seconds later, and back tied up we are with less than a minute to go, and G2 starting to get on the board. Chicago, what a read.
G2 fans, relax. It's simulated danger for entertainment purposes only. They had him all the way, had him exactly where they wanted him. 2 goals in 6 seconds, and all of a sudden this game and series has been turned on its head.
Time to start moving with purpose if you're Rebellion. You don't got a lot of time. Parf sets it into the midfield. You can see the aggressiveness from 2Piece coming out. Getting some bumps on Atomic, but he stays towards the ball. JNAPS tries to keep this in play. This is a good positioning, but the passes need to be a little bit more on target. That's going to create some space, and Chicago tries to push it upfield. Now Rebellion down in the game. Less than 30 seconds to go. They need some magic if they want to equalize here.
But at least they only need 1 goal here at the end. They don't need to chase 2 or 3. Lobbed up ahead. Got to throw caution to the wind, though, and it's not something that Rebellion's done. They've played a very cautious and conservative style. That's why they've been able to hold G2 to only these 2 goals. But it may be a third here as they've kind of abandoned defense. 2Piece beaten by JNAPS. All he's got to do is bring it to ground, and he does, and G2 has swept Rebellion out of the Spring Open.
And GG's coming out between both teams. G2, I mean, they showed up and they showed out. Even when Rebellion showed signs of life, G2 just took that as a sign to step it up until the next level. And it was absolutely fantastic to see. Chicago especially. Lots of great offense from him. Multiple goals from him in this series. And G2 all looking in form today to start off. Because remember, yesterday, not necessarily too strong from them. And it was definitely very impressive to see them start off here with a sweep.
And one more look at the Mobile One high performance replay as we relive this G2 sweep over Shopify Rebellion. It's the first time that G2 has beaten Rebellion as an org. Of course, they'd beaten what had basically been Pioneers for so long, but how about the performance out of JNAPS in particular? He wasn't involved as much in the offense early on, but he certainly came alive at the end. G2 sweeps Rebellion. And we've got more of the Spring Open coming up right after this.
What's with these seats, bro? I thought you had the hookup.
Dude, it's all us retired players get.
Can you believe we're here? Game 7, grand finals of the World Championship?
Yeah, I mean, it's cool and all, but what about me? What about, like, everybody else?
Everybody else?
Yeah, like all the players looking to make it to the next level. Like, what if there was a tournament for them?
Yeah, but who's gonna do that?
waiting to opportunities like this. Ahmad off the ceiling. Ahmad with the 7 from heaven. Reality, can they get control of this? Pop back from a towel as he takes control. What? Are you kidding me? This is really happening. It's really happening. It actually happened. Fortune favors Liquid.
See this one flipped out. First killer. Does he have a flip? He's trying to use it to pass down. It's unbelievable.
Out of 10 matches in the lower bracket, only 2 haven't been some sort of sweep here as we keep them rolling. Another 3-0 G2 over Shopify. This one a little bit closer than Furia versus Sup before it, but still pretty one-sided, and we are now done with the best of 5 stacks. I mean, you were on the call there. What'd you think of G2?
Chicago's pretty good at this game.
My gosh, he was phenomenal. But I was really impressed with J-Naps. You know, I saw him kind of not as involved in the offense early on, and I thought, yeah, God, we've got to get J-Naps going here this season. And this, I think, was kind of his big performance to start the spring split. I think he's going to be a big factor for G2 as we continue on here.
Yeah, I mean, Gibbs, this one is a G2 continuing through the run. They now sit in the lower quarterfinals. They're waiting on the results of the matches we're about to play.
Yes, top 6 now guaranteed for them. That's a good spot. That's, you know, major qualification type spots right there for G2 and Furia. But G2 seems like they're back to their normal selves a bit. We saw like day one, little shaky, losing to teams that they're not supposed to, beating teams that they usually don't. Now it seems like they're playing pretty well. We'll see who they get in their next round. But for now, we're going back up to the upper side of the bracket, and we're going to see some juicy matchups with 2 probably unexpected teams up in the uppers. One of those teams being Space Station.
Yep, we have the best of 7s on the table now. Is Complexity and Optic are waiting for our match that we're about to go through. They will be playing next, or they'll be playing here in a little bit. But for now, it's time for Gen G Mobile One Racing going up against the newly formed, new and improved Space Station Gaming. Hoxer joining this lineup. Hoxer's a player, Stacks, that I've always considered to be good enough to upset someone else's day, but never good enough to win it for himself. Is Space Station the team he needs around him to finally change that narrative?
Well, he certainly has no lack of experience, right? I think that with Space Station, what they struggled with was they relied too much on Daniel. They saw this, you know, great mechanical wizard and thought, okay, everything has to run through him. And it didn't feel like they were a great overall team. Now they have to be a team that's greater than the sum of their parts. And yes, I think that Hoxer does slot in as the right fit rather than just taking, okay, who's the best player we can possibly add to this?
Well, let's talk about Sad Jr. here real quick. The new coach of Space Station. I was so excited when this announcement came out. Like, obviously, Chrome's been with Space Station for so long. They felt like a change was needed. They missed out on the major. They come to this with Sad Jr., who has tons of coaching experience as well, and a phenomenal player back in his day. He carried me to plenty of tournament wins. So hats off to him. But we see Space Station coming in. They miss the major. They lose their top player. They come in as the 8th seed. No one's expected much. They go down to phase 2-0 in that series and then reverse sweep them to stay in the upper bracket, the number 1 overall seed in phase. So Space Station with Hoxer, and like, so this is a great moment for a player like Arsenal, right? Who a lot of people are saying, oh, maybe he's a little bit washed. He's getting worse and worse. He's showing up in the upper bracket, a top 4 team right now.
You can see Gen G here getting ready for the match. This is not where they expect it. Well, actually, never mind. This is where they expect it to be in the upper bracket. They were able to take down Dignit NRG to get here. Also, Furia. They've only dropped 1 game so far this split. And the best news for them, Stacks, is that FaZe is out of the tournament. Their biggest kryptonite. Well, I don't know if there's a biggest kryptonite. They have to have 2 big kryptonites, FaZe and Complexity. They might have a match against Complexity depending on how things go here in the upper bracket. But you know that they got to be feeling good. They're off of day 1. They're into day 2. And they can finally get back on that winning streak.
Yeah, well, I think one thing that the winter split proved to the rest of North America, and it's healthy for them, is that Gen G is in fact made up of human players. They're not AIs. they're not robots. They can make mistakes. They can be beaten. They do have tendencies that certainly FaZe Clan has been able to exploit and adapt to, and now it's on to the rest of North America and the world to kind of match all of that. This is still Gen G. This is still one of the top class squads in the world. And that's the challenge now for SSG.
Absolutely. They've had 2 top 8-9 finishes here, though, in a row. So is this the beginning of a trend, or was that the blip? We're about to find out. Who you got in this match, Stacks?
Oh, boy. You know, I would love to believe in this, what I think is a much better overall team in Space Station, but it is still Gen G. I got to take GGM1.
This is a big one for Gen G. I think they want to get as many points as they can on FaZe, because FaZe caught up to them. We talk about Worlds race. Well, there's a top 1 race as well between Gen G and FaZe. FaZe is only 3 points behind Gen G after Winter Major. Gen G wants as many points as possible. I think I have to go Gen G. I love Hoxer. He's the one that, while he's playing on Ghost, like took out Furia by himself. So he is a incredible talent, but not enough for Gen G.
Hoxer looks great. I'm excited to see how they do it, but this would be quite the upset, I think, if they were able to take this one down. Gen G, clearly one of the top 2-3 teams in North America, and they were the undisputed #1 team for longer than any team's been the top of North America, maybe ever.
Yeah.
They've been one of the best teams we've ever seen in this game. So I think this one is clearly Gen G. Give me Gen G on this one as well. We talked about the team play. We've talked about the skill of Hoxer. Looking at Arsenal and LJ, those stacks. I mean, is there someone else that we need to see bring something to the table, work together with Hoxer there if they're going to have a chance here against Gen G?
I want to see LJ go off. I think that's going to need to happen if SSG is going to spring what I do consider to be an upset here. The problem is you're looking at two teams, while they can be similar offensively with their numbers, it's the defense that sets them apart. And Gen G defends with some of the best here in North America and again around the world. I think they're averaging 6 shots allowed per game, which just when you limit those scoring opportunities, you give yourself a huge advantage. SSG has to get the ball towards the net. LJ's got to lead that charge.
Now, to be fair, that could be good news for Space Station. When they played FaZe Clan, they shot under that at 5.8 per game in shots, but their shooting percentage was 38%, and they won that series. So there is chances for Space Station. They had to play a lot of defense last time. Hoxer put up 2.4 saves per game, so he was doing a lot on the defensive side. But again, that was a FaZe Clan that did feel a little bit off throughout that day, and now you're going up against a Gen G, who when it comes to weekend play, they usually show up more than any other team there is. So, I think for Gen G, it was kind of like an awkward tournament for them because they came in out of nowhere. They're like, wait, we're the 4th seed. We had to play Furia round 1. That was a very difficult day 1 for them, but they shined so bright. 3-1 and then the 3-0 versus NRG. And they want to get back one of those top seeds because they don't like being down to the 4th seed. They're supposed to be top 2 team in NA, but because of their quarterfinal exits to FaZe Clan twice over these last 3 main events, then they've fallen down a bit. So they want to catch back up to a G2 in complexity, get as many points as possible. And you know them. They want to win every single regional that they can. They want to be at that Boston Major. They don't want to worry about Regional 3. There is no chance. They want to basically clinch by Regional 2. So Gen G is going to come out. Yes, it's a favorable bracket for them, but I think they don't really look down on any of these teams, and I think they'll be ready for this matchup.
I feel like what you just described, though, is a recipe for disaster. This feels like the trap game. You're saying that they keep everyone to 6 shots per game, and yet what we saw from Space Station was less than that in a victory over the team that has always been able to take down Gen G. Obviously, we could say what we want about whether FaZe was having a good day or not. Sure. But what I'm hearing from you is that Space Station had a quality of shot that was able to give them a win over FaZe, not just a quantity. And if Gen G is someone that holds you to a small number of shots, that is exactly what you need to be able to take them down. If they are very productive every time, if they're able to keep that 30% goal or the 30% conversion rate from shots to goals, this is going to be a series.
Yes, but the only problem with those game plans, and this is why I never really like a team that plays defense first, and FaZe has kind of turned into that, but they still have enough offense, is that it is a little bit more, so it's harder to do that through every series versus talented teams. It'll work once in a while, and people will pop off, maybe even I don't know, old teams like Veloce, who play all defense but make the major anyway or make world championships and go on a run. But no one ever thought they would actually win the entire thing, right? There was never a chance where you're going to be able to do this over and over and over. So for Space Station, I think they're going to want more shots. They're going to want more time on the offensive side. Otherwise, they're going to be in trouble.
We'll see if we can do it. Gen G, a narrow favorite in chat there, about as close as it can get while being the complete favorite here on the desk. Gen G trying to regain the top spot in North America. FaZe isn't here. They've got a good chance. Space Station trying to play upset. Let's get down to the pitch. The first match of the upper bracket.
Lot of fun things to consider here, Turtle, in this matchup. Obviously, everyone wondering how Hoxer going to be performing in his first match here against a powerhouse in Gen G, and Gen G looking to continue the road back to the top of North America.
Absolutely, and you can understand why a lot of the hype is behind Space Station Gaming. They've had a great run so far in this regional event. I do have to agree with the desk. I think that a lot of the talking points for Space Station Gaming can certainly boil down to the shooting accuracy, the efficiency, and they're not going to get nearly as many opportunities, so they're going to need to provide that same level of efficiency And LJ, the player behind the ball right now, he is going to lead that charge as he is right now on the offensive side. Getting a couple of 50-50s. A good demo from Abject will relieve some pressure, but Hoxter, maybe if he gets into the midfield, Chronic missed, and immediately we're given a good shot, but off the post and out. But Nolly, I think he just finished this one off himself.
Oh, he absolutely did. I mean, I was going to say I really liked Team
man.
Space Station's initial approach, and Nolly definitely had that one, but Space Station really just taking the maximum amount of space they could find there and able to just keep throwing the ball back into the middle, and Gen G just shot themselves in the foot.
That's got to be one of the most ironic things you could expect. We're talking about efficiency coming in here, and that Gen G only lets in high-quality shots, but it's a missed opportunity, and then Gen G finishes it off, and now they're backflipping on the goal line. I guess none of this is predictable.
What is going on in the Gen G camp this morning?
Oh, no.
That's just raw mechanical, like, dodge, dead zone, miss input type of thing. That's crazy.
This is painful. They're looking like us out there in our ranked game.
Yeah. Real tough start, to say the least, for Gen G. And if you're Space Station, cool. You'll take it. Not going to complain, but all right. Deep breath if you're Gen G. Let's just focus on at least getting the ball out of our half. Nice little fake. LJ back post, and Nolly there to make the stop. Arsenal can't find the follow through, and Gen G able to at least stop the bleeding for just a moment, but they're not out of the woods yet.
Oh, man, look at this pressure from Space Station Gaming. They had that good back post shot, but they didn't let up and kept this ball in the opposition's half. LJ crashes through off the backboard. A demo as well was coming out from Space Station, and all that pressure is going to earn them, I'd say, their first quality goal.
And Nolly was so close, too. He knew his teammate was in danger, knew he wouldn't be able to get up there and challenge, tried to go and take it away, just didn't have the right read. Apparently, Jack changing the pace on offense, try and see if they can sneak one through, and LJ just elects to steal some boost and kind of limit counterattack potential here from Gen G.
Oh my, just putting on a lot of pressure from Space Station Gaming, still trying to just keep stacking up all of these shots. You've got Arsenal, opts to take the boost, looking for bumps, everybody getting involved, and the rotations have been so aggressive from the orange side.
It's been crushing so far in the first 2 minutes. In general, Space Station camped out. Huge flick from LJ, and now Nolly completely misses the ball again, and Hoxer's just trying to keep this one in play, and Arsenal choosing his moment here in the midfield, lined up against apparently Jack, not going to be able to keep things going for free, and will just cut rotation and stall again that Gen G counterattack, and finally just a long clear from Chronic just to buy a little bit of operating room.
Yeah, and that does feel like the name of the game for Gen G. Getting off on the right foot with the counterattacks. LJ wanted a nasty binge on the left side of the backboard. I don't think there's any possibility you can even get that one to roll in, but we're seeing the first string of defense now out of Space Station Gaming. How do they handle it? Chronic gets a little bump, but Hoxer, nice little bailout, and that's to open space, and Arsenal can still get a demo, or excuse me, a 50-50, and look for demos while Hoxer does a little bit of magic.
Nice job from apparently Jack, that proactive, quick follow through out of the box. You know you can't let Space Station come back. Nolly with a change up, and it's going to tie everybody up on the goal line. They get one back.
So long as you're accurate achieves, that's all that matters whenever the pass comes through as nice as that one. Backflips into it, cuts all the momentum out of it. And you're thinking, if you're the goalkeeper, there's no way he gets it to the far right side. No way, but a change up like that, that'll throw you for a whirl.
And they're not done yet. They're going to try and keep it going off the kickoff. Chronic with a flip reset, just going to miss the dunk. And apparently Jack stalling it out on the backboard. Here's to Nolly. He's going to need a little help, most likely. The bump not going to be able to come through either way. Shot just wide. And Gen G are going to have to look elsewhere for another goal.
I do like that transition as well from Arsenal. No panic on the defensive side. Even though they're honestly forced with a lot of pressure. This is the best we've seen out of Gen G, at least in game 1. But time has run out. 1:30 on the clock. Abject, you think he needs to put one away soon.
Ooh.
Otherwise, they're taking the first game loss.
Not done yet. Dolly just missing the dump out into the midfield. Chronic lets the ball go so he can have an easier back pass to apparently Jack, but he's really got to stretch to make this one. And Hoxer had him beat by a mile to that ball, and really going to expect Space Station to try and clamp down hard here, especially with that demo. Awkward pinch goes right back into the teeth of him. Flip reset, no bumps. Chronic, smart decision, lets it roll. He knows he needs to buy a little time, and it should work out here. This should get cleared. And no, he missed the pinch.
That is not the cooks your pinch that you're wanting. No pressure is relieved. Nolly, though, has been able to find Appjack, who could go for a backboard double. The defense has looked a little bit too rock solid from Space Station Gaming. 38 seconds to go. And at this point, maybe they can get something going. Everybody got involved, but Arsenal very stoic on the goal line.
Yeah, really great vision there from Arsenal. He's paying attention. He knows where all three people are, and he put himself in a spot where he can make the save and make sure to get this ball out to his teammates. LJ down to Hoxer, right down Main Street. Good night, game one.
Oh man, I'm so impressed with Space Station Gaming. Obviously, this was not the ideal start out of Gen G. I don't think we'll get the same couple of opportunities for Space Station in game two, or at least I would hope not.
An own goal and a backflip where you just let one through, yeah.
But regardless, I mean, if you take away those two goals, you've got Space Station Gaming still in the lead. And that would be a 2-1 scoreline, but it is going to be 4-1 now at the end of game one. Space Station Gaming swinging first.
Great start for Space Station Gaming. I'm actually totally with you. Very impressed with their willingness to just go in and really try and constrict Gen G as much as possible in those first couple of minutes. I mean, all over that blue half, stealing away the corner boost consistently, willing to just give up the ball in the corner as well, just to prevent Gen G from having that clean control with that strong transition. They're like, hey, we'll let that one roll up the corner if it means we're going to limit your options. And that's a good idea.
And as we take a look at the Mobile One high performance replay, for me, it looks a lot like Space Station Gaming are more flexible than ever. I mean, if I had seen them previously with Daniel, I feel like they were very rigid with their rotations. You'd oftentimes see each player having specific roles, but in this roster specifically with Hoxer, it's almost like they all work a pretty equal role. And that's what I really like about Space Station Gaming. You won't get one player pushing up too aggressively all the time. They can mix up who gets opportunities, who's generating those shots, and we definitely got a good display of what they're capable of in game one. But game two, it's not going to start the same way. I think Gen G certainly are warmed up at this point.
Yeah, definitely not expecting another absolute disaster at the start of game two. As I say that, though, Nolly has to make kind of an awkward save. LJ, beautiful dish into the middle. They want that top left corner, and Arsenal just can't quite find the dot.
It's not an own goal this time.
Done. And LJ denied as well, but a big double commit, and there goes that boost steal in the corner again. Gen G just going to get stuck here in the back line, and thankfully Hoxer not able to come up with a touch, and out to open space. Chronic forced into just dumping that one downfield, and Arsenal, he's on a rampage right now.
Arsenal's cooking right now in the opposition's half. Drive it back and forth, and look at that little pass down. The vision, it's unmatched. Arsenal is the catalyst for so many plays. Not only is he getting those demos achieved, but he's also distributing this ball into the midfield for his teammates to shoot.
Yeah. Very aware of where the open space on the pitch is. Hoxer with a lot to pick from, but he can't find the right spot. Couldn't find that bottom left corner or that top left one. Chronic able to find a save right through one defender, and Hoxer just going to go out to the safety of the corner. Missed touch from apparently Jack. Forced retreat here from Gen G, and I'd rather them do that than just try and fight for the ball at the midfield. Give them the time. Make sure you start off from a good place rather than a questionable footing.
Right. We've seen some solo play opportunities for Chronic, and if there's one player you can expect from Gen G to step up, at least online in this tournament, it's going to be Chronic. This man put up 72% goal participation against Furia. Nolly, good opportunity off the backboard. He didn't get it. It was slightly off. Almost rolled in, off the post and out.
Superhuman read from Nolly. I don't know how he pieced out where that one was coming down.
Even just hitting the post in that situation.
Yeah, I was amazed that he even got that close. I thought he totally misread it, and he's not done. Just trying to get one back to a teammate, apparently Jack. Little interruption on the goal line, and Chronic gets a big dunk. Here comes apparently Jack, and they'll start off with the first goal.
And this is the routine now that Gen G wants to slip into, letting Chronic do what he does best with the solo plays. Outpaces two players and gets the dunk as well on that second one. Appjack has the freest shot of his life, and there we have it. Gen G on the board first.
Much better start for Gen G, but still a pretty even battlefield, I would say.
Yeah.
Great first push from Gen G, but keep your eyes open. You know, SSG's been moving the ball very well, and apparently Jack, he knows just keep this one tight. I don't know where I have to go with it just yet, because it feels like at the moment Space Station's kind of been everywhere. Dish to LJ, and Chronic waiting for it. Able to sniff that one out.
Loving the timing on these demos from Space Station Gaming. Off the backboard, more solo plays. This game has shifted into just trying to outpace one or two players and set up that second man. We'll see if Chronic can do just that, but loses control of the ball, and Arsenal says thank you for the free clear.
Okay. Really great stall there from apparently Jack. Just a little poke up.
Another demo.
In the air. Unfortunately, you're right. Those demos coming through big, and that's a big mistouch, and Nolly the only one there for it. Arsenal says we'll reset here at the midfield line. Little chop across. Misses the bump, but it's going to work out. Arsenal again. You said it earlier. He's moving that ball.
I mean, this man, he's got a third eye that can see everywhere else on the pitch. He knows two players are going to bite on that challenge. Nolly isn't all the way on the goal line, so the shot, as long as it's powerful enough, will slip in. Arsenal, like I said, he's the catalyst for this team, picking apart Gen G.
And they keep it going. Great equalizer to be sure, but Gen G not to be trifled with if you've been paying attention at all this season. Not out of the woods yet. And that's actually through everyone. Apparently Jack forced dismount from the backboard, and actually an incredibly favorable bounce for Chronic there to at least let Gen G reset here. Now it's kind of some awkward reads, and that one goes straight out into the midfield, and Hawks are really just trying to keep this one in play. And nice understanding from Gen G, knowing there's not a whole lot of danger. You just got to make sure you don't allow a silly shot there, and they'll just poke it downfield.
We've been talking a lot about Arsenal, so I've been on his camera the past few minutes. This man is staying in the opposition's half, and a good 1-2, and now the own goal. Arsenal returns the favor, and Gen G can take the lead.
Unforced error, I think. I think everyone thought this ball was in, and Arsenal's just driving into the net. Unfortunately, hits the crossbar and goes right into his car.
Wow.
No fault of your own, Arsenal. We don't hold it against you, just unlucky.
Yeah. At this point, you just got to hope he doesn't hold it against himself. He can get back into this game, but the backboard is wide open. Chronic almost made another nutty angle. Abjack wants to try and match it, but he faked it. And we're seeing a lot of fakes today. This is the second one that has looked beautiful. I think we got one in that last series. Now Abjack comes through, says, goodbye, Arsenal. I know you think I'm going to take a shot, but I'm not.
That's all communication as well. If Nolly doesn't let apparently Jack know that he's right behind him, apparently Jack just tries to score that one himself. But as soon as apparently Jack knew, he just straight up sold it, jumped up there and rolled the car back. LJ actually cannot get it through, and Arsenal denied by Nolly on the goal line. The lead will stay at 2 with just under a minute. The Space Station, you feel like if they wanted to keep themselves in it, that probably had to be in, but not quite done yet. They get something back here pretty soon.
What a ridiculous recovery from Nolly to get in the position to find a save. I didn't think he had the boost to even rotate back in time, but here he is taking the midfield boost, and he's got so much to work with. Dishes it out to Abjack. Almost the 4th goal, but at this point, you just got to keep stalling or get the 4th one.
And there's an awkward problem here. All of Space Station, they kind of rotate into that same corner, so they're all defending from the same line. And as you can see, Arsenal coming into that goal line, really just kind of handcuffed at that near post, and realized he gave up too much of the net, so he might have been thinking about maybe I got to defend the back post, and just got a ripper right over his shoulder. Hoxer 1-on-1 denied by apparently Jack, and that should close out game 2 for us. And Gen G, they will distribute a 4-1 back the other way.
They've definitely found their groove. Pretty much, I'd say, mistake-free gameplay out of Gen G on the defense. This was beauty from Hoxer. 14 seconds remaining. We've seen crazier things before, but with Gen G's defense right now, I don't think they're going to let up.
Great vision, though, on that touch from Space Station. Again, Arsenal is identifying that open space right in the middle of the field. They allow it. It's a really strong counterattack. See that open backboard? I found that generally when you catch a team on counterattack, that backboard tends to be the weakest spot because it puts the most pressure on that defender to make a really tough over-the-shoulder type of save or clear or something like that. Space Station finding where the ball needs to go, but fortunately not enough times. It could have been. I think game 2 here could have easily been in overtime. It felt like there were some really nice presses. There's some really great defensive work from Gen G overall, and say probably best game of the series so far.
Yeah.
Granted, we've only had 2, but game 1, you know, that one's not really fair.
I mean, after game 1, I think we all expected more from Gen G and just thought Space Station were dominating. And then, of course, we got it in game 2. But I definitely think, like you said, Space Station Gaming kept this close, and we could have easily seen this one been all tied up. I mean, opportunities were there. 12 shots for Space Station Gaming. Arsenal continues to move the ball well and see the field perfectly. LJ and Hawkster, the accuracy was there, but I think that goal line defense came out just in time for Gen G, and they had a couple of close calls, and maybe we don't see them get those same saves in game 3.
Yeah, biggest turnaround though for Gen G, that ability to get that ball to open space, start at least preventing Space Station from clamping down in their own corner and really fighting the game on a much more even footing there.
Well, we got more from Chronic as well. The solo plays were coming out. He had more boost to work with. I think the midfield has been more of a even battlefield compared to game 1. But Gen G, they're starting off on another solid groove, getting in the offensive half, taking some demos. Chronic stole the corner boost, and yeah, this team has certainly come out aggressive.
They're swinging hard if they're Gen G, but it seems they finally ran out of steam. Have to give a little bit of space, and indeed they will get punished for it. LJ just picks off a pass, knew exactly where it was headed, and there's Arsenal now putting a Hapjack in kind of a difficult spot, but certainly playable. It's what I like to call a tester. You just say, can't mess this up, otherwise it's in the net. LJ slowing it down, and Ali finds a clear. Space Station just trying to see if they can get any type of offense set up, with any type of structure to it, or if they're just having to fight for the ball here.
And they've got to keep their heads on a swivel. Hawkster, he got the control, but there's no follow-up for the shot. Nolly takes him out after the pass comes through, too. And this has been a lot of defense out of Gen G, but they are dodging the demos, keeping themselves alive, and finally gets a much-needed clear.
Oh, nasty kick. Just an awful bounce off the sidewall, and it ate Arsenal alive. Look at this touch from apparently Jack. Look at that kick. He's like, anything but the straight back to him. Like, if it hits that lip and just rolls down to him, he can play that. He can cut inside, but if it kicks up, obviously he can play it off the wall, but boy, it just went straight back onto his nose, and he's like, there's too much space for him to work with. It's not fair.
That first touch was also ridiculous. He kind of popped it to the back of his car to get more height on the flick, and shots coming through. Space Station Gaming are knocking on the door. Transitions have been here for Gen G. They've played a lot of defense, but they're the team in the lead.
Apparently Jack putting the fear of the flick, that little short hop, and seeing if anyone would bite. Space Station equal to the challenge, and now pressing, looking to find some type of equalizer here with 3 minutes left. Gen G, you weren't kidding. Game 2 definitely found their groove, and now you really see if Space Station's got anything else in the bag of tricks.
They just keep getting intercepted. Every shot has an answer. Even if it's a little bit delayed, they will find the prediction, the pre-jump. But speed like that could generate more opportunities. And Arsenal is looking to take out that third man. He recognizes that somebody's got to make a move downfield. I mean, get aggressive. Try and stop these players on Gen G from predicting what's happening.
Great awareness from both teams there. Space Station finding the space, and Nolly rotating back from the midfield for Chronic, and he actually comes up empty. Everybody on Space Station is terrified, though. Hawkster, great flick. Apparently Jack is going to need a little help, and that one's poked off the boards, and great control there from Nolly not to overdo it. Just try and keep it close, and he has to make a second save here. Bit of a tenuous spot on defense for Gen G if they can't find any boost, but looks like there's just enough space to find some breathing room.
They've been consistently winning those 1v1s, but here's another situation. This is a 2v1. Nolly, I think he had the read, but might have side dodged. You can see he put himself in between Hawkster and the striker LJ in this situation, but he dodged to the left. If you dodge to the right, I think he's making contact.
It's very possible, but either way, Space Station's execution, for how it played out, absolutely flawless. When you execute that 2-on-1, person with the ball should, as soon as you see that person commit to challenge you, that's immediately when you dish that ball across, and they did just that. Unfortunately for them, if you're Gen G, don't tell me. I was about to say, don't tell me you allow that. That one's off the wall, and they still might give it up, and indeed they do. Space Station circle back around and find a second in just a couple of seconds.
Oh, man, after that miss from Nolly, They were just bleeding, couldn't find a Band-Aid, and the ball kept rotating in front of the box. You know it's going to lead to something for Space Station Gaming. That's another mistake where Nolly's behind the situation. I think he thought the ball would have gone in a little bit faster. Didn't get a touch. And couldn't waste time. Space Station Gaming have completely flipped the script and have taken the lead.
Nice job from Chronic there, knowing he had the time. Just take it on a dribble. Force Space Station to come take the ball off you. Nolly, really tight support there, and apparently Jack, he just has to give all this space. He has no boost. He's hoping for that corner to spawn, and he actually somehow scared Space Station up. They just couldn't get control of the ball, and Gen G felt like they should have been under a whole lot of pressure, finds themselves in a perfectly playable position.
Yeah, and there's more space in the midfield. However, as I say that, Hoxter pre-jumps Abjack. Just getting in front of it. Nice little cherry pick opportunity. Chronic, Nolly hunted in the midfield.
Wow.
It's a quick 1-2 connection, and it's a flawless shot.
And Nolly can hear that engine behind him too. Just able to get away from LJ, find a bullet.
That's ridiculous. You could take a screenshot and see Nolly with 3 surrounding Space Station Gaming members approaching him on the shot, and he still finds a way to slot it. That's ridiculous.
Beautiful bit of shooting, to be sure. Gen G finds their own equalizer. Game 3. Very possible to find ourselves in OT. Arsenal, if he can find a bump, not quite. Chronic, solid enough clear, but definitely Space Station still in command here in the last few moments.
Oh, somebody's got to get up early.
Double touch, actually, from LJ off the challenge. Arsenal gives it up for Hoxer, dished into the middle. Off the wall, looking for a little help, but they demo the support player in Arsenal as well as LJ. And Hoxer, he just completely changes gears, tries to buy as much time as possible, and it will work out for him. Tough break there for SSG, but they're not done yet. LJ one-on-one versus Chronic straight towards the top right. Hoxer cannot get a piece of Nolly fast enough. Arsenal needs some help. There's LJ, and he comes up short. Just misses a banger into the net. Dished upfield for Nolly. LJ wants one more look at it. This is an awkward read for apparently Jack, and he'll just smash that to the corner. Nolly right down into the middle, and indeed we will find overtime. Gen G is terrifying.
That was the opportunity to put Gen G away in this game. Abjack had missed the clear. I think he side dodged again, but might have assumed that Abjack had that all covered. Okay, because they've already forgotten about it and are pressing forward in the OT.
You can really see Gen G trying to bring this ball down as much as they can, dribble it. They really want possession. You're right, a very helpful bounce out of the corner. LJ doesn't pick it up cleanly, and Nolly just picks it off. Arsenal forced to stall it out. Does an excellent job sticking with this one, but he will get poked off the ball. Apparently Jack, again, just managing the timing of that challenge. Double commit there from Gen G means not a lot of good structure, and apparently Jack just trying to buy a little time. LJ not in the best position to handle it. And Gen G just kind of seeing if they can put the ball in an awkward spot and maybe wind up with a breakthrough, and everybody just going to take a moment, I think, to settle down here.
We've seen a much more physical game out of Gen G in the past few minutes. I've noticed all these players, they're rotating back, looking for demos. LJ missed the backboard read, but was covered and bailed out by the third man. Now they can transition. Let's see what Space Station Gaming have got in the tank. What else do they have to offer on the offensive side? Taking boost, getting involved, but Hoxter not able to get a touch. He missed the ball as well. LJ couldn't get contact, and it's bailed out. A couple of close calls.
Bold choice from Arsenal as well, clearing that ball straight across the passing lane. And I think Gen G just not expecting him to just rip that ball straight across the pitch. It could have very easily been picked off. Down to apparently Jack, and he misses the ball as well. Maybe expecting to have to make a block, but either way, now they give one back to Space Station, and you're right, there's nothing but daylight for Space Station to move the ball. Unfortunately, that gets away from him, and Nolly just kind of throws it right into the teeth of Space Station here on their own half, and rightfully so. They will try to slow pace the play down.
And Gen G are looking for boost. That's why you're seeing more midfield space. Abjack in particular has been rotating all the way back to his own net. A couple of mistakes coming through for Space Station Gaming, and now the space has been reversed. We've got more given up to Gen G, but denied quickly by Arsenal. We'll see if Abjack has to touch the midfield. He does, but it's right back to Hoxter, who misses the ball. The mechanics in this game and this series in general have been pretty wonky. You're seeing surprising whiffs that are throwing even me off.
who's going to be the fourth imposter?
I don't know who's on what team anymore.
You just got to wonder what's going on today. Some people who are normally so mechanically proficient, just a little bit off the past couple of games. Down in front, and he catches him going up the back of the net. Arsenal thinking he has to make a big stop. Unfortunately, takes himself off the goal line.
Apparently, Jack, he just landed in the corner. Beautiful recovery, then saves his dodge to smack Hoxer out the way. Gen G, through a physical game, can take another win off of Space Station Gaming.
And let's see, in that game, a lot of bumps across the board. There's very physical. You're not kidding. That's
7 up against 4s. I'm telling you, it's been physical. It's been dirty. Every once in a while, you get one of these games where you expect it to be very mechanical, but it's mostly just a bunch of chaos where people don't know who or what's going to touch the ball.
Crazy game to be sure, but a lot of bumping across the board, across all three players. There's in just terms of general touches, it's around 70, if I had to guess, if I counted that correctly. Meanwhile, Arsenal, the big physical player, he had about 40 bumps or little touches on opposition cars in that last game. He was definitely the big I'm in your face game player for Space Station in that game 3. But that does mean Gen G 2-1 in the series. Long road back. If you're Space Station here, that's 2 games in a row. They definitely got the better of you across the board in terms of general field position.
I still think it comes down to that execution though. Like I don't think you can count Space Station Gaming out at all.
Certainly not.
I mean, there's been so many opportunities that they can generate. We're just waiting now on somebody to step up. Like I mentioned before, I think LJ was the sharpshooter, but coming out, Nolly, he's taking the role and he's the sharpshooter himself.
Nasty. Arsenal looking for the bomb of a clear up the pitch. Unfortunately, went straight up. Nolly just picks it off and finishes the job with a beautiful goal. That's not the way you want to start off game 4, that's for sure. And Space Station Gaming. Honestly, it's been an incredible series, I think, from them.
Yeah.
I love the game plan. It's very physical. They're trying to take a bunch of space. It's just when it came down to it, you're not kidding, that execution kind of ruined all their chances there.
I think it's more of the awareness and understanding that you're applying a lot of pressure and that it's more likely a mistake will come out from Gen G. I feel like Space Station Gaming can hold all of this pressure for like a minute or two, but they don't recognize when Gen G are in tight situations and when to really throw themselves forward. They're just kind of waiting for those mistakes to come out instead of anticipating them, and that has certainly not been the most beneficial plan as they've missed a couple of opportunities and are forced to play more defense. We'll see what Hoxer has, denied by Nolly. They're just trying to get out of their own half.
They managed to do so. A couple of really nice challenges. Can they stay on this blue half, though? Apparently Jack poked into the midfield. Hoxer to LJ. Looking for a second touchdown into the middle. Chronic is somehow right on that ball, and he makes a second stop. Arsenal, not even a bad shot. Beautiful placement. Sometimes you just got to tip your cap. Great save.
Chronic whipping out the goalkeeping gloves. And here he is again on the goal line. He's getting a touch, keeping it to himself. Can get another 50-50. This man just doesn't stop, and good vision to find Nolly on the other side. Back to the midfield. Gen G flowing like water on the opposition's half, and they continue to take a charge. And more shots are flooding in.
And Arsenal, he just wants to get that ball out into the middle, force Gen G to follow that ball left to right. Nasty pinch right back down the middle for Nolly, and Arsenal is able to keep it out. Huge block. Can he make a second one? He'll have Hoxer come through and break it up. Huge stop from Arsenal to keep the deficit to 1 and keep themselves in this game 4. And now the pressure being put on from Space Station. They collect a lot of boost in the midfield and unfortunately get crushed on a challenge. Apparently Jack right through the defense.
That's huge for Space Station Gaming, just keeping it within 1. Another accurate shot, slightly off the post, and now the crossbar down. Abject able to finish it. Chronic, that all stemmed from his shot. At this point, you're applying too much pressure. The defense will fall.
Apparently, Jack, he was gearing up to go for that shot himself, and then just saw his teammate going in front and said, okay, and he just adjusts mid-flight, he's like, okay, I'll make it work. And that type of improvisation, you love to see a player have that type of head on their shoulders. They're not frustrated that their teammate cut in front of them.
Yeah.
It's just, okay, how to make this play work.
And I feel like that's what we're lacking from Space Station Gaming with the shots is the improvisation. Another one for Abject. When are Space Station Gaming going to be able to read the play a little bit better when they have those opportunities? They can generate them, but they can't adapt like what we're seeing from Abject.
And that actually, across the board from Gen G right there, that was a team effort. They saw Arsenal rotating into that corner, grabbing that boost, and they may get one back on kickoff. Unfortunately, the demo comes through and throws off a bit of that timing. But Gen G, they get stuck in on this offensive side, and they get laser focused. They say, okay, where's the defense? What are they giving us? And they'll put the ball wherever it needs to go. That's what's made them so dangerous, that field awareness, that killer instinct on attack.
Which I feel like we had in the first 2 games, specifically from Arsenal, was the awareness of, okay, a mistake is most likely going to come out here from Gen G. But now at this point, they're just trying to force it through the goal line instead of really looking at the field and the awareness of where the opposition is, where their players are, and what space to infiltrate.
This is Gen G on counterattack, and you can see LJ actually positioned beautifully there. In the right place at the right time. Little floater from apparently Jack, just seeing if anyone would be there for his team. He didn't really have a better play, and Space Station pick it off, but can they keep the ball? Arsenal, huge aggression, but they let the ball leak back into the midfield, and Gen G gets out of what could have been scary for free, and they almost score with a beautiful pinch off his own bar from LJ. Keep the deficit at 3, but under a minute. Likely not going to make a difference. Nice little chop, and it kicks off his car. Oh, you hate to see it.
Oh, it's just a nightmare for Space Station Gaming. They've built the foundation, they've created the opportunities, but things aren't going their way. You save your own shot, and still 3-0. It looks like we're going to get match point for Gen G on a frustrating game for Space Station.
Nothing feels worse here. You just want to get something back going into the next game, and you make a nice little cut pass into the middle, and that cursed physics engine says momentum still travels forward.
If only you could just stop all of the physics in this game, things would work out.
That's all right. What can you do, Gen G? Again, you just pick apart a defense. It doesn't matter who it is. Somehow, some way, when they get on offense, they know where it needs to go, how to get it there. And you can see that starting to reflect in the shot totals a little bit more as well. And I think you're right. In general, across the board, Space Station actually on the offensive side of the pitch a little bit more, but that structure wasn't there. There's nobody there to actually shoot the ball with force and into a dangerous position and really test that Gen G defense, because I think you're right, Turtle. They really are just trying to press a little too hard.
Yeah.
And sometimes you got to be willing to give a little bit back so you can reset an attack from a good spot.
Right. You just need to be more flexible and understand that more opportunities will come your way. We do have a timeout for Space Station Gaming in this best of 7. They're now faced with match point for Gen G, and we'll see what they can change up. This is why they picked up the new coach, Sad Jr., coming out here. This is a perfect opportunity for him to put on display what he can bring to this team and what changes he can implement mid-series, which is obviously where it's the most difficult to do.
Yeah, that's the adaptation is kind of that unquantifiable, attribute of any team, and being able to look at what the opposition is doing, how they're moving the ball, what they see, what your team thinks is going on. Is it correct? And unfortunately, none of that gets revealed until the next game is played, right? And you never know if you're making the right moves or not until you get to look through those beautiful, beautiful 2020 vision hindsight glasses.
Right.
You shall see Space Station's able to figure out how they want to approach Gen G, and what was working back in game 1, obviously it helps. Gen G was kind of handing a little bit more over to them than should be happening. That definitely benefits you, but in general, you had a really wide spread of the pitch in game 1 if I'm Space Station, and they were willing to put that midfield guy kind of on an island and say, look, you may have to just give them the ball and let the counterattack happen and handle a one-on-one or a two-on-one. But the payoff that they got was they got to position themselves deep on that opposite corner and see if they could just get that ball out to the opposite side and just beat Gen G to the back side of the pitch. And in general, Gen G, I think, was definitely caught off guard by that. They were like, man, you guys are surprisingly aggressive as we get our first look. The new Oasis map here in our
it's so clean, Chiefs. It looks so good. I'm so happy. I'm sorry.
You should be. It's beautiful.
As soon as this map came into the game, I was like, I need to see this in competitive play, and we've got it. And now maybe the aesthetic will inspire Space Station Gaming just a little bit here to bring it back and really give a fight against Gen G.
We shall see. And I really want to see them keep a wide spread, trust people to play defense as Chronic rips one off the backboard. And aggressive start for Gen G. Floater, and it will go in off the bar, down around, pinballing into the net.
Wow.
Tough break for Space Station.
And that's just a smack in the face. You get a timeout, and you're thinking, okay, we've got to implement a change, but immediately, right as the gates open up, you're forced with a difficult shot that slips in off the crossbar. Space Station Gaming slowly slipping off the mountain as Gen G have comfortably been climbing up ever since that first game loss.
Still hope to be found. Not over yet. Game just started. Space Station can make something happen. It's just a matter of, can you find the right place to be? Nolly, so aggressive.
Oh, what a touch. And he's got the double. Don't do it to him. Don't do it to him. Oh, come on, Achieves. This is just unfair. Abject, the pop-up, Nolly, the backboard read. This is too much to handle if you're Space Station Gaming.
And that all starts back on the other end of the pitch as well. Nolly just understanding the plays headed here, just went and stole the ball off Space Station. Just punted it forward, and Abject says, go get it. Boy, did he.
And that's a play that didn't develop here for Hoxer. They're trying again to put some shots on target, applying pressure, but knocking on the door, no answer. Nothing is working out for Space Station Gaming. Maybe the demos, maybe opening up some space, trying to set up Arsenal. He controls it to himself and gets a lovely little 1-2. It looked good, but still not enough.
And Nolly positioned so well, cutting it back into the seam and not able to cut that one down inside the post. Just skims across the goal line. A tough break, Space Station, though, but they understand. They're identifying where that ball needs to go, and that's the right place to start the attack from.
They're seeing the space in the corners, recognizing where they need to push up. The demos are also coming through. Arsenal was looking for a bump on Abject. Space Station Gaming.
Nice.
This is their chance, their opportunity to get back into the series.
Ooh, nice blocks from Chronic, and now you really put Hoxer in a bad spot, and apparently Jack stuffed him on that clear, and that's the real problem with that, wide approach. Sometimes if you're not ready to go over there and get it, you're just not going to be able to win the challenge, and all that pressure gets just completely popped like a balloon.
He's got boost, Arsenal, 36 in the tank, but Nolly cuts out early. The pass is too predictable. Gen G keeping their heads on the swivel. They're recognizing where they need to infiltrate, where SSG want to go for some passes, but this is a little bit too unpredictable. Clever. It was clever. It was clean. That execution just lacking.
Definitely just trying to lay that ball gently into that lower left-hand corner, but you're right. I don't even think Hoxer knew how he was supposed to get that ball there, and you could see it, him just trying to piece together the puzzle in his head in the moment. That's so difficult to do. High degree of difficulty, and unfortunately, Space Station starting to lose a little bit of field control as well. That's a nice challenge from Hoxer to stalemate things, and LJ picks one off. Can he get this one into the middle? Beautiful lift, but only one there for it is Abject. Space Station off grab and boost, but that's okay. I'd rather them be off grabbing boost to stay on attack rather than try and press that and let the lead grow bigger.
All three orange players are in a drought, waiting on who will get the first goal. This is their last chance in the upper bracket to move on. The first best of 7 here in the tournament as well. Space Station Gaming got to get something early, and I don't even know how that found its way into the midfield.
Apparently, Jack, he's fighting for the ball in the corner. Oh, nice little wave dash in. That was way cleaner than it made it look, right?
You see him power sliding on the backboard behind the ball? He shouldn't have been able to control it with the recovery.
That was way tastier than I thought.
Oh, man. I thought he just, bullied his way through, got a good 50-50, and it just slipped out. But no, this man landed on the backboard, power slid, kept the ball on his car. Oh, it's dirty from Gen G.
That's a good one. You can hang your hat on that one, apparently, Jack. Have your in contention for the assist of the day. That's for sure. Or assist of the week, my mistake. Either way, Gen G dominating position now here. A minute left, game 5. It's been 3 straight, looking to make it 4 straight. Space Station started off strong.
Come on. No, he just landed on the ceiling, got his reset, then dunked Space Station Gaming. Nothing is going their way. Jeez, what do they need?
At this point, you're going to need some type of divine intervention if people are just going off the ceiling and crushing you on the challenges. That is something you do have to commend G&G for. I mean, it's not been easy to play defense here against Space Station. Yeah. I will say that. I think they've definitely tested them more often than not. Indeed, Arsenal will find one back, so 30 seconds, 2 goals. Tough, tall order, but doable. I mean, Space Station has had it.
Yeah.
It's just, can they get it?
Exactly. And I think that's honestly one of the most tilting things here for Space Station Gaming, which is why I worry about their mental more than anything else, is you're in this game and it's not like you're getting obliterated in all aspects of the game. You have opportunities. You've created space for yourself, but that final moment where you need to slot it away, you haven't been able to find it. And Arsenal can't get the pinch either. That one didn't go.
It's two-pronged, right? It's like there's those ones, right? It's the execution where it kind of falls flat on you. Yeah. And then the other times where Chronic just makes a disgusting double save on the goal line. And it's
or
like,
you get dunked from the ceiling from Nolly, who gets his reset.
Sure, whatever, man. I guess you can just do that.
Gen G, fantastic series and an unbelievable recovery. That first game looked abysmal, but I think they got all their mistakes out the way early so that they could just flow for the rest of the series.
Yep, they were definitely in some type of headspace. Great show from Gen G. Well-deserved spot in the upper bracket final. Yeah. They will be awaiting the winner of Complexity versus Optic, while unfortunately Space Station will have to go down to the lower bracket. That's the benefit. They're not out of it yet, so not all doom and gloom for them, but Gen G, the march continues. #1 in NA in spring, looking well and truly on pace.
These guys have, they've had SSG's number, I'd say, all throughout their online season. They're 2-0 so far against them online, 8-2 in games, and they just continue to add to their win streak against Space Station Gaming, regardless of who is on the roster. We take another look at really what went down. It was all Gen G after that first game. They found their footing, got comfortable, and started tearing down Space Station's defense.
Well, we hope you've been enjoying today's Spring Open here on the RLCS, and when we come back, we will continue our upper bracket with Complexity versus Optic Gaming. Does El Toro have it in him to keep the run going? Stay with us, find out. You're watching RLCS.
A blistering hot start is the sentence I was trying to say there for Space Station. And it just fizzles out. It just fizzles out after game one. Gen G manages to put it all together and finish off the series there in 5. First look at the new map as well. I gotta love seeing that one there. Achieves, how'd you like the aesthetic? How'd you like the
It's beautiful. I think it felt immaculate. The vibes were immaculate.
Very, very good. How'd you feel about the Rocket League, Jim?
So it was weird because we came to the series like Space Station not shooting that well or not getting a lot of shots on net, but shooting well. Then they go in versus Gen G game 1. They just pressure, and go up by 3 early. And you're like, okay, Space Station, if you can keep this up, this is fantastic. But literally after game 1, and unfortunately there's no highlights of game 1, so poor Space Station, but it was just Gen G. It was all Gen G. It was just a Spaceman sweep after that. 4 in a row for him. Chronic. For a while, I thought games 2 and 3 were still a little bit odd at times by both teams mechanically. A lot of weird misses, a lot of weird plays, but then Gen G just turned it on as we got deeper and deeper issues.
Yeah, across the board, it felt like Space Station definitely knew they had to keep a lot of pressure up, and that game 1 was definitely working out because, like you said, Gen G, very questionable there in game 1. An own goal and then just straight letting something through, but that execution kind of fell apart for Space Station, couldn't quite shoot the ball where it needed to go. Or, of course, Gen G 100% stepped it up, was making some great defensive plays, and really Space Station kind of lost some of that offensive structure and just didn't, even though the ball spent a lot of time over on that Gen G half, never really felt like they was under a huge amount of pressure.
Gen G, with their win over Space Station, advance in the upper bracket. They now wait in the upper finals. We'll see that match tomorrow, so it's grayed out. These are the matches we're playing today. Space Station will now face off against Furia in the lower quarterfinals. We will see that one match today. And G2 down there in the bottom is waiting for the results of our next match. They'll play the loser between the person that comes out of this match here. Complexity taking on Optic Gaming. And this might be the match I'm most excited about. Complexity has been on quite the streak of late with an excellent performance we saw highlighted earlier by Cole at the Winter Major. Can they keep it going here? So far, the answer has been yes, but Optic also on the come up. They had a great end to the winter split, and now they're looking to continue that momentum into fall.
Yeah, speaking of hot streaks, like Complexity's like a tier 1 hot streak, and then Optic's right there, tier 2 hot streak. They got top 4 at the Winter Regional 3. They almost made it out of nowhere to the major after 2 last place finishes. They had a very high seed basically coming into this event. They were only below the 5 major teams, and now they're back again in the upper bracket, making a run. They haven't had to play anyone too tough, but that is just what's in front of them, right? Achieves, like they played Koi and Sup, they beat them both, and we saw Sup take down G2. So Optic has done what they need to do, but truly, this is their first big test.
Yes, that's really what it's all about. If you're Optic Gaming here, you have to go and show that we should have been the ones at the major, and I think beating Complexity, I think, would be a good way to start that. But at the same time, uphill battle, Complexity, really strong start to this tournament. Obviously, I think the biggest win, of course, over version 1, who a lot of people were really hyping up. They're like, it's finally happening. Calm, Beast Mode, and Daniel, they're going to tear through North America. And Complexity is just like, no, and absolutely smashed them. Well, I shouldn't say smashed. It was 3 one-goal games. But that's not the point. Complexity got the job done. They also went out there, took care of what was in front of them. I think in general, strength of schedule, you have to favor Complexity. And if you're Optic Gaming, you're the ones with everything to prove here.
With Optic, you'll look at their schedule so far and be like, oh, they've played Koi and Sup. Obviously, they're here. This has not been much of a challenge, but it's not been close in either of those series. They won game 1 5-0 against Koi. They then dropped game 2 2-4, but they ultimately scored 16 goals in that series to Koi's 6, and that was the only game that they dropped was that one. And meanwhile, against Sup, they scored 10-3. Those are dominant games, score lines you'd be happy to see any of the top 4 put up. So I'm not counting Optic out of this one just yet. Complexity, the clear favorite, given the momentum they come out of the Winter Major. But does Optic have what it takes? A cheat?
Not this time. I think maybe later on in a split, maybe. But right now, gotta favor Complexity, I think. I think El Toro's going to get the job done. He's going to say, look, I've done it against better people than you, and I'm going to keep doing it now.
But Chiefs, when you look at the numbers, Optic #1 in goals per game in this tournament by a mile. #2 defense, but Complexity has only given up 4 goals this entire tournament, and they had to play against Daniel in beast mode. So I'm going Complexity. The defense, the #1 defense in this tournament will prevail.
Okay. Well, folks, y'all are just a bunch of haters here. And I've also learned to not count out Reynolds when he's got his back against the wall on this one. I think Optic's got a great chance here. And for Spaceman's sake, I know you're watching out there. Give me Optic on this one. I'm excited.
It's fair. It's not unreasonable to pick Optic.
Sure. Give me OG here, though. This is absolutely Complexity's match to lose. They have been a stronger team. How does chat feel about it? We're favoring Complexity on the desk. They're favoring the green wall starting to show up in Rocket League. Love to see it, folks. Let's get into some Rocket League. Let's get down to the pitch and see it all happen live in person. We can make all the predictions we want up here, all the picks we want, but it comes down to this moment right here. Let's play some Rocket League.
The fans tipping the scales in favor of Optic Gaming, at least in the fan poll, but I think on the analyst desk, they've got it right. Complexity, the clear favorite in this one, Crow.
Absolutely. And it's interesting to even think about that. I think most people are taking stock in the previous split, right? In Winter Split, Optic had to make a deep run late in that split to even have a chance at Major. But if you remember,
They made top 4, but it wasn't enough.
It wasn't enough. But if you remember in the fall, Optic had played this Complexity squad. They beat them. They were actually winning 2-1 in series over Complexity. So Optic, they have not had issues with Complexity early on in the season. We'll see if now in the spring split, they can carry that momentum from the fall and take down Complexity in a big-time matchup.
And they have matched up recently. They were in third-party events, but they played twice in the last few weeks. Complexity besting Optic Gaming 3-1 both times. And Complexity defensively so far this event has been sturdy. So we'll see if Optic has what it takes. Right now, Optic trying to play some defense. AJ having to come off his own backboard, trying to get the pinch as well, but RazeBull possesses the ball. Bullies Magic Bear. Magic Bear trying to get a pinch. AJG doesn't get much on that flick. Reynolds also have the ball popped over his head. Numbers advantage. AJG goes for the bump. It was enough to make the defender jump. Didn't land it, but still it worked.
Yeah, it was, I believe, Magic Bear. Last man back. He had to get up out of the way of that bump from AJG. Didn't connect, but it forced him to go, and the back post shot was perfect. Complexity breaking through first here in the first 55 seconds.
Good start here from Complexity. And Complexity, a team that had a very deep run in the Major as well, having another scoring opportunity. AJ and Reynolds both missed. Magic Bear will hit it off to the side. RazeBull trying to bring it back in. Back down to the ground now. Magic Bear tipping it. CRR will turn. And now from the wall. Quick flip reset. Ground pinch pass. No fakes. It goes to the air. Now AJG will get a piece of it. AJ putting a hand up. Optic struggling to get this ball out. Finally do so. Reynolds doing a stellar job there. Got the corner boost, but couldn't get the tip. And now CRR marching downfield.
Yeah, just going back to the Major there. I mean, Complexity, that was probably the best they've looked in a long time here in North America. And you expect, a lot of people expect them to carry that here into the spring split. And on the other side, Optic, if you follow them on Twitter, you're seeing a lot of them talk about how much they want and how much they need to prove to the fans, even to the haters here in RLCS from their previous split. I think they let down a lot of people. They know it. And they've been active. They've been vocal about trying to improve, trying to climb that hill of adversity here in the overall standings. And they certainly are looking closer and closer like the Optic Gaming that we would expect them to be, but they've got to take down big matchups like this to really prove it.
I think you're 100% right, Corell. You've got to win big series like this. Although if you do lose, your tournament's not over. This is an upper bracket matchup, so both teams still have a life to lose at this point. CRR, a musty, that is going to be saved by AJ, but AJ had to dodge that bump attempt as well. Now RazeBull having to dodge a bump attempt. It pings off. CRR went back to RazeBull. RazeBull able to get that stop.
And you can see Reynolds, he was in the corner of the camera there chasing the last man in Complexity. Very physical when he's off the ball. See if Optic can set something up here. Great pass over to Reynolds. Shot on target. Magic Bear's there, and he can't put it through. AJG with the save.
Raise Bull will lob it to test AJ. AJ blasts it over towards Reynolds, but AJG, nice pass to CRR. CRR going for the top corner, but what a save that was from Magic Bear. Still not out of harm's way. Reynolds will be challenged by AJG. Raise Bull now picking up possession, but it looks like Optic might just get out with a massive defensive stop, and that was huge.
And Magic Bear there just trying to keep possession, but you can see even with Complexity, with the attacks, the shots on target, after the shots, you're seeing physical play, bumps, demos, punching players on the Optic side out of the way, and opening up opportunity. You got to give credit to Optic. They did a great job of staying with the play. It got dicey, it got a little swirly, but they were able to get out.
Magic Bear had that save that kick-started the defensive stop altogether. Magic Bear, a player that was on the chopping block according to all the trade rumors, and now really starting to settle into this Optic team. Optic having some great success so far trying to keep that going, but they find themselves trailing against a stingy Complexity defense. As Gibbs said, only 4 goals allowed up to this point. But Optic might get one there. Raise Bull sweeping off the line. Reynolds with the 50 goes to Magic Bear. AJG gets up and over. And gets a wave dash on top of picking up that mid boost. So well played there from AJG. One bounces straight down. Reynolds panic touch.
Reynolds.
And you can see Reynolds through the bump, through the physicality, working that save and getting that clear. That was a tough situation for him.
Raise Bull was trying to get Reynolds out of the way, but he had no momentum. And Reynolds knew that if that ball just kept bouncing, he could use Raise Bull there. 15 seconds left. It's still Complexity holding on to that 1-goal lead.
CRR, flip reset, going for net. It's cleared off the goal line. This is the last chance for Optic. We saw Yan score a 0-second goal earlier today. Can Optic do the same? AJ keeping the ball in play, has it into a dribble. AJG tipping it on the air dribble attempt. Magic Bear no boost to do anything. AJ will be able to collect, and he gets the mid boost.
Here he comes.
AJ off the ceiling, delaying it, going for the air dribble, gets the tip, and that's going to be hit down to the ground. So despite the exciting ending, Complexity hold on to that 1-0 lead and score the victory, Krill.
Whew, that was close for Complexity right at the end. You don't want to give AJ the last chance with full boost into the air like that, and Complexity were able to turn it away. Yeah, this is an interesting matchup. I was thinking about it throughout this game one. It really feels like Optic and Complexity have very similar play styles, except that Complexity plays in fast forward. Is what it feels like. They just go a little bit quicker.
Saying that Optic is a slower version of Complexity. Is that what you're saying?
That's what it feels like, because they both do, I think, very similar things. They're looking to control a lot of the midfield. They're looking to get a lot of bumps, a lot of physical gameplay. Well, it just feels like Complexity players are just moving quicker than Optic. And that's not necessarily a bad thing, by the way.
And you know, sometimes it's better to play slow, but I agree that Complexity was aggressive, going for demos. I mean, you saw the 1 goal in this series was because AJG threatened that bump. He didn't land it, but he threatened it. And then we also saw the play from Raise Bull trying to get in the way of Reynolds. There was some really fantastic stops on defense from Optic, but it felt like they were just stuck playing defense that entire game.
Yep. As we'll have to see something happen here in the beginning, but we'll get into game 2. I think for Optic, I don't think they necessarily did anything for that matchup or that first game. Sure, I think they let in Complexity a little bit too far. Obviously, you know, they had to play a ton of defense for a second or two where the shots were just raining down, but Complexity kind of done that to everyone that they've played since the major. But for Optic, it's really about how lethal can your offense be. I don't really think we got a good bite come out from Optic here against Complexity. Didn't really feel like they got him in a stranglehold where they could take advantage of that Complexity defense.
You did see that little spark, though, at the end, how AJ was able to keep the ball in play. Optic threatening, had possession near the end of that game. So there was a bit of a silver lining near the end of that game for Optic, who are now calling for a pause, and the pause is granted. So we will see what is going on with that pause. But it appears that Reynolds is having a little bit of a few connection issues at the moment. So we'll see if Reynolds can get that sorted out. He's dropping from the server, and we might get a new one. So Corelli, Just looking at that first game, though, Optic, like you said, they were in that game very much, but Complexity just had that slight edge.
Oh, definitely. And again, they are very similar as far as play style. At least that's what I see. But I think for Complexity too, I really like the way they use their first and second man attacking the last man on the goal line, or the last two guys, however many people, the defenders on the goal lines, because it's not only so direct, but it's also they're just trying to punch people out of the way, right? You're seeing the first shot come through, and there's a last man on the goal line. If you forces the save out of that last man, someone comes in and out of the net and then tries to bump him out of his goal every single time. It's actually incredible how well the physical game works for Complexity. Now, it's a little risky because you do push pretty far in, but Complexity are masters at this, and it's something that I think a lot of teams should employ more, because it works really well when you have a defense as strong as Optic's looking right now. If you're able to remove defenders from the equation, it's a whole lot better for you on your offense.
Oh, you're 100% right. That was on display as well in the series, with Magic Bear getting that incredible stop, was able to jump up and block that shot that was going top corner. And the only goal that was scored was because of that attempted bump on Magic Bear that forced him to jump up. So that physicality making the difference for Complexity. So we'll see if they keep being that physical, if Optic can find ways to dodge the bumps and maybe kickstart a counterattack of their own. We did see those last few moments where they were able to do that. But they also have to look at AJ as well for his solo play potential in the air, make players miss, and also his ability to control the ball. You saw it in those 0-second plays where he was able to get underneath it, right, dribble it, have perfect ball control. I mean, he even wave dashed into the corner, getting the mid boost, controlling the ball, taking it to the air. So AJ has that threat as well. So we'll see what Optic does. They have a lot of options.
Well, and I think, when people look at AJ coming over from FaZe, obviously you have First Killer on that team where it feels like their play style is really conflicted. And it felt like AJ kind of took a back seat to First Killer. It feels like on Optic, when you talk about the solo plays, right, those big time marquee plays where someone's scoring a crazy flip reset or double tap, you look towards AJ to be that guy for Optic. And I feel like Optic does give him that space, does give him the opportunities to have those chances on target. It just feels like so far he really had that 0-second opportunity, and that was it. Complexity have done a really good job of keeping him muted here so far.
Yeah, it was defense simulator for Optic that first game. So now looks like we have all the players back in the lobby. Hopefully Reddle's connection issues are resolved, and we'll be getting game 2 kicked off here shortly. Thank you everybody at home for your patience. We will be restarting at 4:18 on the clock in game 2, 0-0. And obviously Complexity won that first game. So that is where we will be resuming things from, Corelli.
And remember, best of 7 here. So long series ahead of us. And players or teams that lose here drop down to the lower bracket, of course, here in this wonderful spring format of double elimination. So for Optic and for Complexity, big stakes on the line as well. Again, we mentioned it in our previous cast, James, that just group of teams all in that 7 to 9 range, 7 to 9 range, where it's like NRG, Furia, Optic, Dignitas. They're all right next to it. You can even throw in Shopify in there as well.
Now they're now
with 10 points.
Yeah, and with Furia looking as good as they are, it might come down to that Optic versus Furia to see who can lock in that final spot. If NA can secure that NA4 spot and send 7 teams to World, it could come down to this. It could even come down to this event, who places better. And so far, Optic has had a great run, and winning here would do so much for their journey. But Complexity is a different beast altogether. Offensively, defensively, they are a complete team. If you're Optic, though, you need to win matches like this. This is where you prove it.
Yep. Yeah, and just for the kind of overall look for Complexity, sitting at 97 points right now. That's 50 above Optic's rating as they sit 4th overall in North America right now. But we jump back into game 2. It's 0-0. We start from 4:18. We get things kicked off here on the Complexity side.
And just talking about big picture as well, Corelli, I think things going as planned for Complexity. They moved out to the NA region, made their first major, but then started to struggle.
Yeah.
And then this season, picking up CRR, things really have gone to plan for them.
Yeah, and CRR has been the big catalyst for the squad. There's a huge uptick for Complexity once CRR joined, and he really has turned into the heartbeat of Complexity defensively, but mostly offensively in the midfield. You saw that at the Major as well. He had a stellar first couple days for Complexity. The reason why they were able to he was the reason why they topped their group. Just a nuisance for defenses to deal with. I don't think the major teams really thought about him too much, and he just went off at the Winter Major.
And it's been a good start so far for CRR in this series also. That rock in the midfield now will have to play some defense. Does pick up that back corner, but we'll have to go head-to-head with AJ. AJ into a dribble. Razebull trying to help out. CRR's bounced off the goal line. AJG moving in, but he's beat by Magic Bear. CRR and Razebull, you can see both of them wondering who's going to take that ball. AJG with the 50. CRR's up. Taps it down to Razebull, but the shot doesn't come out. Well defended by Magic Bear.
Complexity offense starting to churn, and that's a decent shot from CRR, but you see immediately the touches go out to Razebull. He gets demoed, but Complexity right back into the mix on the optic side. Another top shelf shot too high as Magic Bear turns it away.
Yeah, more top shelf defense from Magic Bear. CRR backward pass to AJG. AJG going off the arc of the ceiling and down. Rebound to Razebull, and Razebull charges it in.
Just chipping away, and you can see the only point of popping it up over and over again is to keep it away from the defenses so they don't get dunked and they don't have to transition on the defense. Complexity keep their offense going by putting Optic in awkward situations, and you can see that on display. AJG hitting the arc like you said. It comes down perfectly for Razebull, and Complexity back in the lead.
Oh, now a chance. That one. Wait, just
what?
Wait, AJ just saved that ball. What did we witness? That one might make the top plays, but not in the way you'd expect.
Oh no! And then CRR gets in the way.
The post and out.
What is happening in this game? CRR just blocked that shot as well.
I have no idea.
Wonders on both sides. I don't even know what to say. I mean, what do you say? It was wide open.
I legitimately had to look at the colors and try to reprocess what was happening.
You got to keep going if you're Optic. I mean,
and we keep going on. Optic don't get the goal. They're still looking for their first one. I thought that was going to be it, but I guess not. Still awkward here. You see Razebull on 0 boost. CRR on 0 boost. Ball possessed by Reddles. Brings in one challenger. AJ, lovely first touch, but it looks like he didn't get enough on it to get back to it in time. Did force all the boost out of CRR though. Now a shot back towards the net. AJG thinking about getting a redirect, but Reddles got up and over his shoulder. Now AJG doesn't make contact. Could have gone for the shot, could have gone for the backboard pass. So that chance gets away from Complexity.
Yeah, that was a big chance too, because AJ kind of crept out. He front flipped into the play, and he was completely beat had the shot come through. Now with 50 seconds left, Optic have to regain. Have to put another one on target here as Complexity again are able to pinch it away.
Magic Bear has a bit of space, trying to take it. CRR shutting the gap. AJ passing to the middle. Complexity trying to keep this ball in the corner, but it bounces right back towards net. AJ got dunked on, but again AJ hits the crossbar this time and goes out. The post, the crossbar. AJ having a disagreement with both.
And at least that one's a little bit more acceptable, but still, you need one to drop here. Final 10 seconds, and Optic got to play from their own side. Magic Bear over to AJ. Can he be the hero one more time? And a big save from Razebull.
And Razebull getting up to the challenge. And this ball tapped down to the ground by CRR, and Complexity win yet another 1-0 game. Now ahead 2-0 in the series.
Disaster for Optic in game 2. One that they had Complexity at least absolutely had one goal in the bag. The second one, AJ putting off the crossbar, was also a good opportunity.
I think you know what AJ's trying to do. I would love to see, I don't know if we will see it on the replay, but AJ probably trying to pinch that off the post and in. I think we'll see it right here. Nope, that's the Razebull goal. So I'm not sure if we'll see it, but that was just remarkable. And here it is. It looks right here. Yeah, and it looks like Magic Bear might have been able to even hit that one in. It looked like Magic Bear might have been in position to score it.
Yeah, I'm curious if there was a communication there, James, from Magic Bear, because I think AJ was called to go for that, and he forced it and put it off the post and out. It's a painful one to see for Optic. They at least could have had the tie here. But they have to regain. Remember, long series here, best of 7. This is not match point quite yet. Optic know they can get to the finish line. They just need to cross it.
They've been close. They have been close. 1-0 victories, both games for Complexity. Optic still looking for their first goal. CRR bumped off the ball by Magic Bear. AJ weaving around the defense. CRR up the wall to Raise Bull. Raise Bull past Reddles. AJG bumping Magic Bear. Magic Bear still getting a big clear despite all that contact.
Yeah, world class there from Magic Bear, getting shoved around on his back wall and staying with the play. Huge with how physical Complexity has been. Now Reddles wants this one across the field. And again, Complexity there to eat it up and take possession.
Magic Bear behind the ball, pushing it down with no boost. And look, he was able to steal the corner either. Now this ball rolling back. Reddles, with only a single small pad, uses it there. Gets help from Magic Bear. Magic Bear shooting towards net. Raise Bull in net will hit it off to the corner. AJ first to it. And that one bouncing hard right at AJG, but space now for Reddles. Reddles stealing pass to AJ. AJ hit the CRR who pre-jumped in. A weak shot from Magic Bear won't finish the job. And you saw CRR pre-jump that shot as well.
He pre-jumped the shot, but Magic Bear
was there.
Had to have power on it. He sneezed on the shot and just could not get power behind it. And another opportunity, I mean, a half chance there for Optic at the very least. Still, just mistakes plaguing him here.
Yeah, it looked like he hit a baseball with a rope.
Yeah, that's one way to put it.
Do much.
That's right.
AJG looking for CRR. CRR tips it back up high. AJ dunked on. And now CRR with a 50, right back to Magic Bear. AJG, 50, that pinches all the way back. Now it's a foot race. CRR, lovely first touch. Might even get a second 50, but Magic Bear hits it by. Raise Bull to CRR. CRR trying to tip it, but Reddles was there for the challenge, and this one pinches back. Raise Bull versus Magic Bear. Raise Bull will tip it right into the mid. AJ up high. CRR collects. CRR flipping back to it, got demoed, but still that touch is going to buy some time. Reddles, though, going for the demo out of the air, does get it, but still it's not enough. However, pressure building for Optic. Flip reset from AJ, and that shut down from AJG. Magic Bear shoots again, but you can see how quickly CRR is getting up in the air, blocking these shot lanes.
Very high quality chances here, one after the another here from Optic, just taking their turns at the Complexity defense. And Complexity are answering every call right now. Some great defending from Complexity. A lot of opportunity there from Optic. They still can't break through. Complexity now trying to attack.
AJG having to bail out. CRR will turn. 2/3 of a tank. Now off the ceiling. You saw him get a bit tangled up on the ceiling. Slowed down the approach to the ball. That shot going to be turned aside by Magic Bear. Raise Bull. Weak shot. No one's in net though. Well, looks like AJ still might have been able to get back. See that AJG was trying to get the touch to tip it around. Magic Bear. Stopped by CRR, but AJ and Optic as a whole have been keeping Complexity stuck in their back half.
They haven't allowed Complexity to generate a single shot yet. Nothing from Complexity here offensively. They've spent some time on the Optic side, but Optic doing a good job of just denying the shooting lanes. And maybe an opportunity here. AJG has to back off. Reddles is demoed. And 1 minute left on the clock. Still scoreless in this game 3. As Optic, they have been knocking on the door. 7 shots to their name. Possibly an 8th coming from Reddles here, but he's denied by Raise Bull.
AJG Tips that out. Razebull doesn't make contact. This could be a chance. Reynolds to the sidewall. Has space as well. Now off the ceiling. Will go for a bump attempt. AJ going for the double. It's denied, but Magic Bear is there to punch it through, and Optic have their first lead of the series.
And some redemption here from Magic Bear, very patiently waiting for Reynolds and AJ to do their thing, and the ball pops out perfectly. Well positioned there from Magic Bear, being patient on that play, allowing it to develop all the way to fruition there. And a 1-0 lead, an earned 1-0 lead here for Optic with 30 seconds left.
Oh, yeah, Optic, we're playing like the better team this game, and Magic Bear adding a clip in these final seconds.
Feed that bear, baby. 25 seconds left, and Magic Bear says, hey, one more. Here's a flip reset under the first guy and over the second.
And that one was crazy because it looked like he went up to get a flip reset, just tipped it out ahead, then got the flip reset. That was disgusting from Magic Bear, and this Optic team has new life now.
And a comfortable lead here with 15 seconds left, but they definitely do look different after game 2. And Complexity still registering their first shot right there with 7 seconds left. That's all they have to show in this game 3.
And Optic must have heard what you said, Corelli, and taken it personally about being a little bit slower version of Complexity, because this game, they picked up the pace.
Oh, yeah.
They picked up the speed. And, I mean, it was all Optic. The only 2 shots coming at the end for Complexity from AJG. But then you just see how dominant Optic Gaming was. 12, or how many shots was that? 11 shots for them. The clips from Magic Bear. I mean, Magic Bear could have even scored more goals. There was the one that you had mentioned that he didn't get as much power on. That was a rebound opportunity.
Right.
But this time, the rebound comes out and he smashes it home.
Yep, redemption, as I said there. And I think what's important to note here is, I mean, a great defense is a good offense, right? Like, Optic didn't have to play a lot of defense because their offense was so strong, and it just completely smothered the Complexity offense. I mean, they registered 2 shots in the end. They got their last 2 shots in the final 10 seconds there for Complexity, but Optic were never disturbed on defense. Complexity had nothing to do on that final third on the Optic side. Optic were all over them.
And Optic certainly were. It feels like they finally figured out that defensive code that Complexity had. So we'll see if Optic can continue to have that success. Complexity up 2 games so far, or up 1 game rather. 1-2 so far. Razebull. Pass to CRR. CRR shot. It goes in. I didn't think it had enough power to sneak by.
And I'm wondering here, I think Magic Bear was pretty low on boost. He had about 30. No, he had 42, 36 here on the jump. Had plenty, just reacted late.
It was a little bit of a late reaction, but also great placement on the shot.
Oh, definitely. Good placement for sure. It just felt like Magic Bear, he was there, he was positioned properly, had enough boost to get up. Now he's gonna let this one go over his head, and a good call off there from Reynolds. As Optic giving up their first very quickly here. Complexity right back into this series here in game 4.
Razebull to the backboard. Magic Bear off the ceiling. This is going to be tough. AJ pinching it over to the corner. AJG staying in the play. Ball up high. Magic Bear lets it into the middle. AJ will pop it up. CRR has AJG in support. AJG has Razebull in the middle. This one off the ceiling. Now Razebull going airborne, trying to double tap it off the corner. Pass to CRR. CRR denied, but the rebound is there, and it's knocked in by Razebull.
And that's a really tough situation for Magic Bear. You're trying to read multiple touches from Razebull, makes the first save, but you know everyone's going to crash the net from Complexity, and he just had no help there. For how long that play developed, no one else was getting back for Optic, and Magic Bear left on an island.
So despite being held to, 1 or 2 shots last game, Complexity have come out on a tear. An early 2-goal lead. Now Complexity have responded to that Game 3 victory that Optic was able to grab. Reynolds getting demoed now. I thought it was perfect. It turns out it's still good enough. CRR, the first goal of the game, I believe it was him putting it top shelf. This time almost barred down and in. Just needed a little bit of extra help.
the hammer there from CRR. And he didn't have a ton of boost, but that ball just came out so perfectly. He could really wind up. And he crushed it into the net. 3-0 here for Complexity. Maybe 4 as that one comes wide of the net. 0 shots for Optic now, as they have not been able to get their offense going here.
And they have a big ditch to try to dig themselves out of. Rebound to Reddles. Reddles self-pass off the corner, shut down. This ball cleared out deep. Magic Bear to AJ. AJ right towards the backboard, but AJG there. CRR, pop-up pass to Razebull. Razebull now off the ceiling. It looks like he had the angle read, but Reddles able to shut that play down.
Good defense there from Optic and Complexity. They're feeling it here in game 4. You can just see the confidence they're taking their shots with. And with a 3-0 lead and half of a game left, you can feel quite confident if you're on the Complexity side. Try and close this one out, but Optic, if they get their offense going, they might be able to clamp down, but it feels like Complexity, they picked up their pace again, and they are not letting Optic out.
Well, this could be awkward, and it goes from bad to worst for AJ, and Optic Razebull giving him the horns. Slows down, takes control of the ball, and walks that one in.
Easy tap in for Complexity. Physical gameplay paying off again. You thought maybe you'd have one last man there for Optic, but with the demo, it's wide open for Razebull. A 4-0 scoreline, James, from Complexity. They're right back to business.
Business is booming for Complexity. More goals than they know what to do with. They might still get even more. AJG has a pinch go hard off the backboard, so hard that it's up and over CRR. Now AJ trying to slow down, or AJ is slowed down by Razebull.
Oh my gosh.
AJ versus Razebull matchup. Looks like it's going Razebull's way, and this angle was so slim, but CRR has been hitting all the marks.
He hits a great shot here. He was chasing demos, then he picks up the boost and gets right back in the rotation, hits it with the backside of his car, and gets it in for a 5-0 scoreline and a hat trick to boot.
Wow, to get it past the defender. And I mean, most of the time, you're expecting someone to hit the crossbar. You know, hit the crossbar. That's such a tough angle to just get cleanly in the net. But CRR makes it look routine, and this is a beatdown in game 4, 5-0. Complexity are taking no prisoners.
They're shutting him out again here. Complexity looking strong, similar to game 1, even though game 1 was a much different score line with just a 1-0 victory. But in that game, Complexity were all over Optic. It feels like this time they're all over Optic and they're scoring 5-0 with a minute left. It just feels like Optic can't get anything going. Here comes AJG. The spawn comes through for Reddles, and AJ is able to harass and get that ball off of AJG.
Chance to get one back here. A jump early from AJ, but the attack fizzles out. And now CRR streaking towards net. Optic trying to slow it down. Razebull up. Over to the corner. Optic trying to clear it out. Razebull getting another touch. We have a pause come out, or I believe we do, so we'll see what that pause is for. But Corelli, I think it's safe to say that this game pretty heavily in favor of Complexity.
Yeah, no amount of connection will save anyone on a 5-0 scoreline with 43 seconds left, as I'm not sure exactly what happened, but we'll get that straight away. I think it's safe to say that Complexity is going to win this this game, at least. I almost said series, but going to win this game at the very least. And it just feels like for Optic, they went to sleep. I don't know what to say. They just, from the differences between the previous game and this game are just so wide that it feels like they're a completely different team in this game.
Yeah, they might be asleep because Complexity put them in a sleeper hold. That seems like what has happened, especially in this game. And really, I think CRR's defense has been remarkable. There's been quite a few plays where he just pre-jumps. He just gets up early and guesses where he thinks the shot's coming, and that's exactly where it goes. But then all of Complexity just playing safe Rocket League. They're so quick. And, you know, like even the play earlier where AJG just blasts it high off the arc of the ceiling, wants it to come down, trying to just get that ball into the middle of the field, get it in a dangerous spot, make it difficult for Optic to deal with. They're just breaking Optic down piece by piece.
Yeah, and they're doing it on multiple fronts, right? They're just being faster to the ball, unrelenting offense. You can see the rotation has been perfect from Complexity, but also the physical play. How many times have you seen? We just saw CRR get a demo, steal away boost, turn back around, and score one across the net. You just saw a moment ago, raise ball on the transition, demo the last man, and tap it in for an open net. Complexity are opening up and creating their own opportunities with their physical play, and I can't overstate it enough because it's paid off so many times here against Optic.
It really has. That physical game working wonders, because it's one thing to get a demo, it's another to get a demo that leads right away to a goal. Complexity timing their demos very well, reading the game and reading Optic pretty easily, it seems like. With this game, 5-0. We will be resuming with 55 seconds left on this clock, but Optic, this is when you start looking towards that next game, because you lose it, the series is done. And another reminder that this is the upper bracket, so neither team will be eliminated. Optic will go down into that lower bracket.
And I don't know, we've had a couple pauses here, James, and I don't know if you would take the time out here if you're Optic. They are afforded one. But it might be worth it just to sit and think about things for a second. You know that you could put on the hurt to Complexity, as Complexity have been doing it here in this game, but it just feels like Optic could take a second to find some time to take a breather and think about a game like this and how to prevent it going forward.
Well, they will get a breather, because going through all the highlights from Complexity's goals will take a few minutes, especially after the 6 they put in this game. But maybe you're right, Corelli. You do need to reset if you're Optic. This game has gotten out of hand.
Yeah, I mean, this one's been over. It just, but that's what I'm saying, right? Is for Optic, the difference is they're not just getting crushed every single game, right? The difference is they've won a game and they've done it convincingly as well. How do you find that consistency again here against Complexity? That's the real question. That's something I think the coach of the team has to think about.
This game was the anomaly. Most of the games were very close. I mean, the first 2 games that Complexity won were 1-0. They were 1-0 games where Complexity was having a majority of the possession. Fantastic defense, but Game 3 really seemed like Optic might have finally figured it out, because Game 3, Optic came out swinging. They had all the possession. I think they held Complexity to 1 or 2 shots. We saw Magic Bear hit a crazy flip reset play. But then we go into Game 4 and this happens. What do you make of this?
Well, it at least stays in line with every game being a shutout for the winner. No one's been able to score back once someone scored on the other side. So very interesting in that case. But I don't know what to make of this game, James. I'm going to be honest. I feel like Complexity were the better team, and they just executed on every single play that they had, that they were afforded. The offense certainly came back for Complexity, and we should give them their kudos, because it wasn't there in the previous game, and that's why Optic were able to take advantage of their defense. But Optic, they have to play at a different level here. No timeout. We're going straight into it. Optic have a lot to think about, and they're going to have to take down this Complexity team 3 games in a row if they're going to come out on top.
And that is quite the challenge. We'll see if Optic can rise to the occasion, or if they will fall down into the lower bracket. AJG over to the side. Raise Bull, a hard shot. That one might have been going top corner, but it was saved away by Reddles. Reddles, high pop, will stay on it. Towards the backboard. Raise Bull, first touch. Control now to an air dribble. Air dribbles it past Magic Bear. 50. AJ will blast it over. Now Reddles against CRR. Reddles over to AJ. AJ won't even touch the wall. Will stay on the ball. Instead, gets a bump. And perhaps that's the type of physicality Optic will need to get some space against Complexity.
Yeah, it was a good bump. Unfortunately, the ball was taken straight back into the space where the bump happened, and the player being bumped was able to recover. Reynolds getting demoed here from CRR. As this one's shaping up to be more of a chess match than the previous game. Optic, though, doing a good job of trying to hold on to the ball in the final third as well. You can see how eager Complexity are to chase after it, even from tough spots on the sidewall. Optic are allowing it. They're just letting Complexity come into them and trying to take possession from them, as Reynolds gets a couple of good touches. Magic Bear, ooh, that's a great touch back to Reynolds, and Raiseball somehow read the play the whole time.
You saw the idea. Razebull on 0 boost. Optic, another demo up high. Now that shot, it's going to kick right back out to AJ. It's a slow roller, but it's fast enough. It looked like a double commit on the goal line leading to that one.
This one, you just had to get on target with some pace, and AJ does it perfectly. He splits the defense there as they bounce off each other. Open for AJ, and a 1-0 lead for Optic.
That is as rough as it gets for Complexity. They're both going for the same ball. They pinch it so it goes straight out to AJ. And it also looked like they ran into each other and bounced off of each other.
Oh my goodness, CRR. Almost hitting that flip reset to answer. But you're right, I mean, disaster there for Complexity, obviously, but good from AJ, who have had some shooting woes here in this series, to put that one through. That wasn't the easiest shot. It needed to be right up the middle as they were covered on the sides, and he was able to get over it and put it home.
AJ, they're dribbling it to Reddles. They get the pinch, and it goes deep. Bounces way back to Magic Bear. Magic Bear can't double it. Now AJ's gonna have to fight through a bump. The redirect from AJG!
Oh my goodness, and you can see he was just chasing the last man. It was AJ running from AJG. He says, fine, go in net. I'm gonna come back out to the box and flick it into your net while you watch me. What a touch from AJG.
Oh, that is so clean. AJG, I mean, and then if you're Optic, you're like, what do we do? I finally dodged the bump, but then AJG goes and takes the space in front of my net and gets a filthy redirect.
And what a way to get back into this game for Complexity, who have been feeling more and more pressure here from Optic as Magic Bear set for a spin. Razebull slow playing it out. Complexity, though, great transition from their own side as AJG finds the equalizer here, and they're finding their way out from their own side.
Booming clears, closed down by AJ, but it's right to Razebull, who finds CRR. CRR tipping it up. Gets a bump and is bumped back into the ball. Magic Bear just floating above the backboard. CRR putting a hand up at the midfield. Magic Bear down to the Complexity corner. Cleared. Double tap cleared from Razebull, but Riddle sends it back in. Complexity in a fight to clear this ball out. Now space for Razebull. Takes it up high. Flip reset. Has enough boost to go for a 50 rebound out in front of net, but no one there. Reddles able to clear it out to Magic Bear. Magic Bear low on boost, but Reddles swooping in a massive clear out from Reddles. And you can see Reddles throwing everything he's got at Complexity.
Still Optic doing a great job here. Here comes Magic Bear, who hasn't really been involved in the 1 or 2 man position. He's really been backing up Riddles and AJ as they aggress. So AJ, the last man here, has to come up big, tough bounce. As everyone retreated from Complexity, AJ makes it look easy coming downfield. Magic Bear's there. This one comes out to Reddles. Can he get over Razebull? He can't. Follow up from AJ's there, and he'll put it home. Optic in the lead with a minute to go.
And you can see Optic going for these air dribble bump plays. It's wearing down Complexity. CRR on the backboard, but still AJ able to read the situation, keeps the shot low. And that was well done by AJ, seeing what the defense was giving him and playing around it.
Now AJ needs to come up big here.
Are you kidding me?
What?
Razebull, he mind games.
Oh my goodness, and he just had 10 boosts left. And he just lets it come out. AJ bid on it. And AJG comes through and puts it home. You could really see the mind game happening there as AJ thought Razebull was going to try and force it through, and when he didn't, that paused
ball almost stopped moving. That was,
yeah.
After Razebull touched it, it was like he was kicking the ball off a tee. AJG, yeah, and AJG having a massive game here for Complexity. That redirect, and now that equalizer in the final minute might be enough to help Complexity put this series away. But Optic, they are not making it easy. Optic still have life left in the series. They must win this game. There's a demo from Razebull on AJ. Ball finds its way over. Razebull back to CRR. CRR, the low corner shot. The passing is supreme from Complexity.
Oh my goodness. And you can see AJ, he knew where he was going. He was going to go back post on him, and AJ couldn't stretch out to the far side, and CRR, the sniper, getting that one away from the defense, and a 1-goal lead with 10 seconds left.
Optic have one more chance at sending this to overtime. Magic Bear with control. There's a demo.
Oh, they got the other one.
And it's not gonna be enough. Complexity take the series. And that was a stunning game and a stunning ending. And Optic now find themselves in the lower bracket.
The only game where both teams scored, and a nail biter there in the end. You could see with that last air dribble, the first 2 men in Optic were chasing the last two guys on Complexity, and the lane, I think, was open had they just put a little bit more oomph on the touch. But in the end, Optic falling to Complexity once again, 4-1 fashion here. And Complexity, they look scary. I mean, they're going to go up against Gen G in that upper bracket final, and they are not an easy team right now. They have been cruising ever since that major, and they've looked good here in this regional.
And what a rivalry this has been shaping up to be. Complexity and Gen G. How many times will we see this matchup? And in the consistency that they're getting results this year is impressive. But in this series, it was a team effort, but CRR had some really big moments. But even AJG this last game, he was the MVP of this final game. So that was just phenomenal from him.
Yeah, and we'll see how they do there in the upper bracket. Complexity taking down Optic 4-1. They move on to the upper bracket final. We got more Rocket League coming up after the break.
The momentum continues for Complexity now through to the upper finals. They've got a rematch against Gen G, a storied match that they have had more times than not. Might be able to knock Gen G to the lower bracket. We'll see how they do it. But so far, they've sent so many teams down there. Optic going to be joining the ranks of teams in the lower bracket. They'll be facing off against G2 for our last match of the day. I mean, and how do we feel about Optic here, right? It felt like Complexity was peaking there at the end. I don't know, it was the biggest brain play I've ever seen from Raise Bowl to get the go-ahead goal. Corelli, what were you thinking?
Complexity peaking? I don't know about that, but I would definitely say that, initially in the series, they were definitely playing up to their potential, right? They were very aggressive. I said that it looked like they were playing in fast forward, right, compared to Optic. And I think Optic might have came out a little bit slow, but I do think that Complexity showed exactly the game plan that they're going to employ in a lot of these series, right? It's going to be very quick offense. You're going to see a lot of solo plays, but you're also going to get a lot of physicality out of them. And that's something I hammered home during the cast because Optic players are just getting bullied around, especially on the inside of the box. It's very tough to defend when you're punched out of your box so often.
And when you're the underdog team, you gotta convert every single chance. We saw AJ in game 2 kind of saved his own shot, then hit it off the crossbar as well. It's plays like that in a 1-goal game that could have changed an entire series. But Complexity, their defense holds true. Only 4 goals given up in 5 games.
If you have to go to Game 6 or to go to Champions Field at any point today, we got 2 more quarterfinal matches down there in the lowers. 2 more teams to send home before we are done with day 2 and ready. You can see it kind of grayed out there, the Gen G versus Complexity upper final. That'll be a banger match we'll have tomorrow. So make sure you're right here for the final day of the North American Spring Open. But continuing on with the lower bracket matches, Space Station taking on Furia for a lower bracket match. One of these teams going home, and both of them with a story so far. One of them ends here, Gibbs.
And this one's absolutely huge because when you talk about world championship spots, Space Station right now holds a comfortable spot, but if they don't make major, then a lot of teams can catch up to them. Space Station has done well so far, but it's still not enough just yet. Furia is one of those teams trying to claw back into that world championship race and make it to the major and then make a run at it. And Furia, I think when we talk about power rankings coming into spring split, I would have had Furia probably just above Space Station because obviously Space Station, they lost Daniel. That's a brand new team. Furia's been shaky, but the off season, or at least the 2 tournaments that basically happened a few weeks back, they looked pretty solid in. And now coming into this as well, I feel like Furia has looked better, which is a weird thing to say when Space Station took down FaZe, but Furia only lost to Gen G, so it's a difficult coin toss here.
Yeah, I mean, Corelli, when we're looking at these stories, when we're talking about how do you feel that Hawkser has fit in to the team? We were Stacks talking earlier. He feels like he's a better fit than Daniel was.
So I was thinking about this, and it does feel like sometimes players are just additive to an overall power level, and some players are multipliers. And it feels like Hawkser could be a small multiplier rather than a massive add like a Daniel would be. But I think Space Station 2, I think that Hawkser is maybe underrated as well. I feel like he's a player that maybe people don't consider that much because, yeah, he's getting, quote, old. And he's also just been around the block for a long time. He had his successes in Season 7. And a lot of times people look at players like that who have success in especially previous X era RLCSs and say, oh, they're not all that anymore. But Hawkser is all that. He is that good still. And it could be a revival of his career here on Space Station. So yes, I believe in him. And I think that they've already kind of proven that so far in this regional.
There's players like Turbo Pulse that come to mind as players who you looked at earlier and thought these players aren't very good. And then they just managed to get on the right roster with the right dynamic and they made history. So could that be the case for Hawkser at Space Station? We'll see, folks, and they're going to try and continue that story here against Furia on the other side, who are trying to make the biggest comeback of the season at this point. This has already been their best event. They need to continue to improve to continue their hopes of making it to Boston, but also to make it to the wild card at World Championship. Everybody now really playing for both. And let's talk about who we think is going to win. Chat's getting their votes in. Make sure you're using the hashtags FUR, hashtag SSG. Who's your pick here, Crowley?
I'm going to go with Furia, actually. I think both teams lost to Gen.G, so there's not much to pick around there. But I think that Space Station are going to struggle as they did with Gen.G on teams that are aggressive. I think Furia have started to figure it out as far as how to hold their aggression without giving up the quick counterattack. And I think Furia is probably going to come out and smother them, similar to how Complexity did early on against Optic in Game 1.
So let's not forget, back in Winter Regional 3, Ghost Gaming versus Furia. Like, if Furia wins it, they're first in their group. And if they lose, that they got last. And that was a Hoxer-led team. And Hoxer carried that squad of Ghosts to take down Furia. It could happen again. I'm going to go Space Station Gaming here. I want to see that Hoxer again. Because if you get that Hoxer, Space Station easily wins this.
That'd be spicy there. On my top 5 earlier, I put Furia as the number 5 team. I'm going to stick with them on this one. I think they've got a good chance here. But look out for Hoxer, folks. How's chat feeling about it here? This is a wonderful story. I'm so excited to get into this match. If there's any match that's going to get us to Game 6, we are split right down the middle. Desk is split. Chat is split. The players are ready, folks. Oh boy. Let's get down to the pitch. One story ends here. Space Station with Hoxer. Furia with the comeback of the season. Only one can move on.
If you are a numbers nerd like I am, you look for any differences between teams when you go into a series. There aren't many here between Space Station and Furia. One team averages 2.23 goals per game. That's SSG. Furia's in there at 2.15. There's nothing between these two squads except the field, and we're underway in Game 1.
It even goes down to how individuals are playing along the day. You see LJ, who's already starting things off. He's 3 goals away from being close to his record in goals scored in an event this season. On the other side, Yan, he's about 5 away. These guys have been playing non-stop, solid Rocket League throughout the course of this tournament, and you can see it there. Look at the elevation from Yan. The save is great, but the follow-up from Card to put it in the top left corner.
It's almost becoming signature for Yan. He scored very similar to that earlier on today, and then he gets in Hoxer's way, spun him out, and clears the runway for Card. And yet again, Daz, we just see a team go up in the first 30 seconds. There's no shortage of goals anytime we're involved here.
Not at all. We're going to see, again, if these teams are playing at the level of offense that we are expecting from them, you can tell we're going to be in for a treat. The level of offense from SSG this tournament has been nothing short of shocking to a lot of people going into it. And to see them compete has been great. If they can clear a couple things up, not panic too much, and then also incorporate a little bit more bumping and demos, getting the shooting a little bit more accurate. I think that they are going to be a true test, but this Furia squad, I mean, everybody knows what they look like on paper. They tried to see if they can get a second goal, but no one's there in time.
They are a team that is, on average, by a narrow margin, allowing more shots than they get themselves. One of very few teams that gets to this stage in a tournament with that distinction. Meanwhile, on the other side, you've got Yan and Card leading the way for Furia, who have won 9 straight games since getting dropped down to the lower bracket and looking for a 10th, and they're well on their way.
Demo to open up a lane. Yan just has to roll it in. No fear on the side of Furia. It is all Fury to start things off here. 2 goals for them as they open things up and set the tone. Space Station Gaming, the rotation's got to be a little bit more better here. Because if they even show a moment of hesitation or a lapse in judgment, Furia is on top of the ball.
Hoxer very quickly up for this. He's still got a little kick in his step here. We talked about him being one of the more veteran players still around here. And how about Lost carrying it all the way across to the right side and extending Furia's lead?
Oh my goodness. Great control. Hoxer he didn't stand a chance. He was in the right position, just didn't expect Lost to carry it around him. Great use of the dodge. Everybody from Furia scoring in the first 2 minutes of this game. And Space Station Gaming not looking too strong again with that drop down. And Hoxer will be able to get there first, but even the initial threat of everybody on Furia as they're getting things rolling today, you can tell they're playing with purpose.
Look at the naming convention of all of these regionals, and it's very fitting that this is called the Spring Open because it feels like the field is wide open as well going into it. Everybody's full of optimism, like, all right, this is where we turn it all around. And you see a team like Space Station go into the upper bracket, make a deep run. Now the Space Station may be crashing down to earth a little bit, and we're seeing this Furia squad that knows their back is against the wall here when it comes to trying to get back to the World Championship. They're a far cry from where they were a season ago when they were all but a guarantee. As LJ, out towards Hoxer, but he couldn't react in time, and now Lost trying to chase down Arsenal, and it's gonna find its way right back to him, and he'll force it home.
Look at that counter. I mean, this is solid. Lost moving it forward. Arsenal just trying to send that over to the side. Yan's there to push it towards net, and Lost sticks through the play. He starts it off, he finishes. You talked about it, the Spring Open, but again, the whole theme of this Spring Split is take over. And you're seeing what that looks like for Furia, because they have to do that if they want to make a run into the World Championship. It starts in this regional event, it even starts in this game, which they're doing just that, up by 4 with less than 2 minutes to go. They have taken over Manfield 9.
There is Jan again, the latest disciple of the Church of Zen. One of those minor details that you look at, when players kind of make control changes. Everybody taken off the field here. Arsenal over to Hoxer, blocked away by Card. Jan opting to go with Zen's method for finding air roll to, left bumper, I believe, or L2, whichever he's using, as Hoxer now up to the ceiling, indirect, taken away by Lost. Just feel like the game continues to evolve with every new young prodigy that comes into the scene.
Teams and players have all kind of just stepped up too. I mean, one of the biggest things to note, for at least on the side of SSG, is LJ's performance this event. It feels like he's been moving with so much more freedom.
Yes.
A lot of people have been talking about Hoxer, but seeing LJ get into, using that mechanical ability of his has been solid. That one goes all the way downfield. Card in a tough spot. Hoxer with the shot, and
Card read it.
Well, the bar read it.
And then it goes in. Are you kidding me?
I mean, look at this. That just has to hurt. If you're Space Station, that one's tough because it's a good lineup there for Hoxer. All he has to do is get the shot under the bar. SSG have a goal, maybe some momentum here. It goes all the way back around the field, and you got to start looking at game 2 if you're Space Station.
Just kicking a team while they're down. Arsenal try to break up the shutout, and that's denied by the combination of Lost and Jan again. We've seen so many near misses from SSG going back to the Gen G series earlier today. They had plenty of opportunities real close to the Gen G net, which doesn't happen for a lot of teams. And there's just a defensive miscue. Arsenal couldn't get this read on the waterfall coming down, and more added to the tally for Furia.
Yeah, this is not looking good for SSG, but it's good that it's happening here in the first game, at least for them. They can get this figured out a lot earlier, but Furia are not going to stop applying the pressure. They are here to make a statement, as you can tell. And my goodness, have they? Lost shooting 3 for 4. Yan shooting 2 for 4. And Cart, that'll be his 3rd shot, but even he's gotten the goal. Every single person from Furia stepping up in this game 1. They had to wait a little bit to play, but you can tell they've kept the momentum from their last series. SSG will get one here to go into game number 2, but this one is all Furia.
If nothing else, you at least see the ball go in their net, so you know it can happen. But you also saw it go into yours 6 times as Furia lays the smackdown in game number 1.
Yeah, the level of control from Furia was great. How they moved upfield, again, a lot of bumps, as well as just using their mechanics to force SSG in some tough spots. And it's a little bit Furia, but I honestly think a lot of it has to do with kind of Space Station here. Only 4 saves, they were all from LJ. And that defense, not necessarily there like we needed them to be. Maybe it was primarily just because of Furia just kind of playing the ball around them. But for SSG, definitely cleaning up on the defensive end as we get game 2 ready.
11 shots for Furia, 4 from Jan. I think it was 4 from Lost, 3 from Card. A well-balanced attack as Furia dominates game number 1, taking down SSG. Now remember, SSG jumped out to that early lead against Gen G earlier, and that first game meant literal nothing. They've got to channel that same energy now as we go to Forbidden Temple, and a loose ball off the kickoff, immediately corralled by Yan. He'll get another one central. No, blocked away by LJ. And Space Station already looking better defensively than they did in game 1.
Game 2, time to set up the adjustments. A lot of people think they know how a series is going to go after the first game, but this is where you can see how teams can adjust and adapt. Gives you a good direction of where the series is going to go. Space Station Gaming right now, I mean, it doesn't get much worse than what they already went through on Manfield Night. But a chance here to start fresh 5 minutes on the clock. They've already been moving the ball around a lot better. You see LJ into the air. And Arsenal trying to force that through. Hoxer not going to go for it. Going to try to stop Lost. Lost was looking for the bump. And oh, that one was a little dangerous. Good thing on LJ to be able to clear it out for the time being. But Furia still looking for the net. First minute's gone by. It's been quiet. Most you can ask for here from SSG at the start.
Yeah, Space Station reeling from that game 1 defeat, but they're a lot better so far. But they've got to get the ball forward and a lot more often than they did in the opener. Lost going to circle back on this. Quick start. We're seeing a lot of these starts from the backfield, trying to go up to the skies, try to win the game in the air. Card now trying to get to Yan. It's blocked, but still forward. And Card does well to stay with Hoxer there. Arsenal putting the work in himself as well, but Yan will take that away from him. Hoxer with a look in the corner. It's a little awkward. And Space Station escapes relatively unharmed for now.
I like the patience there. Oh, wait, there's a bump in the back end. Maybe a Space Station could take advantage of this. Card was last back. And Card got up very early there. Yan and Lost had bumped each other in the Space Station corner. That lapse there could have been enough for SSG to push through, but couldn't take advantage of it yet. And I think that's really good on Card to get up as early as he did to be able to buy a team some time. Arsenal with the flip reset were forced. Lost to play it into the corner. And Furia not necessarily getting into space here in the midfield as well. SSG has been challenging them and forcing them to really be a little bit more creative pushing up front.
Oh, Arsenal forced into a second touch there. LJ couldn't react to it. This ricochets around, and Card will at least get one touchdown to Yan. Race to the midfield boost. Yan got there, and out of the backboard, nothing doing as Hoxer dishes that out to the side. And another attack stalls out from Furia. We get into the second half now of game 2, and they dominated the first game 6-1. Much different story here, but there's the demo. Still not open those the defense holds. Just enough for Space Station Gaming.
Arsenal being careful where he places the ball. Doesn't want to give it for free here to Furia. Did pick up that boost, and it's a great cutout. But you can see Furia was waiting for that free possession to try to see if they could get an attack upfield. That one pitches off the sidewall. Lost awkward. Hoxer's there! Space Station take the lead!
First lead of the series. And, well, finally something goes their way. It falls right into Hoxer's lap. Good challenge by Arsenal as well to set it up. Minute 47 to go. Space Station get their break. Now they got to hang on. You know they're going to get Furia's best shot here over the last 100 seconds. Card over towards Lost. He'll take it himself. Now Yan to the backboard. Power clear from Hoxer. An insurance goal would do wonders right now for Space Station. The opportunity. Double tap, and it's just off. Follow-up is tipped in by LJ. 2-0.
Space Station starting to get things going. What a turnaround for them so far in this game, too. Hoxer, that second chance follow-up. LJ there to tip it in just to make sure it's not a save now. This was a team that dropped 6 goals within game 1. They have turned it around, and they have stopped Furia from getting on the board. There's a minute 20 to go, and Furia are going to try to send their best effort, but even that shot from Lost is high. They got to turn things right around.
Oh, and LJ brilliantly slowing that down. Also grabbing the flip reset. He'll knock Yan out of the way. Lost has got a free jump. They are flopping around like fish right now on the blue half of the field as Space Station holds all the cards, but now here goes Card. Lost headhunting. did not get him, and Hoxer with the clear.
What a save there. Hoxer was under so much pressure, was able to not only dodge the demo, but get a strong clearance downfield. And here's Furia, here they come, Lost! Finds the back of the net! Furia within 1.
Everybody forward, LJ being chased around, it's all on Arsenal, and Lost is just bigger. 43 seconds remain. Furia right back in it.
You said it, Stacks. They were gonna give their best shot. And they still have time to equalize. We know this team can score in bunches. It's not over here for Furia. 30 seconds remaining. Space Station Gaming have done so much work to get themselves in a favorable position. They cannot afford to let it slip away here.
Oh, yeah, with the steal at LJ. Bouncing off the post as he makes the save. Now down to 18 seconds. Lost, picked his spot. Flip reset, can't force it home. Hard denied by Arsenal, but there's Jan. Tie game.
And that's the Furia. You see it right there. The setup. Arsenal has to dodge a demo, make a save, no one home, and Yan's gonna go all the way through. They set everything. And this game is right back equalized.
Can you withstand the full fury of Furia? No. Now down to 5 seconds and a chance to steal this in regulation. Lost can get this to the corner. It's around in front, and Hoxer and LJ will bring it to ground. And we go to OT in game 2. It looked like Space Station was going to pull away here and take this one to tie up the series. And now they're right back where they started.
Trying to lock in, but Furia moving with so much more momentum. Look at that. That one was almost top left. Hoxer read it. Didn't have to force him in an awkward position. Arsenal gets a demo on the back end, trying to push the shot through. And you see Yan having to dive here to make that save, get the clearance, buy some more time for Furia. These two are going to battle. You got to watch out for how the control is. Some of these counterattacks have been absolutely dangerous for Furia.
Not quite cleared from the zone here. Hoxer waiting at midfield to see what LJ can do. But now Jan with Card running forward. This could fall right to Lost, trying to line up a double. Whoa. And he almost threads the needle, but LJ's there.
So close. And Space Station Gaming, I don't know how many more of these opportunities that Furia are getting. How many more can they survive? The solo plays have been making their defense shake. They haven't crumbled just yet, but you're starting to see a bit of cracks. A minute in overtime, Space Station Gaming trying to make a play upfield. That's a good light touch from Arsenal, forcing a tough save. Arsenal, no, he can't wrap around it. We'll play it back, and LJ will try to take control.
Oh, stealing pinch. It's going to be wide, and Card's got it. Made sure also to grab that corner boost. Played around Hoxer, but could not get by Arsenal, whose defenses had to step up here in this game, and it has. LJ over towards Arsenal. He'll wait. Now looking for someone to pass to. Not finding anyone. Card instead with plenty to work with and a lot of space. Could be deadly. Lost now. Jan trailing in behind. Lost still right in front, and Jan can't force it home.
Oh man, Space Station Gaming on that defensive stop played it perfectly. LJ trying to force that into the back wall. So close, and it just goes to show you, I mean, how efficient Fury is offensively. Can Space Station Gaming set something up here? That pinch doesn't go the way they wanted to. Yan on top of the ball. Arsenal says, see you later. And LJ will try to take control. Space Station Gaming have been matching Fury's pace, and the demos had just to slow down the offense.
Oh, Hoxer. Trying to pogo that through. And now Card quickly outletting towards the center. Nothing there, though, for Furia. Arsenal looking for Hoxer again, and the pass just a little too far forward. Here goes Jan, looking for another, and it's just wide. Another near miss as Space Station exhausts one of its extra lives.
LJ, tough spot. Great touch out. Lost will try to keep this in play. Furia need to get boosted up. Card waiting in midfield, though. Gonna try to play this out. Again. Gets past to Arsenal. Thought he had to worry about it, but the follow-up touch from Yan didn't really necessarily do Fury any favors. Now they got to go back. Space Station Gaming holding on defensively as we're 3 minutes into overtime in game 2. But you can see Furia just hunting, looking for a little bit of a lapse in that rotation.
Block after block, way out in front. There haven't been a whole lot of goal line saves. We've seen some scary situations squashed out at midfield. Hard kick out of the corner. Well read by the defense, but now here's LJ. Nothing there. Jan kind of sheds Arsenal for a moment. And who's going to take charge here? It's Lost, banging around with Arsenal. Arsenal got the corner boost, though. Grabbed midfield as well. And a second touch. No, couldn't get around Lost. Jan, bouncer, saved away. And yet again, we see Furia getting oh so close, but just not able to crack through.
Nice strong pinch. Arsenal completely misses that one.
Made the most out of it, though.
Yeah.
Got a piece of Lost on his way back through.
Not the best spot for SSG. Good touch. Can they stop the follow-up? LJ on the goal line. 1, 2, 3. Stopped everything there. It keeps this overtime going for SSG.
And it flashed for a moment. Looked like it was going to get all the way across. Cross off another life. Now LJ. Calling his own number. Arsenal coming in as well. It's up the crossbar and away.
So close from both sides, but whether it's the bar or whether it's LJ in the net, we are still playing on. Battle for this, I mean, has just been so interesting to watch because both teams have been able to steal the ball downfield, try to land a quick shot on. The other has been able to stop it. We're looking at shots, and we're just talking about shots, 11 from Yan himself. Unbelievable. Card has 3 and Lost has 6, just to put it in perspective. Shot there from Lost is blocked out from Hoxer. SSG as a team is sitting at 8.
That's crazy. Yeah, 12 saves and 8 shots. Space Station Gaming has had to work overtime in every sense of the word to try and snag this game. They had a 2-0 lead, and this goes harmlessly across. The timing not quite there from Hoxer. Arsenal trying to float one in front, and LJ will not get to it. This kicks off of Card. Lost will have it. Does not yield to Jan. He'll take it himself, and that's not the best touch out of LJ, but it goes right to Hoxer. To the backboard. Who's going to take it? It's Hoxer. Still available. Here comes Lost from the back to clear that out, and yet again, well, the attack. LJ again, ceiling reset, met by Arsenal. Hoxer can shoot from here, but it's going to float high and wide, and Furia should have control here, but they kind of played around with their food a bit, and now they can finally clear the zone.
Gonna watch there from boost totals. Good clear from LJ, gets a win on the dunk. Card in a tough spot. LJ's gonna take the corner, gets a demo in the bag, but Arsenal not able to challenge that, took his time. And Furia off the demo will try to push upfield. Yan off the ceiling, can't stick with the ball. We'll go to the side of Space Station Gaming. You've got to wonder here. I know a lot of people are thinking it. After this game, no matter who wins, that level of fatigue that is going to set in from playing so much Rocket League may have an impact here on this series. All everyone's concerned about with now, though, is getting the game-winning goal.
Lost trying to change speeds there, and we've got a pause here with nearly 7 minutes of overtime gone, and still no closer to determining a winner than we were when we kicked off this long overtime. So we'll get the connection issue resolved, or whatever the error is here with Space Station Gaming, as they have this game, this series kind of teetering on the edge here. I know it's only game 2. They're only down a game in the series, but the way this game got to overtime with those 2 late goals out of Furia, gotta imagine that this is as close to do or die as you can get this early in a series for Space Station.
Yeah, right. Like the way that this has been kind of going. I mean, you even saw it as we went back to the cameras. You saw LJ just taking a breath, being locked in for so long, playing all that Rocket League. And for SSG, I mean, they had this, and they were put in a lot of tough situations. I mean, Furia's offense was blazing, and they were able to hold on and continue to play up until this level, looking for counterattacks here and there. We will see how things go. for both these teams. We had some ping issues. These seem to be figured out. We are getting ready to get back into game off the kickoff here. Time still going to be ticking here. Again, 6 minutes, 58 seconds in overtime in game 2. This is a best of 7 series here to stay alive.
What an appetizer, huh?
Yeah, right?
Let's go. So again, we're 2-all here in game 2. Furia with the 1-0 lead in the series. I mean, the numbers on the scoreboard, we alluded to it a couple minutes ago. It feels like so long ago, that by itself. 12 shots out of Jan, but both LJ and Hoxer are over 800 score for the game. That's what a lot of saves will do. They've got 11 saves between them. As this ricochets around, and it will be Hoxer from the side. We'll see just how good he is.
Arsenal got bumped!
For Arsenal, and he let him too far.
Let him too far, and there was a bump on the play. Hoxer gonna try to keep this here in his space. LJ to win! LJ does it! Space Station back in the series!
Just like that. Finally, they read it wrong. The little bouncer going underneath Jan. He thought he had it with a line drive shot read. Not happening. Space Station Gaming, after all that, LJ drops 1,000.
Oh my gosh.
And despite the comeback effort from Furia, it just turns into about a 7 or 8 minute waste of time. They drop the game anyways.
Yeah, there's definitely going to be a lot of conversation about the pause and things like that, resetting. But, I mean, regardless of that, let's be real here. If one team hit the other on the ropes, we wouldn't have sat there through 7 minutes of extra Rocket League. These two both gave everything. Furia being so offensive. 22 shots. 22 shots, Stacks. That's a lot of offense. And they only had maybe 5 or so saves. To see Furia being able to output so much and still not be successful, you have to wonder how much they have left in the tank. Think about it. 6 goals game 1. Not too many in game 2. Only sitting at 2 despite all that offense. Can they continue to keep up that level here against Space Station Gaming? This is a big game 3.
To break a 1-1 tie, lost. Oh, Jan came up as well. And that double commit was only matched by the kind of chaos in front of the Space Station net. All 3 defenders almost looking at each other like, I don't know, what do you want to do? I don't know, what do you want to do? And eventually they do get into the Furia half of the field, and a shot from the wing from Hoxer is denied away by Lost. He'll try another, but it's high off the crossbar, not on target, and Arsenal's got to chase this all the way back with Card breathing down his neck, and that is well defended by Arsenal.
Good control, 2 to keep it on the hood, pops it over 1, Hoxer gets it past 2. Chance there for LJ!
Brilliant.
Again! LJ surging for Space Station Gaming.
This is great from Hoxer. He's threatening the second touch, so everybody's got to stay home. Maybe one's got a challenge, but Card and Lost couldn't figure out which one. And it's a free shot from LJ, his 4th goal of the series. He's got all but one of them. And Space Station Gaming in front with another early goal. Lost will have to bring this all the way across to a respawning teammate. And now it's Jan twirling through. Picked his spot, and LJ was there to stop him. Oh, what was that from Arsenal? He turned away and gave Card that ball for free, and he'll take it. Furia ties.
You cannot give Furia that lane. Card picks that up easily. Plays it slow. Lost puts it in. What was going on in the minds of Space Station Gaming there?
That had to have been a miscomm somewhere. Whatever happened, Furia's quite okay with it. That early goal erased. And now, who's going to take charge this time? Hoxer for LJ. And Lost pounds this ball back out towards midfield. Arsenal bringing it back in. Easy stop by Card. They'll have to do this without Jan. No problem. Oh, it's dished off to the corner well by Hoxer.
A little bit of control. You can see it getting awkward there. Jan taking that, putting Arsenal in a tough spot. He's backwards. as Furia are passing it around him. Yan was trying to find the extra touch, couldn't do it. And Arsenal with the clear, he picks the pocket. Top right corner slot, a Space Station in front.
It did feel like maybe Furia is starting to get a little comfortable on that half of the field. Space Station has kind of been almost driving in the mud a little bit defensively, giving away some opportunities that otherwise they have not throughout this event. They're a team that only conceded a handful of shots a game. But Furia's been able to pick some of them apart. They give up the goal, though. Their hand caught in the cookie jar. 2-1 now to SSG, trying to build onto it. Arsenal's got to grab the midfield boost, make sure Lost can't. LJ gets deleted by Yan. He bumps into Lost, and, well, now everything's just coming unhinged on both ends of the field.
Not a lot of boost there for Furia, and then, like I said, a little bit of confusion. Excuse me, approaching the halfway point of the game and seeing Furia really kind of slow down here. Shots from them, only 3 shots this game. SSG has double that. But wait a second, maybe a lay's been created. This time LJ gets back there in time. Could have been a play forward to bring Furia back in. They are picking their opportunities well, but Space Station Gaming just a little bit faster there.
Yeah, Yan had run forward. He got a big bump right in front of the Space Station net. It was wide open except for the efforts of LJ. There is LJ again. But Lost will dish that out to the corner. Here comes Fury again. Lost. Soft pass over to Yan, blocked away by Hoxer, and Arsenal repels this back out across midfield. LJ coming in as well. Almost looked like they might have tried to pinch that. It didn't work out. Now Hoxer diving in and not able to pass to anybody. Here comes Furia again. Yan trying to erase another Furia deficit. And they do it here. It's going to bounce out loose to Lost. And LJ avoids Card. That kicks right out to Yan, but there is Arsenal rushing back into the play.
And that was such a good opportunity for Furia. They had everything set up. Yan's just a little bit slow to the draw, and that one gets knocked away. SSG a little bit faster here in the speed department could make the difference here in this game. 1:20 to go, and Space Station in control, possession, and in the game, they're up by 1.
I do like how patient Space Station's being here. They're not just completely diving in on everything, but here goes Yan. Look at the tie. Drop down to Card. Stuffed by Hoxer.
Such a good recovery there. I thought Card had that one to the top corner. There have been so many more closer opportunities as the times tick down for Furia. But every time you think, oh, this is a really good chance for them, someone from Space Station Gaming gets in the way.
Oh, Yan putting on the brakes there to avoid an own goal and able to just gently guide that back to Lost as Furia again breaches into the Space Station zone. It's Card now looking to center. No, he'll bring this netward, and Hoxer doesn't let him get anywhere close. Full boost for Lost. And a great win by Arsenal. Lost making sure, though, to grab that corner boost as well, and still does not matter as Space Station dump it right back in. The task gets even tougher now for Furia. Down to 20 seconds. Lost trying to weave his way through. It's up and available for Yan. But now LJ can take his sweet time here and burn a few more ticks off here. Down to 10 seconds. Full boost for LJ. Lost has that ricochet off him. Yan still yet to respawn in. Now he's in with 5 seconds left. And what a textbook finish to this game from Space Station Gaming to claim the lead in the series.
Well done. So well done there for SSG. I mean, the turnaround that they had in this game and this series is it's something that we have to know. From starting the series, just being hit in the face, going to game 2, 7-minute overtime, still being outshot, holding on defensively, and now completely turning the tables here against Furia, outshooting them, limiting how many shots they're able to put on, as well as outscoring them. It's a big flip of the switch. You wonder if we see a timeout here for Furia. I don't think we are, actually. I don't think we're going to get one.
Oh, they're going to roll the dice here, down 2-1 in the series. They will hold that timeout in their back pocket until perhaps they're on match point, which could happen as we go to Utopia for Game 4. The Oasis of Deadeye in the horizon. We know we'll get to a 5th game here between Space Station and Furia, our second to last match of the day, with G2 and Optic waiting to take the stage to close it out. It is blocked here by LJ. Yan dumping another in. Card beaten by Hoxer. Here comes Space Station Gaming early on, looking for And another early strike, but not finding one, as Lost will at least get towards the midline. How important is this for Furia, right? I mean, they come into this trailing Space Station Gaming and so many other teams by 30, 40 points.
Right.
Trying to, again, make this split the real turning point for their season. This is do or die throughout this whole spring. They've got to get to Boston to give themselves a legitimate shot at going to Germany for the World Championship. His card will bring one around. That's dropped by Hoxer. Win here just to take down one of those teams you know they're going to be competing for one of those precious 5 spots for would be so critical early on in the split.
And on the other side for SSG, you got to think for them as well. Not having a good winter, they go through a roster change where everyone thinks that the team's gotten worse. Now they're looking to try to beat the team that took out Daniel in version 1. Just kind of, again, they fall from the upper bracket to a Gen.G Mobile One Racing team that was very solid, but they still are able to hang with the best. And they're up in this series right now. Things have definitely gotten a lot more tense here, though, in Utopia Coliseum. It's been a quiet start. As you can see, Furia definitely changing things up. SSG making sure not to overextend here on offense. But definitely, Furia still putting on that offensive pressure. Still 4 shots from them in the first couple minutes.
Neither of these teams have played a particularly long series in this Spring Open, as that's dished off to the corner by Lost. Arsenal tried to pop it back out to LJ, didn't get nearly enough on it, and Jan just waiting patiently, try and play that past Hoxer, couldn't, so he just took him out. That will certainly get the job done. Then Arsenal take it off the field as well. Jan with only LJ to beat. Hoxer back into the play, now Lost. Flop it over Arsenal, but there is LJ for the save yet again, so we remain scoreless, getting ever closer to the halfway mark. Someone's going to take charge defensively. It's LJ. He's met by Lost. Up the corner with a full tank of boost. It's available in front, but nobody else there.
Still control here. And shot! Good save there from LJ. Hoxer will try to clear downfield. Arsenal wants a piece of the ball. Transition. Strong sometimes here for Furia, but SSG doing a good job being able to cut it out. You saw Yan, he's doing cardio. Needs to make a save here. Does make the save. Arsenal not able to take a follow-up shot. So lets that one go by the wayside, and Space Station Gaming having to play some defense here as we hit that 2-minute mark.
Arsenal does have a big goal in this series. He had what proved to be the game winner in Game 3, catching the Furia defense napping a little bit. LJ will pop one away. Still waiting to see Arsenal kind of get that killer instinct again. He's been a little timid in this series. Lost up ahead. Nobody else is there. Jan is at least giving chase, and LJ will have it. Only as far as Lost. Arsenal in a real tough spot. Lost got around him. Card waiting on the doorstep. Not going to get a rebound. Jan maybe can. His second touch makes it controllable. Kicked off of LJ, and Hoxer jumps into action.
Minute 20 to go. Furia knocking at the door. Uh-oh, Card plays that one back. You see Arsenal jumping. Forces a touch out of Yan, which may set up something here from Space Station. LJ up so quickly, puts that one in play. Hoxer, this is off the stealing. Arsenal plays it again off that back wall. Minute to go. SSG trying to turn things around, getting Dimmels on the back end, trying to keep Furia in their own half as another Dimble comes out to take out Yan, but Lost is on the ball for free.
Would have never expected a scoreless 5 minutes. I guess we did see one in that long overtime, part of a 7+ minute OT. Now Arsenal, blocked by Card, turned into a shot that LJ had to address. After the offensive explosion in Game 1 out of Furia, they've only scored 3 other goals. And now LJ, met by Card. This will drop down to Arsenal.
Oh,
and it's a double commit with him and Hoxer. Here goes Lost. Jan trying to run interference. It's still there, and LJ sweeps it out. Down to 7 seconds. Space Station Gaming nearly shot themselves in the foot. Now they're just trying to hang on and get to OT. Yet again, Lost, intercepted by LJ, and maybe a chance to steal this in regulation. Arsenal getting aggressive, keeping this alive. LJ hard out of the corner, second touch means Hoxer's got to dive in. Nobody to pass to, and we go to overtime.
Overtime, both teams trying to keep that ball up towards the end. And a scoreless overtime between the two. Based on how this series has gone, do not expect this one. But for Furia, a must win as well. Going down 3-1 in the series just doesn't seem so favorable against a Space Station Gaming team that is running with so much confidence, despite Furia sending so much offensive pressure at them.
LJ right at Lost. Jan starting to fall in behind, trying to find his place as he's gone ice cold in this series. He was on the bottom of the leaderboard in that last game as that bank's just a little bit wide from the ceiling. Just yet to find the net for a long period of time here. He'll get the offense started again, though, coming out of the first minute of overtime. Jan slowed down by LJ physically, and Hoxer will take over. Hoxer right at Lost again. Lost has been kind of stuck in that third spot quite a bit here in this game and in this series, and he's done a great job with that spot. They've got to get the offense turned around here. Oh, LJ had a chance to turn around. Hoxer must have called him off. Now Arsenal coming in. Shot just wide off the post.
Transition is interrupted there. Yan will pick up the demo, but the ball will still be on that blue end. Now still SSG. Oh, they could have took control there, but that's not a good 50 from Arsenal. Card on this ball. All he has to do is create a lane, and Lost almost took it. Defense there from Space Station to stop things here. We could be looking at another lengthy overtime between the two.
Seen a lot of slow plays out of Furia, trying to get somebody to commit, get a dunk right in front of the net. It has not worked. At least not in this series. Jan up ahead to Lost. Arsenal make sure it doesn't get there. That's well done out of the corner. That's the aggressive play they want to see out of him. LJ got bumped, and it was very awkward, but he got a piece of card, and Jan left a lot on the table there with that shot. And Space Station Gaming kind of let off the hook there by Jan. Maybe another one. That one's going to be wide as well. All these shots that are almost always on target have not been for Jan and for Furia as Space Station dances out of their zone again.
And this is not looking good here too. If you're Furia, you're expecting, again, these close, these strong shot chances. You're not getting too many opportunities. And the number of shots is high, but it's the fact that they haven't converted on them that is the issue. Again, we saw something similar in the last series with Optic. Furia have to get things going, getting the accuracy on board. They could come back in this series. All they need is that one good placement.
Jan now, flip reset, try to get around Arsenal, who did all he needed to do. LJ met card in the corner, Lost. He didn't take it himself. He tried around the corner from the ceiling. That's forced back to Jan. And again, trying to beat Hoxer. Can't. And no rebound coming out here. LJ well controlled. Good win. Arsenal plays it even further on. LJ waiting for a pass that just never gets there. And Jan met by Hoxer. This will fall right to card. Jan at midfield. This could waterfall straight down.
Whoa.
And that's well defended by Arsenal.
We saw Arsenal miss that one, or a clearance like that in the earlier games of the series. LJ trying to see if he could create something here, but chance could be happening here for Furia. They get the ball all the way downfield. They could set up some consistent pressure here, but it's a free clear for LJ. And Hoxer will push that over towards the corner. Yan misses that, and Card has to play it off his own backboard.
This has been kind of a Jekyll and Hyde series out of Yan. He could still redeem it. Not this occasion. LJ tried to bounce one through. Lost had the read. Now Hoxer got options. Went across the way to Arsenal, and that's going to be dumped a little bit wide. LJ, quick turn here to keep it available. Hoxer had also jumped, burned a lot of boost. Can he salvage anything out of it? No. And Space Station's going to be real careful here over the next 30 seconds.
Arsenal leaving that so LJ can get the boost and turns and gets control of the ball. Pass to Hoxer. Hoxer with control. Can he get past Yan? This one, good 50, and LJ up early, gets the redirect, and Furia just takes their time. They know they're not under too much pressure. Now Lost trying to set the tone, but Arsenal's there to knock it away again. On all these plays, the amount of situational awareness from both teams as they're showing has been solid. I say that, and there's a double commit from SSG in the corner, but they're not getting punished for it.
A little bit of hero ball from Space Station Gaming, but they have not been burned yet. And that man is getting a lot more comfortable. Arsenal put one wide, but he certainly made it dangerous. It's something that Fury had to think about. Everybody scrambling back now. Yan to center. Lost is there. Defense not there. Card will score, and the series is tied again.
What a turnaround here from the side of Furia, though. You got to talk about it. Everybody going all in on the play. Card getting there quickly. It was a strong push-up field. SSG's defense was not set to handle that much pressure. And Furia, big win here, as that one definitely could have gone either way. Series now all tied up 2-2 apiece. Stacks. You know, it looked like Space Station Gaming may have had that last game, but SSG Fury is still showing their grunt here against Space Station Gaming. They finally find the mark as close as they were here, especially. This one pays off for them. Card just a little bit faster on the play. And we're guaranteed 6 games.
We are. For a while, I was starting to worry that maybe we just cut games 6 and 7 out of the rotation entirely. But we will at least go to Neo Tokyo to potentially close this series out after a little pit stop at the Oasis. As we get set for Game 5, somebody's going on match point here between Furia and Space Station Gaming. Here we go. Oh, look at the backdrop.
It's beautiful.
I love it.
It's beautiful. It's gorgeous. Oh my goodness.
This is one of the best changes we've ever made.
I agree. Seeing this one start off, though, I mean, even though this map is beautiful, the tension that is on the field between these two, I mean, we mentioned it briefly, what they're playing for. And there's a lot. I mean, you're talking about turning your season around, World Championship qualification, and honestly, for both teams, just proving to everyone else that the decisions you've made over the course of the season have been right. LJ gets a lane, gonna carry this one. Can Lost get a save? No. LJ starts it off with Space Station Gaming. They're up by 1.
That is great vision from Hawksher to thread that needle to LJ, and an even better first touch there against the oncoming challenge. And then all he's got to do is just run forward and not be too slow. He was not. He scored now 5 goals for Space Station Gaming here in this lower bracket matchup that they need to win to stay alive in the Spring Open. But every time Space Station has thrown a punch, Furia has had an answer for it. Jan's going to bring this all the way back to the corner. That kicks out. Hawksher's shot caught a deflection and still goes through.
And again, a little bit of credit to LJ here as well. Starts things off, gets a bump on Yan, gets a bump, I think, on Card as well. Yan trying to recover, gets a piece of it, but it's not enough. Hawksher took his shot, and it hit. 2-goal lead to start this Game 5.
Space Station with a 2-goal lead. We've said that before, but certainly not this early. Now LJ, right at Lost again. Lost almost has been a ball magnet. So Arsenal has that off the backboard. Yan with Lost running interference in front. He got 2 demos, could not get a third. He just didn't have the momentum for it. And even despite those demos, they did not breach the center line. Again, Space Station Gaming keeping the attack going. It's Arsenal's second touch did not likely go where he wanted, but this one did for Hawksher, and he sneaks through.
And Fury just look uncomfortable. They're getting bumped, they're getting demoed, they're getting bullied in their own side. Hawksher gets a good win on a 50 off the ceiling. Cards awkward, and oh man. 3 now for Space Station Gaming. The big key factor, though, at this point in the game is staying in the driver's seat. Fury are going to try to make some adjustments here, and they got a lot of time to do it.
Well, seeing the pros give up a goal like that makes me think maybe I can get back on the rank grind. Here goes Lost with Card running forward, and can he weave his way through? No, it's going to be wide, and no follow-up coming from Fury, and that's kind of been the theme here, Daz. There haven't been enough follow-ups out of Fury. They finally got one at the end of that lengthy overtime.
Right.
But they've been pushed way, way back and almost moving forward too quickly.
Yeah, it's been a little of that too. I mean, you see Lost up so aggressively, trying to get a piece of the ball, just completely misses it. And then, of course, the defense, look how awkward they look on that back end. Yan's able to get a piece of it for the time being, but when the clearing goes upfield, it's either maybe they're sending someone forward for a demo, or maybe it's just an individual solo play to pull out, but it's never been someone with a good read on the ball getting a strong follow-up. Even right now, Yan has to turn back around, is going to try to get the solo play to keep this one in play. The consistent offensive pressure isn't there. It's not to say what they aren't doing isn't working in terms of those solo plays out, but when you need a pressure against a team like SSG, sometimes maybe you just need Card.
It looked like a double commit there, and actually I think Arsenal might have even run into a teammate there. I think Arsenal and Hoxer got their signals crossed a little bit. I think it was made to look like a double commit that started that whole sequence right before that replay, because Arsenal got bumped out towards midfield and spun out. And as a result, just that little physical play out of Furia discombobulates SSG, gives them an opportunity. There's still a little more than 2 minutes left here. 3-goal lead is certainly not safe, especially with this man on the ball who just hit the crossbar.
Light 50s. Yan trying to keep this one in. Again, for SSG, they've kind of taken a bit of a back seat. That's why you ended up seeing Furia get in front there. They definitely slowed down, but you can't do that with this team. Arsenal trying to get one. He's got it. That additional pressure there from Space Station Gaming paying off big time. That turn in from Arsenal, staying close to the play, and then just a light touch to get past Yan.
We've wondered, maybe has Arsenal tried to be a little too cute in this series? That time he had to be to finesse that ball around Yan. Worked out perfectly, of course, with the physical play helping from LJ. Arsenal that time couldn't stay with the play, but Hoxer able to address the attack from the back line. Now LJ up towards Arsenal. He'll play it forward. Needs somebody to pass to, though. Arsenal going headhunting, and he's still available, but he couldn't turn in time. Tough spot there for Arsenal with that ball squeaking through, and now here comes Furia. Still down 3 goals. Bump from Card. Yes, shot denied by Arsenal. It is coming up all Space Station now here in Game 5.
I really thought Yan may have had that one. Good save from Arsenal. But you even talked about just that follow-up shot from Fury on the side of Space Station. Everybody going towards the net, even still up by 3. They're not letting off here on the gas. A minute to go, and they could make this one a formality here. The Fury is going to try to give their best shot forward. It's just not looking like they got all the pieces. Cards just taking 50s on the sidewall. Nothing being generated. Ball out in midfield. Yeah, it's a demo, but that touch is way too light. And for them to even try to get 1 goal here is just taking up so much time on the clock.
There's almost no way this continues, but Space Station Gaming right now shooting 100% as a team here. 2 shots, 2 goals out of Hoxer, 1 each out of Arsenal and LJ. Maybe a shot lined up here by Hoxer. It's a floater, registers as a shot, does not go in, and this is why we can't have nice things. Down to 13 seconds remaining here as Furia will try and bring this across, try and get a last-second goal like Space Station did after they were dominated in Game 1. Lost up ahead to Yan, and he can't score as Hoxer will ultimately pinch that away. And when the ball touches down to the ground, Fury is going to take a timeout with their backs against the wall here in the lower bracket of the Spring Open. Space Station Gaming up 3-2.
Oh, that was an early call, too, on the timeout. Ball hadn't even hit the ground yet. They knew. They need to take time to talk this one over. Going into Game 6 down here, this was not a good game for them, especially. I mean, look at Yan sitting at 174 points. Yeah, he has 4 shots in a demo, but you're just expecting so much more output there. Space Station Gaming started that game off very well, too. I mean, a lot of bumps and demo plays to get Fury's defense uncomfortable, and Fury had never recovered after that, especially once the scoring started to go in. Hoxer just had 3 saves. He shot 2 for 3, like you said. The rest of the team was shooting 100%. When SSG are that effective in the offensive front for Furia, I mean, it's no wonder why it felt like a monumental effort for them to even get 1 goal on the board.
Maybe this is the old man in me shouting at clouds, but you just wonder about the wisdom of Yan on the Furia side. Maybe a little more time preparing for your second lower bracket matchup of the day and less time feuding with bubble players on Twitter after your series.
Okay.
Now Furia finds themselves down 3-2. Remember, they started this series coming out on fire. They were up. They had a 6-0 lead. It ultimately went 6-1 with a last-second goal out of Space Station Gaming in Game 1. And then since then, Jan in particular has been quite cold. He's not been involved in many goals at all. I think game 2 might have been his last as we look back at the Mobile One high performance replay from game 5, where both these teams going in at 2 games apiece. But it's Space Station Gaming, despite this great effort out of Card, that just kept pulling away and did not let Furia back into the game. Arsenal getting going as well with a pair of goals and assists to help this team get to match point, 1 win away from Championship Sunday.
Like you said, 1 win away, but this is where it gets tough. Coming off a timeout, you got to sit there for a little bit. And, you know, like you said, you know the pressure to close out a game, especially like in a best of 7. It gets harder as you get, you do it on land and things like that. But even for Space Station Gaming, they've seen so much success in this event, and it feels like they've had a strong game plan. You know, Fury's going to come out and make some adjustments. Can SSG remain locked in? On the other side, can Furia bring back the Fury? Neo Tokyo is the stage. 5 minutes on the clock. Will we see a game 7? Or are Furia going to be eliminated here?
Got to right a lot of wrongs over the last few games. That game 4, the scoreless overtime, just kind of felt like a new lease on life from Furia. Arsenal couldn't get this coming quickly out of the corner. Here goes Jan. He had left the lobby right around the time of that timeout.
Oh!
If he's come back with anything, and absolutely not. Arsenal, 34 seconds in, has Space Station Gaming in front. Look at the feed from LJ to go, and Arsenal just picks them apart.
LJ dances past 2, net wide open for T-Shock. He's not missing that. Tone set. And now the time is gonna be ticking down here for Furia. They let that one slip through their fingers, and now they got work to do.
Oh, it looked like the defender had maybe run out of boost and could not stay with that play. Goes off the corner of the frame, but no finish from Furia. Lost will try and take advantage of this opportunity, but he's met by Arsenal in the SSG defense. This will be boomed away, not quite by Hoxer. Outlet instead to Arsenal.
Don't know
Space
why.
Station Gaming, they have not been consistent in this series, Daz. We've seen some double commits. We've seen shades of a triple commit, but they've done well enough to stay alive, but Lost will tie it up.
They finally get something going here on the side of Furia. Yan sets it up, Lost with a strong 50. Yan getting in front of LJ, making it uncomfortable, and the extra effort from Furia finally pulling through here. They equalize, plenty of time to go in game 6.
A game that Furia must win to force game 7, send us to Champions Field. The first time in a game 7 this weekend. Lost has to bring this across. There is Arsenal, who tried to get his tires on the ceiling to get a little more control, just could not. But look at LJ. He's beaten 2, and then this goes all the way over. Arsenal had stolen some boost out of the corner. That's something Furia really has to be worried about. It's not something that Space Station does a lot necessarily, but they've been great about it in this series. Managing the boost, and Jan with a defender or an attacker bearing down on him, able to make the save. We remain tied, coming up on the halfway mark of game 6.
Back pass, LJ able to get there in time. You can see Space Station trying to up the tempo, but Furia have been able to manage it well. Arsenal couldn't get a bump there, but it's a bit of a double commit. It's looking real awkward. Hoxer will go and get a pinch up across. Arsenal has been in the blue half. I don't think I've seen him rotate out yet. Might need to, as Carr picks up the ball. Furia trying to find their footing here, as it has been awkward, even though they've gotten that goal. Lots of pressure as SSG have been making plays off ball. This could be a chance for Hoxer. Bang! SSG in the lead.
All right, Hoxer's got an impressive tally going. His 4th goal to go with 5 assists. And it's just a little ditty left on the doorstep. Hoxer slams it through. Furia defense did all they could, and it was not enough. Down to 2:13 now with SSG back in front, but Card off the kickoff denied by Arsenal.
Clearance there. Furia put on the back end. SSG still looking for those demos. Nice light touch for Card. When does Lost get involved? Has to wait for that 50 to play out. He's got full boost in the tank, but the ball's low on the ground. And LJ was up on that back wall. Again, just avoiding any possibility of a bump or a demo play. Furia trying to break past Space Station Gaming, but their defense has been solid.
Space Station Gaming fighting for respect. A win here would do wonders for them. But that ball played way downfield. Oh, what a save by Arsenal. And it's going to turn into a goal on the other side. Are you kidding?
Absolute disaster on the side of Furia. No one read that was going to bounce off the post. And Hoxer downfield says, I'll take that one all day long. Space Station Gaming may be running away with this game 6. Furia need to fight in the last minute 30.
Lost, guiding this down to Card, but he was a little hesitant to take it. Oh, Arsenal tried to take out Jan. That would have opened up the net way behind him. You can tell Furia pushing a little bit more now. The demolition there as Lost is taken out.
They're giving them nothing. They're giving them nothing. Yan can't even put a solid shot on right now. That's awkward, but Arsenal's able to get there in time. Lost tries to go up and make a play. He gets demoed out of the way. It's been so hard for Fury to get some control. We know how mechanical they are, but when they don't even get the ability to do so, what becomes of Furia? Chance there. Yeah, tried to get the pass out. LJ so patient, not getting caught up in that as well, and Arsenal will crash the offense and send it the other way down.
Oh, Lost. Pumped away by Arsenal. Loose ball claimed by Card. As Card out of the corner. Hoxer leaves that for LJ. Fury have got to get one with, you got to feel like maybe 10, 11 seconds left to give themselves a real chance. There's going to be on Jan, who's got to wake up here, and he's blocked by Hoxer. His cold streak continues. Down to 11 seconds. The final countdown now on Neo Tokyo. Space Station Gaming is going to survive and advance. Oh, Demonio! Hoxer has done it to Furia again!
Space Station Gaming in 6 here. And if you told me the result they would have at the beginning of the tournament, I'd say I have to wait and see, and I did. What a showing. Furia gave a fight, but you could tell Space Station Gaming were able to change the playstyle, adapt to what Fury were throwing at them, and honestly render them almost obsolete in certain games here of the series. So well done, especially when you consider how good Furia had looked over the course of the tournament. Again, taking down version 1, looking to make a lower bracket run, but their run ends here. An amazing 6-game series for SSG as they move on, but we are not done yet here. More RLCS is going to continue. G2 Optic take the field. We'll be back after this.
What's with these seats, bro? I thought you had the hookup.
Dude, it's all us retired players get.
Can you believe we're here? Game 7, grand finals of the World Championship?
Yeah, I mean, it's cool and all, but what about me? What about, like, everybody else?
Everybody else?
Yeah, like all the players looking to make it to the next level. Like, what if there was a tournament for them?
Yeah, but who's gonna do that?
into opportunities like this. Ahmad off the ceiling. Ahmad with the 7 from heaven. Can they get control of this? Pop back from a towel as he takes control. Are you kidding me? This is really happening. It's really happening. It actually happened. Fortune favors Liquid.
See this one flipped out. First killer. Does he have a flip? He's trying to use it. The pass down. It's unbelievable.
I'm back to quitting myself, my prison got you finished. Yeah, I had a minute. Yeah, ain't at the limit. No, I'm back to winning. I'm back to business. I'm back to finish. Yeah, I'm back to winning. Who's asking? If it don't fit, I'm passing. If I go in, I'm blasting. Let me go home like mansion. Let me taste like man. Let me taste. I put it too handsome. Let me get up like laughing. Hitting the curb, no crash. I said he bag. I said he dripping, no drip, no check. I swear I'm running it like check. Play with my put in the bag. I'm putting it back. I'm making it smack. Make it so hard that it crack. Yeah, making it kick with a kick like yeah. I bag the baddest. I'm bad at this. I got the benefits. I managed this. I had to hit. I meant the father figure from above. I wish he had his figured at me when I showed him love. I'm back to winning. Yeah, I'm back to quitting myself. My prison got you finished. Yeah, I had a minute. Yeah, ain't at the limit. No, I'm back to winning. I'm back to business. I'm back to finish. Yeah, I'm back to winning. All your stuff like catch me up. Wish you had my little.
Back-to-back battle between Fury and Space Station Gaming. It went 6 games, but Space Station Gaming are able to take it. Phenomenal showing. And I am here with Arsenal from Space Station Gaming. Arsenal, congratulations on the finish. You look good, by the way. And I got to talk to you, man. Let's talk about the series here, right? Obviously, game 1 it wasn't necessarily, as good for you guys. You guys lost like 6-1. Talk to me about the team and how you guys got back into the game.
So the start of that series, it was kind of rough because we went from going against Gen G, who plays a different style to Furia. So we were kind of just like, oh, let's go in, see how they play, see what they're going to bring out. And they kind of stomped us that first game. And after that, it was like, okay, we just need time to adjust. And I think after that, we started adjusting pretty well. I think game 2, game 3, we started really getting our groove. And it got a lot better, to be honest, than that game 1. That hurt me, I'm not gonna lie.
I mean, it hurt me too. I was casting it. Now, going into this matchup, though, you guys have a Hoxer on the team right now, right? Biggest new addition to the team. Talk to me about how Hoxer's been able to fit into the squad.
Well, Hoxer, even in person, me and Hoxer, we've always been cool together. Me and Hoxer came up in RLCS. I know many people might not know about RLCS, but it was kind of like the little league. So we came up together. We made our first LAN together. We really competed. We were at our top together, coming up and stuff like that. So me and Hoxer were always just oh yeah, we're kind of competing against each other, and we were closer than a lot of people think. So him on the team, he's just a cool guy. I get the same vibes from LJ as I get from Hoxer. They're both just really down to earth. I know they always got my back. I know I have their backs. And even when things go wrong, we're able to bring it back because we have each other's backs. We know if someone makes a mistake or something happens, we can bring it back as a team. The series is never over.
Yeah.
So yeah, Hoxer's just a great guy, bro. That's all I gotta say.
He looks like he has such a positive impact on the field. I mean, someone else who's been showing up for you guys has been LJ, especially. I think LJ's probably having the best tournament of the season for him. But what's it like on the side playing with LJ?
LJ. I've always said that LJ is underrated. People were trying to trash on him because we didn't have the best performances. But LJ is insane. Even in 2s and in the tournament, in this tournament, bro's popping off. When LJ gets comfortable, I've been saying it for the longest, bro's gonna go crazy. LJ's comfortable. What is he doing? Bro's going crazy. So keep underrating LJ, keep underrating Hoxer if you want to, but they're proving how good they are, with each game, with each goal, with each tournament. So yeah, shout out to those boys.
Yeah, but definitely big shout out to them. You guys are looking phenomenal. And I mean, do you think that, this new kind of team environment has had an impact on your personal performance? Because everybody from Space Station Gaming has been elevated, and a lot of people are starting to talk about this team soaring to new heights. But how does it feel for you?
For me specifically, it feels, I wouldn't even say it feels good, because when you're doing bad, everyone's kind of hating on you, and they're like, oh, this guy's done, retired, and then once you start doing good, they here come the fans and stuff like that. Mm-hmm. But I know my team will always support me. I know my true fans will always support me. So shout out to them, shout out my family, shout out my mom, shout out everyone who actually supports me. And I do feel better. I think it's showing in my gameplay, that game winning save that I had, and then we got the little counter. Normally I just panic, I fly in the net. What is this kid doing? You kind of saw it in the Gen G series. I was all over the place. I'm panicking on saves. But the more comfortable I feel, the more I'm able to show how good I am.
And you definitely are showing how good you are. Last question for you. G2 Optic coming up next. Give us a preview.
G2 Optic, I think it'll be a good battle. I think G2 struggles with people who know how to solo play, and like AJ, he's really mechanical. You give that guy space, he will clip on you. So if they can shut down AJ's solo plays, and you got to get Redos off the field. That man's a demo menace. But G2's passing plays, if they link up, and if Chicago's putting the ball under the crossbar, I think G2 might have to take it. I'm not gonna lie, but I do think Optic will make it close, and they could win. I think Optic's improved a lot from last season, so it's gonna be a showdown for sure.
Arsenal, thank you for your time, man. It's always a pleasure to talk to you, and again, congratulations on the win today.
Thank you.
Chat was 50-50 on this match going into it, and they knew how to call it. This one down to the wire, back and forth. 12 minutes of overtime. A blowout game 1 comes right back to a 1-goal, 7-minute game and 7-minute overtime in game 2. This one is as close as you like, Gibbs.
I'm not gonna lie. After that game 1 where Furia just dominated, I'm like, I have no faith. I'm like, why did I choose Space Station? But Space Station battled back Arsenal. He was number 1 on the offensive half of the field, number 1 in front of the ball, number 1 in demos, number 1 in boost steals. He was trying to cause as much chaos as he could, and he would still make some big time saves as well on the other side of the field So Arsenal, a lot of hate has been thrown his way about maybe he's done. Daniel left him because it's a sinking ship. Well, Space Station's still here, and they're guaranteed top 4, and Daniel went out on day 1. So hats off to Space Station. Hats off to Hoxer and Sad Jr. coming onto this team and making it work, and I'm excited to see them tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, James, this one was this was the best match of the day for sure. I mean, well, for Furia fans, I feel like they can hold their head high given how well the team did in this event.
Oh, well, I thought Furia was going to take it. I was expecting a pretty quick series, especially with how they had not lost a single game in the lower bracket up to that point. They started out game 1 just demolishing Space Station, but Space Station bounced back, and I think it really just shows you how good Space Station is and the dynamic that they've got. I think unpredictability is it helps so much, especially in today's game. I think Arsenal brings that, and I thought Hoxer, he's just in the trenches doing so much work, being that catalyst to get the ball out to LJ, who just finishes everything. Like Arsenal said in his interview, LJ was just on. So the dynamic of this Space Station team, it is really, really fun to watch. It kind of reminds you of the old Space Station teams, the way they used to play. It was refreshing, and they took down a really hot Furia team.
Yeah, it reminds me of Space Stations of old, but also still feels so different. This team started off with a big punch in the face and then throttled up and able to win this one before going to game 7. Love seeing the new Space Station. Excited to see how they do moving forward. We're going to see them play tomorrow. They're waiting on the results of the next match. Last match of the day, Optic Gaming taking on G2 Esports. Can Optic continue the run? This is where the metal starts to meet the road. We were talking earlier about this Gibbs. Optic faced off against Koi and Sup to get into today, and now they're facing against a Complexity, a real contender. Kind of fell flat. They're going to have to rally here against G2.
And this was supposed to be your upper round 2 match, but G2 fell in that first round, a very weird loss for them. So they've had to make this lower bracket run, and they've done so very, very well. And Optic, they got the benefit of that easy bracket, but when they ran into Complexity, the defensive Complexity was a bit too much. The one positive I would say for Optic is that they played messy, and they had times where they had chances for goals, and they just barely missed out with some weird plays. So if they can clean that up, I think this is a very competitive series versus G2, because we've seen G2, they look clean today, but yesterday was shaky, so we'll see what we get out of them.
Chat, let us know who you think's going to win. Hashtag OG, hashtag G2. Arsenal picked G2, but he also pointed out the road to victory for Optic Gaming. The G2 struggles against the solo players. James, Optic Gaming's got a lot of strong solo players.
Yeah, they do, but I feel like G2 has just been so consistent. They only lose to the top teams in NA, or so it feels. I mean, Sup kind of messed that up a little bit, but you can just see the journey that G2's had to go on. They took down Koi, took down FaZe, took down Shopify. They're looking good doing it as well. I think they're the favorite. I think Optic is the underdog here. There's a lot of fans of both G2 and Optic. Optic, they got beat down pretty badly by Complexity, and I think, you know, G2, I don't rate higher than Complexity, but they are right up there. So I think it's going to be tough for Optic.
Well, make your pick, James. G2, Space, or Optic. It sounds like I know you're going to pick, but put it on the board for us.
Yeah, we'll just go through the motions. I got G2. I feel like G2, one of the most consistent North American Rocket League teams that we've ever seen. And the reason why is because they win matches like this. I think Optic's run comes to an end here.
So Optic's been on a hot streak, but Winter Regional 3, where it ended for them, for their major hopes where they had to win the entire tournament, they played G2 in that top 4 spot, and G2 absolutely smacked them 4-0. So I expect G2 to come out winning this series, but Optic has looked better, so I'll give it a little bit of a closer series, but still, I think G2 will win this.
I'm going to go with G2 on this one as well. This is their match to lose. They're trying to make their way to another grand final. G2, they've lost to the top teams every time, but can they finally get the win themselves? They got to get a win here to keep those hopes alive. Optic Gaming, Green Wall showing up in chat, though. A narrow favorite there. Love seeing the Optic fans in chat. The Gatekeepers look to keep out another, but how do you keep out a literal wall? Last match of the day begins now.
No time left to lose. Only one gets to advance. A team that's looking hot, but
That's right.
Underdog Turtle. What do you think?
Ooh, I think we're in line, on course for a 6-game series. If I had to put, estimation out here, a prediction here. I think that for the most part, Optic Gaming looked pretty great and struggled a little bit here and there on the offensive side. I was impressed with their defense, but it kind of felt like the same issue that we saw with Space Station Gaming against Gen G, where, you know, Space Station couldn't convert. They were generating opportunities, but when the time was right to strike, they failed a lot. And they picked that up in the previous series. Space Station Gaming looked fantastic. Now we'll see if Optic can improve on that aspect.
And we'll see if G2 can contain the mechanical beast that is AJ as well. He gets kind of his first look here, moving on offense. Not the best control, but either way, Optic not really on offense. He's kind of just fighting for the ball at the moment. Down the middle, Atomic back in time as G2 sizing up the counterattack. Chicago noticing the space and will take it. Hard cut towards the net. AJ ready for it. G2 starting to get the camp set up in the midfield.
I definitely think that Chicago's a name we're going to be hearing a lot. Two players from Optic, but Atomic coming down like a guardian angel from the heavens and somehow bats that ball away. We had two players commit on it from Optic, but still no goal. And interrupt me as I was talking about Chicago. I think he's going to be a player who, you know, of course, when you mention G2, you have to talk about Chicago. And he stepped up against Shopify, their most recent series, getting, you know, a nice quick 3-0, and Chicago had 11 shots, 5 goals, and 4 assists.
Ooh.
And now he's looking for his first one in this series, almost stepping up with a solo play.
Almost a beautiful delivery. Unfortunately, just got away from him right at the end. As Optic, I think they're lucky stars that one wasn't in the back. Chicago doing a lot of heavy work, and a nice block from Reynolds to finally break that G2 grip, and still not going to score. Back in time again. Chicago getting it done on both sides of the pitch. J-Naps with Atomic, sizing up Reynolds, and look at him just play that one. He says, come at me, I'm going to dodge you, still make the play. Great stop.
You got to keep your composure on the line, but Atomic still ended up demoing Magic Bear, as he does recover quite smoothly and carries it out by himself. Reynolds up early. I think G2 have been at least hunting for that first goal and held a lot of the pressure. J-Naps has to do something in the corner. I think this is mostly what I expected. A lot of pressure from G2, and it's up to Optic to find the transitions.
And they've definitely had a couple of good opportunities to at least reset things, but it kind of feels out of nowhere that grip kind of getting lost. Could be an issue with boost. Could be something else. Requires a bit more thought, but one way or the other, you're absolutely right. It's G2 pressing more often than not. They're not done quite yet. Dished out to Atomic on the sidewall. AJ just trying to keep things close. Freezes Chicago and ties him up in a knot in the sidewall as well. Nice follow-up from Reynolds. Now it's really on Optic to say, okay, we're in the orange half and we're going to stay there.
Yeah, I mean, they have opportunities to catch G2, pushing a little bit too far forward. There's been moments in space like this for Reynolds, but what does he do with it? That's the question. He goes off the sidewall and can't follow up on it. That's an opportunity that you need to generate. And unfortunately for Optic, they have to go back to the drawing board.
Do keep pretty clean possession. J-Naps really just trying to buy a little time there to let the defense sort itself out in terms of its position. Magic Bear pulls off the ball, and it may backfire here. Reynolds able to get to it fairly cleanly, but they're not out of the woods yet. Atomic floater towards the back corner, and no problem for AJ as that shot not as much heat as you would have thought. Again, Chicago's carving up defenders.
He's not
into the middle, and
stopping.
there's J-Naps. Oh my goodness.
I don't even understand how he stayed behind this ball. He got bumped into it, actually. I think AJ was behind him, pushed Chicago forward, and then that was how G2 kept the ball rolling across and held that possession. A bit of a fortunate play, but Chicago, you know, he got that opportunity and made it work.
Yeah, you make the most out of it. Like you said, he did get bumped into it, and he says, okay, I'm not dead. This play's still alive.
And a lot of times you'll wiggle with your car. I mean, if you're getting bumped, you're usually going to be off your line. So fortunate for G2.
Great job to keep things in play as Atomic. Gonna just poke that ball away from Magic Bear, and got to be careful here. A little bit of physicality coming out from Optic, laying it down and hoping Reynolds was going to turn for it, but he went all the way back to the midfield boost. Now they kind of got to stretch to keep this one in the orange half. AJ's really sizing it up. He wanted to. You could feel him kind of looking from the midfield line, but he's like, that's not it. We've got a little more time to work with. No sense in doing something we might regret. For something a little more concrete. That bump may be it, but Reynolds one step too far behind the play.
Oh, at this point, it looks like That physical game might be what opens up the gates for Optic. You heard Arsenal talk about Reddles and how frustrating he can be to play against, but the timing has not been there for Optic Gaming on the physical demos. 10 seconds remaining. You've got to make a march downfield. Reddles getting caught up with another player from G2. 3 seconds. Keep this ball alive. You only got to get one goal, but can you find a transition? That's the question. Ball still floating. JNAPS.
Only touch.
Really doing a great job under it. And at this point, G2, you just got to smack it down and kill this ball.
Optic is really, really stretching, and finally it just gets too far away from him. Magic Bear was the only one in position to make any type of play on that ball in his own half, and just had no boost to get the job done, was hoping someone was going to come back and bail him out, and eventually G2, the advantage of not having to make something happen, kind of just fall back, let that one fall in their laps, and get it to the floor. So a lot closer than I was perhaps expecting, but in terms of the shot differential, definitely favoring G2 to a not significant, but definitely comfortable lead with 8 shots to 5 for Optic.
I mean, it's still somewhat reminiscent on that previous series for Optic against Complexity. I thought that they had good opportunities, good chances moving down the other side. Transitions looked pretty clean, but they weren't able to punish or even make use of those opportunities, which is why I was talking about Space Station Gaming earlier. You toss that ball up, or maybe you get a demo. It seems like the timing on the rotations just isn't in sync. They're not all on the same page quite yet, but that was just the first game. There's plenty of series to go at Chiefs.
Yes, definitely a firm grip established early for G2. We'll see if Optic, and the biggest thing I think is just going to be, they may have to be willing to take a few more risks as well. Kind of take somebody out of rotation on defense, leave them in that 2-on-3, 2-on-2 area, and go try and take away some boost in the midfield or something like that. May have to go all the way down to the other side, who knows, but just feels like you want to make sure that someone has something in the tank to make a play and kind of really break that pressure from G2, and may have to be willing to incur a little extra risk to do that.
And it doesn't feel like G2 are trying to play awfully fast at this moment. I don't know. I'm not getting a sense of urgency from them, which I think has helped keep composure. I mean, look at Atomic on the backboard. He could have banged that. He could have gone for a big clear, but he's just calmly air dribbling it out. And it's small little plays like that that allow G2 to stay on the offensive half and at least collect more boost and keep tight rotations.
Kind of awkward to handle here, though, and AJ just able to get the bumper on it, keep that one in the blue half, but Reddles having to come from a little bit further distance than they would like. Magic Bear, where do you go with it? Right at the net. Actually a very awkward pace to handle for Chicago, and did a great job to actually get that one to safety, and it's actually kind of handcuffed G2 here. They don't have a good line on some of these approaches to the ball, but JNAPS is trying to make it happen, and AJ says, get out of here. Nice try.
Oh, man. Reliving his younger days. I was getting some flashbacks a couple seasons ago. JNAPS coming out with the Megs, and it still looks pretty collected from G2. They're recognizing when they have space, but it's not a risky approach from AJ. This man just bulldozes through all of the defense.
He's really just playing backside support there, and
oh my goodness,
just boos right back towards the ball. I don't think anyone expected him to actually try and stick with that. He says, yeah, I'm still here. We're in the net.
Some unpredictability, and that's what's needed for Optic Gaming. G2 looked way too comfortable. AJ is here to disrupt all of that, and he's also the solo player Arsenal mentioned. It's always fun to hear him talk about him and his predictions, but with an opportunity, a gap in the defense like that, G2, they're going to make you pay.
Look at Chicago. He was just waiting for this ball to come back out, is when he sees AJ at the top of the net.
Yeah.
He says, cool, you're stuck on the backboard like that. Getting down to the floor is real tough, and to make it worse, he kept it kind of near post side as well. Makes that line very awkward to take, and of course, Atomic just the cherry on the
this
little
could be
kitchen
it.
of the net. And they
There we go.
do not keep it out. The kickoff favors Optic Gaming 2-1.
I saw this one from a mile away. It was very confusing. Atomic didn't assume Magic Bear could get an early touch, and then everybody cascading in on themselves from G2 after that kickoff. I think that all comes down to the read Atomic made behind Magic Bear. Good response, and that's a great way to get back into the game after conceding.
Hate kickoffs. They happen sparingly enough, so you'll take them when you got them. Now it's really just Optic. How do you hold on to a lead? 3 minutes is a long time to go, considering that overall, Chicago's, in general, his general field presence is It's put a lot of pressure on you in terms of possession. But now you have the lead. Can you make that sort of impact be lessened to a certain extent?
I mean, to be honest, game 2 feels a lot different from game 1 in terms of possession. G2 have had little bursts of aggression here and there, but not long extended plays, and that might have been the first one where there were a couple of passes connected, and we're seeing more aggression from G2 now that they're trailing. They've got to put something forward and get aggressive. On the goal line, 3 players in the net, 1
Can
save,
they score it, though? I don't
and they
think
get
so.
out of it. I think they can get this angle. Magic Bear over to AJ, trying to go off the backboard. Won't find it. And back we go to G2.
See that ball kind of... Oh, no! Okay. I was about to say, don't tell me we're about to see another own goal. Here's a demo on the goal line. Chicago floats one out to his opposite corner just to buy a little time. Magic Bear turning the G2 half into a graveyard. Thankfully, everyone going to respawn, and Atomic almost able to carve his way through a couple defenders, but not kidding, in terms of different possession, the ball definitely spending a pretty significant amount of time over on that G2 side. It's really just a matter of how threatening have some of these optic chances been. And at the end of the day, you're keeping G2 back there, you're doing something right.
Oh, Magic Bear, he could extend this lead, and he does. A solo play, a little mind game, which we've been seeing a lot today. I mean, think back to Complexity and Raiseball hitting him with it. And now look at him go. Saves the dodge, goes to the right side of the ball, makes Atomic hit it first, and squeezes it into the back of the net.
I think everyone on G2 kind of looking on Magic Bear catch that ball, and they probably thought he was just going to try and get that on top of his car and flick it top left, but...
I mean, honestly, if he had boost, I think he would have tried that opportunity.
Exactly.
It almost benefited him with that low boost.
He just had 0, and they all just went to the opposite side. Now they just missed the ball, and Reddle scores 4. Okay.
Oh, no. Not the G2 kickoffs. This has not been a good sign from them. Reddle's
crushed it.
Nice little dunk. And that's another play where G2 falling apart here and there. I'm not really sure what happened. Game 1 seemed very comfortable. Yeah.
I mean, game 2, it hasn't looked uncomfortable, per se. It's kind of been
weird.
Just chilling on defense.
I feel uncomfortable in this series. I don't know why. It's been such a slow
It's
pace.
unsettling.
Yeah, there's been like this weird, awkward change of pace in this series alone. Where, I mean, look at the goals we're getting. I don't know what's happening.
So
like, what is
this? Comes out of nowhere. AJ, right idea, wants to take it on the dribble. You can see it. He tries to do 2 things at once, though, right? He wants the boost and the dribble. And he ends up giving away the ball to go grab the boost, and JNAP's just called him on it. It was right towards net. Cut the lead down to 2, just under a minute. Again, kind of similar scenarios in some of the games we've had earlier today. It's doable, but it requires perfection. See if G2 can make something like that happen, pass behind Atomic, and that'll waste a few seconds off the clock.
And that's got to be a sign of where G2 are right now.
Oh, they're going
to not connecting. Are they though? Magic Bear, he can't get it, and I mean, there's a chance 36 seconds on the clock achieves.
It doesn't matter that the pass was behind him, because as you can see, JNAP's got the protractor out and says, look at this shot off the corner. He called bank, and it's in.
They missed the pass in the midfield, and you just whip it out. Whip out the protractor.
You just get the job done regardless.
Yeah.
It's all right. Oh, but the dish back!
What are these kickoffs? Oh, jeez. Please, man, these G2 kickoffs. I can't stand this right now. It's Atomic again. He doesn't know what's happening. The ball is going pinball left and right. And we have a bad sheet from the G2 half.
Atomic, he actually went out to the right side corner boost. So he went to the same side that the ball went, but he just totally committed to the idea that Magic Bear was going to continue out to his right and get that midfield boost. Didn't even think that Magic Bear would stop and just kick that ball back middle. And unfortunately, that takes away any sense of a comeback happening here in game 2.
I mean, I thought it was happening. I really thought it was happening. I'm not going to lie. It looked shaky from Optic.
It felt like it, right?
Yeah, but nope. The kickoff's going to smack him right back down. Optic Gaming as confident as ever in this long best of 7, and more specifically game 2. And I mean, first of all, you know, we got to talk about the kickoffs. We got to fix these kickoffs, Chiefs. Okay, that's rule number 1, plan number 1 for G2. Other than that, I mean, what else are you noticing from them that I think you think needs to be improved on going into the next game?
Well, you know, again,
putting the spotlight on
I think you put it the right way. early on in this game, it was very comfortable from G2. You know, it doesn't feel like they're having to press really hard. And that's kind of a double-edged sword, right? Because G2 is a team that, you know, really thrives on a lot of chaos and has really good, you know, short-range passing and awareness. And if they can constrict a defense, they can move that ball and really make you hurt. But, you know, they don't really feel like they have to do that against Optic, right? And that's kind of why it feels a little more smooth and not like press, jam it as hard as we can and see what happens. And, you know, just rely on that individual decision-making to come to the forefront that you have in players like Atomic and Chicago. And JNAPS just comes through to drop the hammer, right? They don't really feel like they had to do that to beat a team like Optic. So that kind of means that, sure, they're not making like these big, like, we've overcommitted and now they just score an open net that sometimes G2 gets known for. But at the same time, it doesn't feel like there's that bite to that G2 offense.
Right,
it's just G2 betting on the fact that they are across the board better at a baseline level that's saying you're going to mess up more than we will.
Right.
And so it's like, I don't know if Optic really needs to change anything, and I don't necessarily think G2 needs to change anything. It's just in that game 2, Optic said, yeah, we didn't make any mistakes. We won the challenges, and since you weren't playing as aggressively or as mechanically demanding as you normally do, you just get beat every now and then.
I think the main thing for G2 is playing with a sense of urgency. Chicago slow on the back line. Does get the save bailout from JNAPS, and I just want to see them move with a bit of a faster tempo, more upbeat as they transition. I've seen a lot of dribbles, and while I respect the dribbles and love that patience, there's just too much space, and Reddles from the corner by himself off that challenge. One little touch to himself, and then gets a nasty angle.
It was a nasty angle, but I'm trying to figure out if G2 got bumped out of their own net, because 2 of them just like flipped out towards the midfield, like as that ball was headed to the corner. So I'm trying to piece that one together again in my mind to figure out where they both went, because I feel like there should not have been that much space there.
Yeah. I mean, it was just an awkward play in general. Why does Reynolds have that space in the corner? Nobody's challenging him. We've got somebody in the net, but could have been a potential team bump. Either way, the defense out of G2 is dismantling, and this is another play. Stemming from the corner, you're going across, trying to carry it out of your own side. And you've got a good challenge, like you mentioned. Misread the bounce, and hello, AJ.
Yeah, exactly, because the thing about it is JNAPS realized he had the wrong timing on it, right? You saw him cut left and they go, hang on, this one's going the other way. And at that point, AJ knows there's only one direction that ball's going. No matter how much JNAPS wants to move that ball a different way, you can't help it. And so AJ, he's positioned right. He's got good timing. And it's Optic kind of saying, hey, G2, are you sure that you're better than us on a baseline level? Because
there it is.
That's in a row, and Atomic says, hang on. You're not getting away that easy.
We were waiting for this all series long, this transition with speed and pace behind the ball. JNAPS sniffs out, of course, Atomic waiting downfield, and instead of keeping it to himself, going for a slower transition, he just bangs it to the other side and catches everybody from Optic Gaming too far forward.
Ooh, and everyone spreads out. There's all that space again. Chicago quick to close it down, but...
there's a lot of space for JNAPS. What's he going to do with it? Oh, he went for the pass. He saw that coming out. That looked good.
It looked real good, and it looked better defensively to even pick that one off and say, hang on, we can't let that one get through.
I'm surprised they even read that. I mean, I'm assuming JNAPS is going for a shot with that power off the sidewall. Optic Gaming, and some solid defense even after conceding.
Great job from Chicago there, maneuvering around, preventing the demo, and still maintaining influence over the ball. Awkward play for Magic Bear, and if you're Optic, I don't think you want to get married to the idea of the push here.
You've got 2 players taking out the goalkeeper. It almost worked. 2 of Optic's members were just looking at the goalkeeper. I think it was Chicago in the net. And this is a terrifying sight for G2. He's getting suffocated now. No boost. Chicago's name. Magic Bear over him. Looking to pass in the midfield. And right now, Optic are setting
playing
up.
like you want G2 to play.
Yeah. It's ridiculous.
They're getting right up in their face, taking the corner boost, saying, hang on, you got to make something happen. Ooh, but that's a big awkward miss from Reynolds. He's going to buy too much time, and indeed, there goes JNAPS to cut it off. Slow floater to open space, but Atomic...
That's to nobody.
Didn't really take all that much time with the ball, and kind of just let Optic get reset there in the midfield with kind of just a dump away.
I think G2 are getting uncomfortable with how often Optic will randomly hit the brakes. I mean, we'll see moments where they push everybody forward, and now we'll see oopsies like this.
Magic Bear. He's the third man. He is defending the midfield. He gets caught with a hand in the cookie jar. One step too far forward, and JNAPS just goes and picks it off, says thank you.
Not the hand in the cookie jar. That's the last thing you want if you're Optic Gaming. It was, you know, I actually thought it was a good back pass. My initial brain was like, oh, that's genius.
Someone's back there, yeah.
Hey, he's a genius. So it just didn't work out for Magic.
Meanwhile, Reynolds driving back like, dude, what the heck?
What? Now Chicago's falling on the ball. This has been one of the weirdest series. I don't even know what's going on. I feel like most of the time the pace of play is changing. Whether it's one team like G2 not acquiring any boosts or failing to move out of their own half with speed, or Optic Gaming pushing too far forward. You just never know what's going to happen with these two teams right now.
Attempted long pass from G2, and honestly, I think that's the biggest thing I want to see from G2. I want to see him really start to try and bring this ball down on the dribble, because that's really what Optic's going for right now. Any chance they get, they say stick it close, and see, I don't like that. I don't get that touch from Atomic. I don't get why you wouldn't just trap that, start the dribble, and take the space, and fall almost into the net either way, but I just feel like the general approach of clang the ball may not be the number one choice at the moment.
Well, which is wild, because previously it was all they ever did was just control the ball and not move out, like I mentioned, with a sense of urgency. But a couple of times they do clang the ball. It's here, it's to nobody. It's given right into the hands of Optic Gaming, who now have opportunities to create something. And all three members are in position. Let's see what they do.
Magic Bear, excellent challenge through one, through two, sets up AJ, looks for space on the backboard to maybe find a double tap, and JNAP's just able to clear it out. Excellent challenge from him, manipulating the space there. Get G2 out of a spot in their corner with 15 seconds left. Tied up, looking at overtime, despite honestly a bit of a shaky game two from G2. They
it might end
on
here.
The brink of overtime.
End.
There's a demo, and great support from Chicago. He knew this one was going to need a little bit of help. Don't take your chances there. Just get up there and take it away, and they will find themselves in overtime a chance to reset.
Yeah, Chicago, the backbone of the defense in the final moments. I thought it was over, to be honest. The communication must have been spot on. Atomic doesn't do it by himself. AJ, good challenge early on. We'll see how this OT shifts the play style of both teams. Nice little mental reset for both sides.
Magic Bear, flip reset, gets the air dribble bump. Does the smoke screen help? Not this time. JNAP's driving right through and looking for Chicago, as now Chicago will drive forward, look for some interference on the goal line. Excellent catch from Magic Bear to keep that one tight and prevent Atomic from coming in and building up that pressure for the G2 attack, but Optic flubbed the ball. Atomic floater into the middle. There's JNAPS is coming as third man, and Reynolds is just in time. Atomic wants to keep this one in the mix. G2 pressing hard, and JNAPS says, hang on, I don't have the boost. I got to give it up. Let Chicago come through, try and make something happen. Now he's ready. Off the post and out. G2 not going to close it out.
Oh, poor JNAPS. He's gotten so many opportunities. A lot of it
number
was
three.
starting from Atomic. Number 3. Keep the ball in rotation. The pressure relentless out of G2. And look at Chicago continue his mark. Oh my goodness, how did he keep going?
He just turned around, and I'm amazed that his brain says, hang on, rotate the nose upward. Yeah, wow. If we delay the touch by this much, it ends up going mid. That was a Galaxy Brain challenge from Chicago.
I need to see that Mobile 1 high performance replay, because Mans was falling from the ceiling, and I think he was turned around whenever he was falling onto the challenge, then might have used his flip last second. That was just one of the weirdest OT winners I think we could have gotten. But for G2, they say, hey, I'll take this for sure.
And you got to be more impressed that, G2, after JNAPS hits that one off the post, that they don't just kind of all, reset
Here we go.
and realize. So
okay,
there, he comes late. See, he turns his car backwards and uses that flip late.
But no, he didn't even use the flip to win the challenge, though. It looked like he got the dunk and then flipped after. No, I don't even think he went into the challenge. He's like, I don't need my flip. I'm just using the ceiling to get into position. That was ridiculous stuff from Chicago. I guess when you're this good, you don't need those resets, Chiefs.
That's why there are two big factors of
I'm listening.
challenges.
Okay.
Timing.
Classes in session.
is one, and angles is the other. And, you know, as long as you have good timing, you can have pretty much any angle because the people behind you can figure it out. They can reposition and whatever. But if your timing is poor, doesn't matter if you have the best angle lined up to dish that ball directly to your teammate. And Chicago says timing is king. Displayed it to perfection there on that challenge to get that one out to JNaps. Close out game 3, give themselves the lead. And honestly, that's another game where this is why we say some of the best teams in the world, they win the games where they're really not playing their best. They were not the team in the driver's seat in that game 3, and yet they end up winning.
Absolutely not. They did actually pick up on the kickoffs, which I didn't mention too much. I was harping on them for that, but clean kickoffs. And you're right, I think that Optic Gaming in that game at least were in the driver's seat almost the entire time. A whole 5 minutes. Once we got to the OT, things shifted slightly. But Optic Gaming had every tool in the toolbox to work with and to take down G2, but they kept moving forward. And you mentioned it too. The ability to hold pressure, even if you're missing shots, you can keep flooding that ball into the midfield, and they do it again. Chicago rotating back. Now he's up for the air off the corner, doesn't find it, and gives free space to AJ. What's he gonna do? Maybe a flip reset. Opts to go for a 50-50. And things stalemate here as we try to kick off game number 4.
And they just keep that pace going as well. I mean, you can see JNaps right there. He just took that ball up the wall, air dribbled it, and he wasn't even thinking about how to beat defenders. He's just going as fast as he could, up the field as loudly as he could, just to force Optic Gaming to kind of wait on him and let his teammates get set.
Oh, okay. That's a double commit. This is going to be a lot of responsibility for Atomic to handle AJ and Reddles, who was looking for a bump, but he did just fine. Huge stance there from Atomic to keep his team all tied up.
What do you do here? Fortunately, the ball kicking a little bit too far away from Optic. Still trying to regain that sense of control that they had previously, and that's a huge bump
Atomic
from Chicago.
win.
But there's AJ, and JNaps tries. He will not be denied. AJ scores again.
Oh, and you feel for the defensive guru Atomic. That was a double commit. Otherwise, Atomic would have been able to challenge after the backboard. Communication kind of disrupted there. And Optic Gaming striking first. And a really well-played shot, too, from AJ.
What do you do if you're G2? Oh, you're going to give up 2. That's what's going to happen. Reynolds absolutely blows Atomic out of the water here. Says, hang on, let me open the door as wide as possible.
And I don't think he would have gotten there if he didn't pick up that small pad off the kickoff.
Yeah.
Really good movement and the position after the kickoff. You pick up that pad, hunt down the third man, and get yourself yet another kickoff goal.
Chicago looking for a little bit of help. G2 may actually find themselves in a pretty good position here. Naps, floater towards net, Atomic in position. Nasty hop, though, kind of kills a little bit of that, but they figure it out. Little fake from Atomic. Chicago, actually a really nice idea to take that on a slow air dribble, try and handcuff the defenders with that change up and pace. But Optic, they figure it out nicely. Get that ball reset to a neutral spot.
Oh, but it does look like G2 are finding each other more. Every touch has been to one of their own players. Atomic is harassing AJ off the backboard, but the third man, JNaps, got demoed. He would have been there for the shot. Huge physical push from Optic Gaming, and they've got to get a save. Reddles off the crossbar, reads it well, and they still got their security 2-0.
Great composure from Reddles. You kind of see a shot like that. You know it's like coming at you. You know there's a shot coming, but you see it placed like that, and you kind of always second guess your positioning of, hang on, is that off the bar, and do I have to hit it? But Reddles, he made a tough save look very easy right there.
And Reddles is honestly just chasing the ball, pushing downfield, and as he rotates out, tries to hunt down a demo, looking to get physical. Here he is again. He was looking to take out JNaps. It's the same rotation for this player, and it's worked wonders for these guys as it's opening space. Magic Bear denied by JNaps. Narrowly misses that, and off the post, they've got to try and keep it back into the midfield to maybe get another chance at that third goal.
You got to get something started soon here. If you're G2, time already running out quickly. Just over a minute left. You need 2 still. unfortunately, G2.
Oh, this is another demo. This is
another demo. Atomic can't make the read. Reynolds says, hang on.
Oh,
you can only do that if you're in the net. I mean, Atomic, it's a lot harder coming the other way.
The fact that Reynolds trusts his teammates so much to just abandon ship, go all the way to the other side, take a full boost, then rotate all the way back in, and demos the last man. And that's all he's been doing, Chase. I've been on his camera the entire game. It's ridiculous.
You gotta take some risks.
He's going in.
You have to be willing to let your teammates handle the other two, and you gotta be able to go out there, take a risk, find a boost, open up a little bit of space, because as soon as that boost in the midfield isn't there or something like that, that's where the ball's gotta go for the defense. And Optic Gaming, they've been making it work, and it has not been easy, but they've done it.
That's really been denying so much of the solo plays, and as I mentioned, the solo plays, here comes Chicago by himself. I think it bounced off an Optic Gaming member, but that's still one he's going to be proud to take.
Man, yeah, even if that doesn't go in, you can just be proud of the carry itself. Really had to manipulate his car around the defender and get in position to even get that one anywhere towards the net. Great bit of shooting. They may actually get two right here if this kickoff goes their way. Floater, no dunks for Chicago, and with that, very likely the end of this game. Nice demo, but is there enough time? I don't think so.
Oh man, another
that will definitely.
He just doesn't stop. Reynolds is a madman. You know, we always talk about Reynolds demoing, but this feels like it's on another level. This feels personal from the man as he's constantly cutting in rotation. And I think it's so important for every single team to have a player like that who can be the disruptor. The ball smacks against the ground. Optic Gaming fight back and tie up the series 2-2. The question is now, do we get some kind of timeout, or is it too early for that, Chiefs?
You know,
are we trying to cool Reynolds off? Like, do we got to make this man calm down?
Yeah, that's the question. It's kind of, do you feel like, again, do I really think that G2 have to make like a gameplay change? I actually may start to think about it, you know, because this is a couple games in a row now where you're just really getting hard pressed and giving up some early leads, and it's really not a overall winning strategy. So I wouldn't say I'm necessarily that worried about cooling off Reynolds as I am, hang on, we need to revamp how we approach the game here, because that's two in a row that haven't really gone the way we want them to.
It feels like G2 aren't playing at the pace they need to. I don't know how to explain it any better than that. I mean, simply put, they aren't putting their foot down on the gas and trying to zoom through Optic Gaming, because for the most part, they're getting taken out, and it's almost too easy for them to get demoed. The third man is always stationary, not moving in rotation. They're not moving the ball too quickly down the field, and when they do, it's a boom to nobody. Things need to get picked up on the side of G2. I think that Optic Gaming have definitely gotten the best out of them out of all 4 games that we've seen. Regardless of the tide of scoreline, this feels like Optic's game to win now.
Really nice job there from JNaps. Getting up nice and early just to force AJ to do something with that ball and make it as easy as possible. Atomic just wants to drive it towards the net, and it's got the pace to get the job done.
Oh, there we go, Atomic to himself. It's not a booming clear. He kept it up, kept it high, but was right behind it the entire way. And he just cradled it in, took care of the ball all by himself, a single parent, and let it drop in.
I didn't think there was any way that he was going to get through that defense. I thought that was going to be just a little too slow, and now he does the same thing again, and AJ in time the second go around.
Let the man cook, Chiefs, all right? He doesn't need anybody else.
That's what I need to learn. Just let Atomic cook. Good things happen.
There you go.
He's figuring it out here in the midfield. Nice pass off the wall, forces AJ to go at an awkward angle, and he almost recovered that one.
Ooh.
That's what makes AJ an incredibly lethal player. Hard shot just off the bar. Chicago will be denied a second opportunity as G2 have to give a little bit of ground to grab some boost.
This is a lot better from G2. Chicago would get aggressive and take the corner boost, and here he is extending that rotation forward. I like this aggression. I like the speed that they're moving throughout the field. And now by himself, Chicago, crossbar and down. Another painful one to give away, but you've already got the lead, so just keep trying at this Optic Gaming defense.
Ooh, J-Naps through 2.
One.
Can he beat AJ? No, it finally gets away from him right at the end. Magic Bear pokes one out to the corner. Riddles actually ends up giving up the boost to secure the ball. And nice back pass from Atomic, but quickly the space closed down. Reapproach from G2 hard off the backboard, forcing AJ into a tough position. Look at him go, man, AJ. That movement, that control, such an asset right now for the defense of Optic.
Oh, good speed from Reddles. Didn't get a piece of the ball, but certainly got a piece of G2, taking out J-Naps. It should be a free clear. Let's see what he does with it. Looking for a potential flip reset, but it's going to be an awkward challenge. And E2, they've got things figured out for the most part in the first half. But Magic Bear, he's starting us out with the demos now. Maybe the physical game comes back.
Atomic. The guy is really starting to drive around full speed as much as he can on the pitch.
I think that's what they need. That's what they need.
He's trying.
I mean, they just need somebody to play that role. It's the same thing that Reddles is doing. Who's the disruptor? Who's the aggressor? Can't have everybody just push forward. That's exactly why we're seeing mostly Reddles do that. And it looks like Atomic is taking that role, and he's proud of it.
Awkward approach here for Chicago to handle. A couple players right on top of each other, and again, another nice challenge straight out into the neutral territory. Reddles sneaks one through the midfield line. Do they find a bump here on Magic Bear? He's just able to squeak through, but it leaves the ball for Chicago. And
what is going on?
From Magic Bear, totally landing right under him, taking away all sense of control from the guy. And Atomic actually comes back up with the ball, and G2 hang on to it.
Not a lot of moments where we'll see 4 cars in the same spot and the ball is still going like 5 miles per hour. Awkward moment for both of them. But I think the pressure was mostly added and applied to the G2 defense, who stood tall and answered challenge. Magic Bear, solo play to get it out. The corners haven't been as effective for Optic Gaming and can't seem to create opportunities. And as I say that, it's a bump on J-Naps that almost opened things up.
Really liking Magic Bear's approach to the challenge game right now. He's not scared at all by seeing, a player like Atomic or J-Naps or anyone like that just behind the ball waiting and seeing what they give him. He's just getting right in their face as fast as he can, and I actually really like that willingness to just go attack the ball and force them to outplay you. His timing so far, he's been pretty excellent with it.
Oh,
that
and
just
a
dropped
fake.
in?
It's a fake. The respect is there from Atomic on the backboard. He's assuming somebody is going to get a touch on this. AJ was right behind the ball. Or no, excuse me, it was Reddles behind the ball. And I mean, you have to respect that, right? If you're Atomic on the backboard.
That's wild. I mean, I certainly don't think he's just going to let it go, because why would it be in, right?
Well, I mean, you've got a chance. It could have been an opportunity for Reynolds to smack it off the backboard and go for the pass.
Yeah.
I guess it's the illusion that works out. All tied up, 34 to go. B2 were dominant the entire time, and just at the end of it, it looks like Optic could steal things.
Nice little back pass from Atomic, focused on control, but look at AJ. Oh gosh, he says I'm
Why?
challenging
Why
you
does that
already.
work? That's crazy.
You never see him coming. Either way, G2 still hang onto the ball. Atomic not able to quite jam this one through a couple defenders, and again, Magic Bear just making that Finnick do some good work in the challenge game
Comes
for him.
Atomic.
Last chance, air dribble hard off the wall, too tight for Chicago, lets it go for J-Nap, slips off the nose, and now you gotta defend a potential counterattack here. They get right in AJ's face, and he can't quite get back to it. Once again, the safety of the floor is there, and a reset for another overtime.
Smacked into the ground, and this is actually a good kickoff now for G2 as they opted to go on the right side, and a ground pitch opportunity for J-Naps.
All bounced him.
It looked threatening, but the ball actually did respond. It was the one to pitch J-Naps out.
Fortunately, sometimes you find
AJ's
the center
there,
of the
AJ's
ball too
there.
well. Oh, Denny kept it out, but can you stop Magic Bear? No! The hammer is driven home. Push the nail through the wood. Optic Gaming cracked G2.
Such a good idea, too, for Magic Bear to put it back into the midfield. I think he could have gone for a solo shot. And it wasn't the best approach on the initial hit. But the fact that you've got the power, you're forcing the defender to dive at it, and then the follow-up will be that much easier. Optic Gaming, they are on a tear. It didn't look pretty good for them almost the entire game. But with about 35 seconds left, they got that first goal. And it was smooth sailing since, Chiefs.
Now that's the wild one, though. +6 shot differential there for G2. That's 12 for G2, only 6 for Optic. A tough day at the office when you're Atomic and you get 6 shots on target. Only one of them finds the net. Granted, again, that Optic defense, it's been tough. Still no timeout called for G2. They feel confident. They were like, you know what? We know what we're getting.
Yeah. It's one thing to take a timeout when you feel like you're not getting any chances, but I mean, you're out here putting up 12 shots. You definitely have the chances. You have those opportunities. And that has been a big theme for today. A lot of teams struggling to get through the defense and put up quality opportunities. It's not just been, or excuse me, it has just been Atomic going up by himself. I haven't seen too much support from JNAPS in Chicago, who might be busy taking boosts and trying to get back in rotation. And we'll see if that can change now for G2 for what seems like a difficult and uphill battle as they face an Optic Gaming on match point.
Yeah, and you really want, a little more intentionality behind those touches on offense, but you got to give a lot of credit. Oh, okay, Atomic straight to the corner, and he steals the boost. Okay, there is a plan here. Does it
we're looking
bear
good.
fruit? Not this time. AJ composed on the goal line, but they're not out of the woods yet. Chicago, nice pinch through to keep the pressure up, and now they're stealing all the boost. Now they say, hang on, can you operate in a tight spot? Yes, you can. They find a demo dumped into the middle, and there's Magic Bear again. That dude just breaks everything up.
At first, it was Reddles getting all the demos to ruin G2. And at this moment in time, it's Magic Bear winning 50-50s, always in the right place at the right time. And it's been a fundamental game, I think, for Optic. I haven't seen too much fancy approaches on the offensive side. If anything, it's only going to be from AJ right now. He's going for solo plays, but his teammates, Reddles and Magic Bear, are doing a lot of that dirty work.
Just have that good timing on those challenges. Force them to make a play off
just like that.
Identify the
That's
space.
it. That's
Look
it.
at Reynolds pick apart the defense. Look at him look this one as he comes in. He's like, okay, totally open backboard. Don't overthink it. Just rip it up there. AJ will go and get it. You don't overthink it. It's like, there's the space. Put the ball there. Good things happen.
Well, and that's all three players. It's not just Reddles finding the backboard where it's wide open. You have Magic Bear, who absolutely had an opportunity to put on a better shot or go for a solo play, but he just wanted to get a better 50-50. Optic are working selfless and now are even better off the backboard. Defense showing up, offense showing up. Optic Gaming finding their stride unless things can end quickly from JNAPS, and it's denied.
Now that is a beautiful pass down, I will say, but unfortunately just took too long to develop. All of them figured it out, and the tight support from AJ finds a second goal for Optic.
They've cracked the code. They've downloaded G2 on match point in game number 6. I thought it was going to go 6 games, but I did not expect Optic Gaming to be the ones taking charge and being this proficient with all of the fundamentals, the 50-50s, the striking, and of course the timing on the challenges that you've been mentioning a lot of, Chiefs.
Long way to go. 3.5 minutes can feel like an eternity, especially because, now that G2's out of lives, now they're going to throw something at you. And then, like you were saying, Turtle, then it becomes that very fundamental game. Are you playing sound positionally? Are you making sure that if you go for something, you're at least making contact? That's really all it has to be right now for Optic. If you go, hit the ball or hit them, and you're likely going to win this game just by nature of time.
And I still believe that the initial wave of demos that we saw from Reddles earlier on in this series is what punctured a lot of the offense out of G2, who predominantly rely on passing to each other, getting touches between everyone. And now we're just seeing solo plays like this from Chicago. They're not looking for each other. Look at Atomic. That's another air dribble into the sky. A solo play. Where's he going? Chicago isn't even an outlet pass because he's covered by everybody on Optic Gaming. This is not the typical G2 that we know and love. And they're getting denied in every category. Another solo air dribble from G2 gone the other way.
So then maybe G2's game plan, normally attacking down the center, tends to be the best way to go because it gives you the most options in terms of where to move the ball, but maybe G2 might be better off attacking from the side just so they're forced to get that ball moving in towards the middle into a more scoreable position. And there it is.
Here we go,
Dump
here we
into the
go.
middle, but no one's there. JNaps, excuse me. He's playing deep support in case that challenge went wrong. And that's the thing. G2's just been losing the challenge game straight up.
So even whenever that pass comes out into the midfield, you've got a third man who's not expecting it. Things are just not going well for G2. And certainly an understatement. But there's plenty of time. 1 minute and 30 on the clock. I mean, of course, you've got to move with urgency, but
imagine that when
got a chance. You know, the last thing you want if you're G2 is a ground pinch goal.
Ground pinch off of
a car.
Of their teammate, yeah. Then you just be like, all right, you can have it.
That's when you put the controller up for a little bit, but didn't happen. They're still in it, and they've got 2 goals to go achieved.
Spread out G2. You need passing options to make sure you all don't drive out into the same corner, trying to make the same play. Nice
Good
dump
shot.
forward with a lot of pace on it, but from so far down the pitch. AJ able to size it up. Extra little pop. Surprise, surprise. Ripped right side, and JNaps will collect.
We've got G2 looking to go into the midfield. Get bumped if you're AJ.
Unlucky.
Atomic found you, and then JNaps cleans up. Great work. 50 seconds. It's not overachieved.
You make a nice play like that, you feel like you bump Atomic,
Yeah.
and he just tips the ball one more time and throws Magic Bear off the scent completely.
Oh, man. AJ could have ended it there, but I don't think he had the boost to get under the ball. And this is it. This is it for G2. One of these next few transitions has to yield some kind of result.
Magic Bear doing his best, just getting in their face. Everyone comes up empty for G2, but it's actually a bit of an awkward catch for Optic. Reynolds will just go straight down the field. Not a lot of thought to it. It is dump the ball for the clock's sake. There's Magic Bear trying to buy some time. Atomic, can you get back to it? Looking for help. There's Chicago. AJ's all over it. Such good awareness to know where the shot's coming from. When to arrive, but their last chance is here. Turtle out to Atomic, looking for Chicago. It's going to get stolen away by Reynolds.
Oh, it's still up.
This one is forced to get punted straight off the corner. JNaps is stretching. Atomic is over there for some reason. He keeps it alive.
Here we go.
Chicago, drop pass. Magic Bear smashes it to the floor. The guy's been at the right place at the right time for 15 minutes straight. So why not one more go and just crush G2 out of this tournament?
Oh, and what a way to do it in the end. Just suffocating them. All of their offense seemed to fizzle out after the first few games. Optic Gaming had downloaded G2 and really understood the best approach to their offense. They were denying every single pass. And even in the end, you know, that final stretch of passes for G2 looked pretty good, but AJ had them read and was in the perfect spot to deny them. Lovely awareness from all 3 players. And I think everybody certainly had little highlights here and there with Reddles getting the demos, AJ finding those, finding the interceptions on a lot of these passes. Then, of course, you've been hyping him up this entire time. Magic Bear. I mean, a ridiculous performance from the Green Wall.
Yeah, that was the complete series from everyone. Reddles got the engine started. AJ said, okay, hang on, let me cook. And then Magic Bear says, all right, let me just go stop everything they want to do.
Oh, that play.
They had it all, everything you needed to beat a team like G2 today. And what can you say except well played to Optic Gaming? You come in the underdog, and then you look just like the straight-up better team. You love to see that.
And you love to see that hype, too, from Optic Gaming coming out. And, of course, they have so many haters, so many people disapproving of them and not thinking they're going to make the major, but they proved so many people wrong. And we've got the desk to think about it and to try and dissect what we just witnessed. Let's go ahead and throw it over to them.
My goodness. What a performance. What a moment. And I said I believed in Reddles against Complexity, and it didn't work out. And then here I went for G2, and they pop off. It's bad news bears if you're following Wavepunk's predictions here, folks. But Optic Gaming, what a performance. Knocking G2 out in the quarterfinals, James. If history is to be believed, this means they're guaranteed grand finals.
I mean, you will take it one step at a time. I think just focusing on this series alone, this was a really, really big series for Optic Gaming. They are truly in the hunt for a world championship spot, but they need to go as deep as possible and start cutting into that points gap. And they've done it so far. So this has been massive for them. I doubted them in this matchup, but they're starting to make a believer out of me. I really like the dynamic the team has. I thought Magic Bear is playing brilliantly, and he was, there was a time, Waypoint, you watched him so much on Torrent, where you know that Magic Bear had the potential to make it to these heights, and now he's finally doing it. He's finally playing at this level, getting results with a team that really has a shot. And for Optic, to make a comeback like this is what they needed, and it's impressive. It's impressive.
Oh, absolutely. And you got to talk about what they've done throughout this year, because they had a lot of turmoil. That they came out of fall where they thought they were going to kick Magic Bear because of the whole rise to V1, that they would get calm, and then their whole team morale was in the dumps. 2 last place finishes, Winter Regional 1, Winter Regional 2. They make a top 4 finish, and everyone's thinking, all right, Winter Regional 3, that's probably a fluke, won't happen again. Now it's back-to-back top 4 finishes for Optic. They are in the running for a major spot, and if they get that major spot, a world championship spot looks really, really good for them. So the sky's the limit for these 3 guys so far.
I mean, it is a star-studded roster when it all comes down to it. I feel like there's a way that people sort of forgot about AJ because of how much Optic struggled when this thing started, but he was a player we talked about many times as being one of the best in the world. Reynolds, one of the best team captains in the world, and Magic Bear, a definite diamond in the rough. Once they finally got the team cohesion online here, the mental games, just getting out of their own heads and being able to play together as a team, they are popping. And now they are set up with a match against Space Station tomorrow. We now have only 4 teams
That's so
left.
crazy.
Space Station, Optic, Gen G, and Complexity. This is not the top 4 any of us predicted at the beginning of the day, James.
Honestly though, the thing that I'm shocked thinking about the situation now is, Reynolds, it was a big move when Reynolds was dropped off Space Station. I mean, Arsenal, part of that movement to kick Reynolds off. And you're thinking, you're wondering, is this the end for Reynolds, or, is this the beginning of the end? And then also for Arsenal, losing Daniel, you're thinking, oh man, this is probably the end of Space Station. But look at where we're at. Yeah. Both Reynolds and Arsenal, they've made it now to the top. They're both, I'd say Space Station looking really good for Worlds. Optic, if they keep this going, they'll be going to Worlds too. So it's wild to see how quickly things can change in a season.
And we talk about the entire thing of 2 top 4s back-to-back. Now we know that Optic will be guaranteed at least a top 5 seed unless Space Station somehow wins this entire tournament for Regional 2. So they're going to move into the top 5 of seeds, which is fantastic for them. We talk about you have to get a little lucky in brackets at times throughout when you play through and you see, oh, look, a team like G2 is upset and all that stuff. But we see Space Station and Optic, both people are saying, oh, it's probably a little fluky that they made it this far, like in the uppers. They drop down to the lowers and they take down 2 amazing teams in Furia and then G2. So hats off to both of them.
Fantastic performance. I'm excited to hear from the team captain himself. Dazrin is standing by with Reynolds.
I am standing by with Reynolds. Reynolds, congratulations on the 4-2 victory against G2. You guys put up a fight. So did G2 as well. It took the first couple of games. Talk to me about how you guys approached that series.
Well, okay. This morning was, no secret. That's not how we wanted to show out. That Complexity series was very unlike us. But thankfully, Complexity and G2 are very similar teams in how they play the fast, pass heavy, cut the midfield, boom, boom, in your face the entire time. So having tournament reps for a series like that to warm up is awesome. I mean, it kind of blessed us. We were able to watch the Complexity series while we had our break, see what we wanted to do, and it was night and day difference between the 2 series.
Something else that's night and day is the approach that your team is taking in terms of this regional event. You guys have definitely surged and soared. Talk to me about the break between winter and now. What were you guys talking about?
Well, it's no secret that the first 2 splits weren't exactly the results we wanted. We got blessed with the best org in esports. Everyone had higher expectations, especially us, than what has been performed, in the last 6 months. And that was unacceptable. So it was a talk that we had to have with the team. We brought in another coach. Shout out Kev Pert. So now we have 2, him and Raw Greg. And, the hard work is showing. We have worked our insanely hard.
There you go.
And yeah, it's showing. We're very happy with the results.
You guys are very happy with your results. Talk to me about you individually. How do you feel like you're performing in this regional event?
I could be better. There's always room to improve. There's always, I could be playing worse. So It's all just creating our system, myself, everyone putting in the individual hours they need to. And, the last 6 months, that's not the standard that I want. It's not the standard anyone wants. But, we're here now. We're a completely new team. I want, people need to realize that, that it's not the old Optic. This is something new.
It is, and it looks great. Someone else is looking new as well, Space Station Gaming. I talked to Arsenal earlier, had some nice things to say about you guys going into the matchup. What's it going to be like? How do you feel about playing Space Station Gaming tomorrow?
Space Station is one of my favorite teams. I'm very close with everyone on that team. I underrated them heavily going into this event. I thought there was no chance that they're going to perform the way they did, but I'm very impressed with them. I'm very happy for them. Shout out LJ and Hawks. They're both awesome dudes, as well as Arsenal, my guy. There's some fabricated drama there. That's my dude, day one. So it's going to be a fun series. It's not what anyone expected to be, lower semifinals, but we're going to have fun with it.
Yeah, I hope so. It looks like it's going to be a great match. Last thing for me, obviously you guys have been on a road here. You guys are trying to make to the World Championship, and you've had people who have supported you all the way through your ups and downs. What would you like to say to them?
With all the love comes all the hate. We see all of it, but to the supporters, it's been a tough 7 months, and I think I've said that every single interview I've had so far, but it's looking up. The team's very confident. We're looking good. We're feeling good. Expect a little bit better than you've gotten. So appreciate you guys.
You're looking good, and so is the rest of the team. Top 4 finish there from Optic Gaming. Reynolds, thank you so much for the interview.
Thank you, Demar.
Optic Gaming in 6 take out G2, knocking them out of the Spring Open here, and they are set to play Space Station tomorrow in the lower semifinals. We have the upper finals as well, and then we will complete this bracket. 4 best of 7s you'll see tomorrow. I mean, what is what team are they for both Space Station and Optic here, Gibbs? What team are they hoping comes out of that upper final?
Neither. They hope somehow both forfeit. I'm not sure, but judging complexity, so that's an upper final. I think a lot of people could expect maybe a phase up there as well. But if you had either of these teams in your lower final here down at Space Station Optic, no one had either of these teams at this point. So it's a fantastic showing for both of them, and now they get to play one another. One's going to go even further in the tournament, and you never know because there is a lot of history. When you lose an upper final, you tend to lose when you go down to the lower bracket. So we'll see if that happens. But Gen G Complexity look like the top 2 teams in this tournament. So it's going to be a tall task for either of those squads.
It's been quite a day of action, and we're going to close it all out tomorrow. You're not going to want to miss it. Make sure you are right here, folks. It's going to be going live at 10 a.m. Pacific. We will be having the pre-show at 9:30 a.m., just half an hour before kickoff. Complexity Gen G Mobile will be the kickoff match. We'll have Optic and Space Station following that, and then the rest as the matches fill into the bracket, folks. It's going to be crazy. We're going to have a great time, and this is all building up to our major in Boston at the end of the month, or at the end of July, beginning of July. It's here. It's in some time in the future. You've got time to get your tickets is the main point, folks. The tickets go live on May 9th. Make sure you are ready so you can be there in person. I mean, James, you've been to every single RLCS LAN event in history. What can fans expect?
And so have you, Wave Punk. I think we could both just attest to the atmosphere. It's so fun just being around other people who love Rocket League. It's very rare that you get to be surrounded by thousands of people who love the same game. You can strike up a conversation with anybody. You can make new friends. You can meet the content creators, the pros that you've been watching, even the casters, whoever it may be. It's a celebration of Rocket League, and you never know what kind of play is going to happen or what kind of history is going to be made at these events. And, even though you don't know that, the one thing you will know is that it's going to be a blast. So I would recommend, if you haven't made it to one, you should certainly try to make it out to Boston.
And I am so excited because it's in the Northeast.
Yes.
That's where I'm from. I'm super excited. We haven't been back there for a while. So anyone in that Northeast area, please make it out. It's going to be a ton of fun, and we hope to see you there.
Yeah, first time since season 6, which is half the seasons ago at this point. So, or season 7, excuse me, season 7. So we're getting there, folks. I hope to see you guys in Boston. Thank you all so much for watching today. We close out the Spring Open tomorrow. 9:30 a.m. is when the pre-show goes live. 10 a.m. kickoff. You're not going to want to miss it. Thank you so much for watching. We'll see you tomorrow.
She found a way into my heart. Oh, she
she make art. And I need a way to treat it, cause I keep getting high off of her. Off of her. I know that you'd be bad from the minute I saw you. But somehow I keep running back to you. Back to you. Back to long nights can get me feeling lonely. Hey. And hearing music that can make me smile. But the way I feel with her cannot be explained. But one thing still remains on my mind. I know that you'd be bad from the minute I saw you. But somehow I keep running back to you. Back to you.
It's like ice tracing all my scars. Why is it hurt on the inside?